open it up. Who would like to share around their stories, their own journeys, or maybe you're new to psychedelics and perhaps you have questions where we can, support you on that journey, because both Aurora and I also support people on in journeying separate. Yeah.
This is definitely an open space to get your questions answered, to share your voice. It's not just me and Lucia's voices up here. We want all of the voices. When we put all our voices together, we raise those vibrations and we put those intentions and that healing out to the world. So we definitely don't want it just to be a space where we're just kind of talking. We want to hear from you guys too. We want to hear from women in psychedelics. Or if you haven't even gotten into the space yet, if we can facilitate your connection to the journey, that we would love to do that. Yeah, so definitely come up, engage with us, talk to us. Is this the Keither, the sister that was at the coffee? Hey, sis. Definitely come up and tell us about you and drop you. You're just a gem hiding over there. We'd love to hear from you. And again, if you're too shy, because I definitely have had issues with my throat chakra, and I've been using entheogens to heal that, and I think it's been great. Like my first major step in healing was the Detroit Psychedelic Conference that I spoke at, and ever since then my throat chakra has been going. But before that, I had started in Clubhouse. That's where I met Lucia. Was in Clubhouse. And it was, if you've never been on Clubhouse, it's like an open audio type space. It's like one giant live podcast, and it's like a conference. You can walk into whatever room you want to hear somebody talk about. And so I used to be in the cuts and kind of just listen and absorb information, much like everyone's doing right now. I'm very timid and afraid to raise my hand and say something. I never liked how my voice sounded, things like that. And eventually I used that space to, to start the healing of my throat chakra. And it was in a psychedelic themed room. And ever since then, I just kind of hit the ground running. So I definitely would like to encourage you guys, even if you don't want to come up here and speak on anything, that's why we have a chat. Drop in the chat, ask us some questions. If you're curious about any of our journeys, if you're curious about any entheogen, I will put out, I know we talked about, we're talking about psilocybin a lot because that's the most common. It's prevalent across all continents. However, I'm experienced with quite a few other entheogens as well, including iboga, ayahuasca. I was in Peru and Ecuador for 7 and 8 months respectively, sitting with Mama Aya, getting to know her. I know I touched on iboga, DMT. I sit with that and assist with that combo, and I know Sister Keither over here also assists with this. Toad venom, snake venom, it's not limited to psilocybin in this space. All entheogens are welcome. It's a whole smorgasbord, Hakuna Matata, kumbaya type thing. So if it's a plant and it has a benefit, we can talk about it.
Yeah, I see Keither has her hand raised, so I'm gonna go ahead and unmute. Keither, we'd love to hear from you.
Gratitude for you both holding this space. Your origin stories, it's making every cell in my vessel burst with joy and gratitude. I'm grateful for this conference and its allowance for it to go on for 24 hours, so that we can share the way we are. I'm celebrating your mother, Aurora. Just the necessity of these conversations are way overdue. So gratitude. And thank you for the call to speak. What can I say? So my entry my entry into psychedelics in this vessel started with Salvia divinorum. Yep, and technically it started with orgasm. I've been multi-orgasmic since the age of 15, and it brought me to all of the places, all of the dimensions, and grounding it in this vessel, and walking orgasmically and experiencing our daily 3D experience, recognizing that this world was far more malleable than we could ever even consider. And so when Salvia came to me, it, at the time I said they pulled me out of my body, and then once they pulled me out of the they turned into me, and so the me and we were one, and it was the sea of light. It was I was able to tap into the singularity right away. And I will say that then I experienced challenges around the idea, my egoic idea of what it was to assimilate, what it was to become one, and what that meant for my perceived individual identity. I was really enjoying life because I was walking orgasmically. Anything I spoke, anything I wanted, it was. And now you're telling me that I'm going to be one with everyone and everything. So I still didn't quite get it. And then as the work continued, and I started to pull in my memories of my adjacent and parallel lives, psilocybin is what started to sew everything else together. And of course, Bufo, I'm a practitioner as well, of all the mentions. So it allowed me to finally ground the knowing within my vessel here. And so my mission was reinstated. I was able to make a conscious agreement to continue this work and expand. And in that, the orgasmic space and psilocybin, has been a very deep teacher for me now for specifically the last 10 years. And it visits me. I'll just give a recent example. Usually psilocybin is when I'm holding space, when I'm going through ceremony, whether a practitioner or a practitioner, my voice would come out. I would sing, and it would it would guide me to go to the highest notes, soprano 1. I would bring it very high. And I've been told that when I'm singing in our psilocybin space, it feels like we are within an orgasm. An orgasm in itself is the oneness. It is, we experience these ecstatic things in these sensational bodies. And it only slows because of what we are perceiving, that we need to hold on to for our identity purposes. And then one day at 3:00 in the morning, a sister of mine reached out to me, and she's never experienced my voice in ceremony ever. And the mushrooms told me where my voice came from. It explained everything to me. 3 o'clock in the morning, she calls. She's in the middle of a mushroom ceremony. And she says, I have to call you and tell you this, but can you sing the highest note that you can sing right now? And I was like, what? And because of my, my agreement, because of what I understand we are, it wasn't a second guess. I was just like, okay. I left the house so that I wouldn't wake everyone up. And I went outside in the cold and I began to sing. And she asked, well, is that enough? And she goes, no, not yet. It's spirit time. Come on, let's go. And I sang, and apparently it evoked the clearing that the person that she was holding the space for required in that mushroom journey. And I just, as much as we've been doing these sacraments and we're taught by them, it's always just so beautiful that we can, there's communication in the mycelium, that we can sit in the trust of this mycelium, that we can sit in the trust of our oneness, and know that even if it sounds strange, it's okay. This world is far more than what we've been programmed to understand. And if we stand in our truth, as long as we stand in our truth, we will be protected, we will be guided, we will be held. Don't worry about time. Don't worry about space. Like these are mythical things. Those are mythical things, time and space. Certainly. So I'm just so grateful, and I hope to meet all of you. I'm feeling all the energy, and so that's just a share. So gratitude. Mwah, mwah. I love you, Lucia.
I love you too, Keith.
Gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So much. Just to honor all of the beautiful space holding that you do in New York City every week with Brother Dooley and other friends out there with, Bufo, Snake Venom, all of it. I'm so in awe of you, and I want to thank you. Thank you for sharing. I can't wait to see you in about 3 weeks.
Mirror, 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 mirror.
So yes, this community of, practitioners, especially those of us who are on these deep, ancestral journeys and working very closely with indigenous practices, like we do. We are very, very tight knit and see each other as often as we can. I want to address this high dose journey rabbit hole that Aurora says, the rabbit hole, because it is so beautiful. And it was not something that I ever thought I would actually go on, because all I had known was like the traditional, like 5 grams is like the God dose or whatever, the hero's journey. And I thought, oh God, that's a lot. And I remember thinking, oh, but there's more than just like this level, which is a very, very beautiful level of awareness for me. So calling to answer your question, it wasn't slow or fast. It was like the perfect pace for me. And so I had a sitter just to start back in at like, 4 grams, just to be like, okay, I'm at 4 grams. Let me just make sure I remember how to do this, right? When there's a lot of space holding, or a lot of like, things can change as you get old. At least I thought maybe something would change for me from when I was younger doing bigger doses. So, and then from there, I learned how to trust myself. I learned how to, in my journeys, I would kind of be taught by Baba Kalindi, who I'd never actually met in person, but he would teach me these movements with my hands and how to like breathe. I learned how to breathe in like 3 gram journeys. And then 5 gram journey was really about connecting to a different space for myself. So I would go up and I personally did increments of adding 2 grams. So the protocol for high dosing was to start at 5, 7, 9. But these days we're saying 7, 9, 11 is what Mama Ayana keeps saying, because all of the younger generations are just coming in really like sharp, and then working your way up from there. I know Baba Kalindi would say, hey, every month just add 2 grams. Like he was just adding 2 grams and doing a monthly journey. So it would look something like, oh, I did 10 grams this month, and next month I'm doing 12. Then I'm doing 14, then I'm doing 16, then I'm doing 18, then I'm doing 20. But some people just say, hey, give me the 14 grams and they go in. So there's no one way to do it. And what I noticed for people who have ovaries is that we are so sensitive that we go in, and 7 grams is really where this opens up this wide, connected to your womb space, to your sexuality. 7 grams is what most of us believe is like that door opening, and one of the fastest ways to really do your healing around your sexual trauma. So while I work with microdoses with my clients, because after a certain level, it's really difficult to navigate consent. I do sit for, right now I sit for up to 10 grams is what I feel comfortable sitting for. So for other people. And so what that supports me in doing is understanding how to really integrate at these higher levels, which is, I think, really different than integrating at, let's say, 2 grams. So when you're integrating, intergalactic wars, with beings in other dimensions, it's different than like seeing pretty colors, feeling really good about your body. It's not better, it's not worse. There's nothing like that. It is a journey. And so these are the places where I personally chose to go on that journey of, for me, it's my spiritual journey. And I don't have any plans to stop at 20 grams personally. Aurora, you have, I'd love to hear a little bit more about like your high dosing. Or is anybody else a high doser here?
Leo, you're a high doser too. But yeah, now I've talked about it quite a bit in Clubhouse. It's actually on my profile because I get asked about it so much. My highest journey was with 111 grams, and it's actually documented on video. And I know that sounds like a whole lot, and it's 111 dried, not wet. Although I do prefer my mushrooms wet, but once you get higher, in those higher doses, it's kind of difficult to get that many grams down, unless you do like the method of masticating it. So you just chew it and chew it and chew it, but you never swallow. But that's a whole different, hello, fears. That's a whole different rabbit hole to go down. My highest journey is 111 grams dried, facilitated by my wonderful grandma and my awesome mama. It was in ceremony with my siblings. Me and my siblings sit in ceremony together quite frequently. Even when we're not together, we meet up in the mycelial realm, is what we call it, and we connect that way. But I know it sounds like a lot. It's like, yo, I've never heard of even a 3-digit number. As far as I know, I've never met another person other than people that I'm related to. I've never met somebody outside of my family that was up. I want to say past Baba Kalindi. He's the highest outside of my family I've heard of. And not that this is like a pissing contest or a race or anything, because you have to keep in mind that I've been doing this a long time, like every day. Like my microdose is a normal dose for most people. Like my microdose is a 3.5, because that's when you get into tolerances and things like that. And my tolerance for psilocybin is very high. I don't think I really like that word. See, I'm being told that I don't like that word. Because I just took my tea this morning and the mushrooms are like, we don't like that word tolerance. My relationship is deep with the psilocybin. And because I've been doing it and I've had it a part of my neural network as it was forming in the womb. So it's not something that I would like feel comfortable like helping somebody sit with. I wouldn't feel comfortable sitting with somebody. It's like, oh, I want to go in on that 111 grams because I don't know your background, and it's not something that I would feel comfortable with, because that gets into the realm. It is not even the realm. It gets into whole other realms, whole other dimensions, whole other things. Like I've traveled back to my star system on high doses. Like that. And it's something, like I said, that I've been building up to since before I got here. So it's not something that I would, recommend you just go and sit with an extra high dose. It's definitely something that you have to work up to. It's definitely something where integration of your prior trips is imperative. It's definitely something that you have to take years to prepare for. And it's something that I wouldn't even do again right now. Like I may go in that deep when I hit my 40, when I hit 40 in 8 years. But it's not something like that I would just do on a common thing. My most frequent dose right now is I sit at 44.44 grams. I always do recurring, or I guess what the kids are calling angel numbers now. That's my high dose right now. And that will fluctuate throughout your lifetime. Hi, sis. That will fluctuate. It will fluctuate throughout your lifetime. I've had trips on 8 grams that felt like my 75 gram trip. I've had trips on 60 grams that feels like a 1 gram trip. So it varies. But yeah, and high dosing, it may not be for everybody. I tell people that too, because people kind of get into this race with themselves and with each other. It's like, oh, I went in on this and I saw this, or you got to do it like this. You have to remember there's a level of individuality with the relationships you build with psilocybin, with any of the entheogens. They're spirits before they're anything. They're ancient spirits before they're anything. And you have to build your own relationship with them, just like you and your siblings have your own relationship with each other and with your mom and with your dad and your grandma. It's the same thing. So my relationship, it just runs that deep. But I wouldn't expect that for everybody. But yeah, and I'm still integrating that trip. Years later, I took that trip when I turned 21. And years later, I'm 32 now. So 11 years later, I'll still sit here and have that aha moment. And I know it came from that particular trip. But also, like I said, it's a documented trip. So it's a video, like from start to finish. It's a very long video. I think it's something like 90 some odd hours, the video. But it goes from weighing the mushrooms out and preparing them and eating them. I just ate them plain and washed them down with lemonade. But yeah, and I get a lot of questions about it. And feel free to ask me any type of questions about it. Ask if you want to share your high dose journeys or any journeys at all. Again, feel free to raise your hand, come in the space. I see our sister Keisha has popped up in Lucia's window. Hello, how you doing, babe?
Peace. Whoa. I didn't even know this was going on, but surprise. Not a clue. I've been running around with my kids all day, just doing the mom thing. But since I'm here, I can share. Mushrooms have been changing my life, the dynamic of my family life, and how we operate for the past 8 years. I don't think that in this lifetime I've had a bigger blessing than mushrooms. How I first got started with using the magic mushrooms was I seen this documentary on just how it helped the thought process. And it was a maze that had mice running through it. And it helped them navigate more effectively through the maze. They also stopped fighting with one another. And they just overall quality of life improved. And at that time, my daughter was 8 years old and she was suffering severe depression and also just really shutting down. She didn't even talk. We had to write notes back and forth to one another. And I just was trying everything. So I'm up at 3 a.m. watching this study about mice on mushrooms. And I'm like, yo, like this may work. So I decided to, of course, try it for myself first. And man, when I tell you it changed our life almost instantly. She began talking, began to play music, just using her voice. And for that, I'm forever grateful. And it's just been a snowball effect throughout our lives, this journey. So really, really grateful. Not really prepared to speak, but and
Keisha's a grower, so
I
want to also presence all the women growers out here, including Aurora, myself. When you learn to actually grow the mushroom for yourself or for other people, there's an energy that gets put into the grow, into like these technologies. And so as you're doing your own journey work and you're growing, you have a whole new relationship with how that love in your own heart gets poured into other people. And so I started growing about a year ago. Darren LeBaron was the person I learned to grow from out of London. He was out in Oakland for a couple times. And also Baba Mudu Baki is also another person that I look to for growing as well. And so the relationship with mushrooms changes because you start to realize they're actually much more human-like. Darren would always say, we're just mushrooms living in a human experience. And it's so true because when they've researched actually mushrooms before and shown that we are most, it wasn't, what's his face, Degrassi?
Living relatives. They're closest relatives.
Right. Distant relatives. Neil deGrasse just came on sharing that, like science is just catching up. But this is something that people who have taken mushrooms know. We're just, we're mushrooms having a human experience. That's why mushrooms are meaty, just like us. So, but I just want to presence real quick. B, we want to just, please feel free. Oh, thank you.
Oh yeah, Sisters in Psychedelics. Yes, they're a great source. I love SIP.
Yes, we love Sisters in Psychedelics. Thank you so much.
And also gratitude to you for even speaking, Keisha, even though you were not prepared and I put you on the spot real quick. I appreciate it. And I also, I know I messaged it to you, but I'm so proud to see your mushroom growing journey. It's so awesome to watch the fruits. The mushroom babies are so beautiful.
Listen, they are good. We'll share a recent story. Keisha and I decided to split a freshie the other day, and like go out and about. I'll tell you, we were like silly, fun young girls through the car wash.
Oh yeah, we went through the car wash on mushrooms. It was great.
There's lights in this car wash.
Yes, I went through a car wash recently, and that was my first thought. So yes, confirmation that I need to do that.
Oh, we had so much fun, and we spent the day downtown. So, being in that journey can just like enhance your daily, and it doesn't always have to be about like healing your body or healing your mind. It can be really like, hey, this is like, like drinking, instead of drinking a cup of coffee, I'm going to have a mushroom and enjoy my day.
Yeah, I think, it's not said enough, like mushrooms just become a part of your family.
Yeah.
And that's how I rolled mushrooms into my household. It just became a part of how we live and how we move. And I also think that like really pouring into your house helps you be a better grower. Because I'm still a baby at growing. I'm still a baby at mushrooms. I've only been doing them 8 years. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know all the things, but what I do know is that I have genuine love in me, and that's the same genuine love that's in mycelium. And that's why we connect with one another.
Yeah.
And I can grow. So if it's anyone on this platform that hasn't like dived into growing yet, trust me, it's already in you. You can do it.
Yeah, when are you going to start the like women grower, women mycelium, women mushroom growing?
Listen, y'all the big wigs. I'm a small fish in the pond. Y'all gotta
Man, you took a big leap, because I remember when I came to your house when I was in Detroit, and you had these cute little dry little cakes, and I was like, you should do this. And then like now I'm looking at you with a monotub. Like, you're taking off.
Oh, you haven't even seen what I've been working on. You'll see it in about 6 months, but that's the technology, it's coming through. So I'm grateful. And I'm really grateful to see all these faces. Hey, everyone. I'm happy to be
Can we talk about how like there's this common thing where you have to sit with these medicines in like a healing space and a space where it has to be super serious. Like there's a stigma around recreationally using these, connecting with the there they go again, telling me they don't like the word using, connecting with them in such a serious way. They're fun too. They have a playful spirit. Like they're laid back. They have a recreational vibe in them as well. They cover the spectrum. So I know a lot of people's like, oh, people are abusing them and abusing them. They're not taking them seriously. But sometimes that's most people's introduction into this world is through a recreational lens. Like even when Lucia was speaking about her journey with LSD, her first encounter with psychedelics, on what was it, on a mountain? And it was just like, hey, let's go drop some acid. It wasn't in a serious context. And now look where she is. And then you fluctuate between that, in that relationship between sitting with them for healing, or sitting with them for just to reconnect to the child in you. I tell people all the time, they ask you, well, what does it feel like? What is it like? I'm like, you're going to be a kid again. Everything's going to be real fresh and real new. The greens are going to be greener. You're going to act like you're seeing a tree for the first time. Your hands are going to be like, yo, that's my hand, bro. Like it's a learning experience. We turn into babies until we can learn ourselves from being a child and up, and we grow up in the mushroom. We grow up with Mama Ayahuasca guy. And no matter what entheogen you sit with, you are returned to this childlike state so that you can grow up again and you get reparented through these entheogens. There are mothers and our fathers, and they reparent us every single time. You get reborn every single time. And we know we use this concept of rebirth in these spaces all the time, but we forget that to be reborn, you have to be a child. You have to be a baby.
Yes, absolutely.
And it's okay to be in those spaces, and it's okay for the world to be your playground while you're in these spaces.
Listen, this life is not just a healing journey.
Right.
I promise you, it's a living journey.
It is.
So, like, have fun, play with your mushrooms,
right?
Get into pleasure with them, do
that
all
part.
the things.
Nobody,
all the things.
You know what? The thing that Keitha was mentioning this before, but I'm also in the orgasmic, field. So for the past 20 years, my field of study has been full body orgasm or deliberate orgasm. And so the thing that, my research, I actually did research around orgasmic energy, and one of the things, like on QEEG readings, one of the things we found was that orgasmic energy, right, starts to change our brain waves and puts us in a hypnagogic state. But so does psilocybin mushrooms. And I'll tell you, when people ask me, like, what do you do about menopause? What do you do about like not being turned on? I was like, go and take some mushrooms. Like, like women here, like, please understand that you have like a natural way to tap back into your orgasmic energy and your womb space and the wetness of your body for people who have more difficulty with lubrication within their vaginas. And so and I'm talking about cisgendered women, by the way. I just want to like presence that, because not every woman has of vagina. So, but I'm talking about utilizing the things that, can support us for pleasure. And so pleasure is what really heals. It's like people like the mushroom heals. Well, no, it's your pleasure,
Yeah.
your energy heals. And when you have this, beautiful technology right there, because our ancestors did not say, hey, I'm not sure if I should do this or not. Like there was no regulation by some medical board telling us, whether or not you should pick a mushroom from the forest. You went out and you knew, and it's just like, the ancient Egyptians that knew, and those, the Lucian mysteries, it was all entheogenic communities. And so this is not some kind of like, we got to test and make sure that they're safe. People have been taking mushrooms since before the beginning of time. Mushrooms were giants at one point. So, and not to, poo-poo the medical establishments around, their dosing and stuff like that. But, to understand that the people that still honor the traditional usages of mushroom. I'm talking mushrooms in particular, right? Because, there's other psychedelics out there. Our body knows, like our body knows how to understand, and nobody's ever died of mushrooms. You have to eat your body weight in mushrooms to die, but people have died of doing stupid shit on mushrooms, of course, but the mushroom itself has not actually ever killed anybody. So this is something that we should know. And it's also the only entheogen that you can just pick and eat in its original state. Everything else you have to prepare. So Aurora, it's coming towards, it's a little after 2. I'm not sure. You and I have been the moderator-ishes. And I'm curious.
Gonna call us the space facilitators.
Yeah, the space facilitators. Curious if you'd like to just add anything about, because you're just so freaking knowledgeable. Maybe you want to share a little bit about like how people can contact you. And
yeah. I do have that, don't I?
Yes.
I never think about these things. Thank you for always being there to remind me, Lucia. I am at the Akashic Garden. I'll drop the links in the chat and whatever have you. I won't like take up the airtime just talking about the social media and whatnot. But the Akashic Garden is where I'm at. That's .com. That's on Facebook. That's on oh no, I'm Aurora Divine on Instagram though. But if you just type my name in a search engine, if you type Aurora Divine or the Akashic Garden in a search engine, I pop up. If you're in New York and you want to come sit with me, or I come to people. If you want me to come to your house and sit with you, I virtually sit with people. All of that. If you need classes, if you need things, if you need the space, there's somebody to talk to, if you need sound healing, if you need a reading, and you're in the spiritual realm, I am here. I'm a lot of things to a lot of people. So in the akashicgarden.com, usually it has everything that I am. My mushrooms this morning are pushing me to expand on the fact that they are definitely here for our pleasure. There's a reason that they grow and they look phallic and then they turn into boobies. There's a reason for this. Usually the things you consume, they look like what they benefit, like beans look like kidneys because they're good for your kidneys. Like walnuts look like brains and mushrooms look like penises and vaginas and titties because that's what they're good for. But yeah. And I will probably stick around. I don't have much to do. My husband just went to work. So I'll probably stick around even when the other moderators come in and we pass it off.
Thank you, Aurora. And I just put my information in the chat. I'm at luciapavone.net. And I'm also, if anybody would like to get like a free discovery session, complimentary discovery session, I put that link in there and you can schedule with me. And there's a little intake to see if, whatever's going on. Doesn't mean you have to work with me, but it's always really good to, if you're going through anything around, sexual trauma, pleasure, even birthing stuff. I've been doing this for a long time, and I'm going to stick around for a little bit, but then I actually got to get to the airport because I'm actually flying to Rochester. I'm going to be seeing Aurora in about 24 hours, and then I'm going to fly to New York City to see Nikki. So it's a whole, listen, I'm talking, this has been like a month-long mushroom tour for me.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yes, it is. Yeah, I get to be in places around. This is the other part. You get to do what I get to do what I love through the mushrooms. It's changed my life. So Leo, hi, I see you coming off. I'd love to just thank you so much.
Thank you. So for the next hour, I'm going to be doing a PowerPoint, which might be kind of boring, but hopefully it's illuminating. But Nadia Doe is here, and she is an amazing woman. And I just wanted to kind of give her a minute to talk about the work that she's doing and who she is. So Nadia, do you mind taking it away?
Yeah, thank you for giving me a small slice in your PowerPoint time. Lucia, I think it's no coincidence that you were speaking when I came on, because I literally just had my first Tantra session last week, in which it prompted flashbacks of my sexual assault. So yeah, all of that. So I actually, ironically, I work with mushrooms in that very serious shamanic setting. And that is a blessing when people need that and they need that intense healing experience. But from my point of view, it is very hard because it's hard for me to step into that recreational, that ecstatic, that really enjoyable, playful realm, because I feel like when you see demons every day, it's really hard. It's really hard to see the playfulness and the lightness. And it's a blessing and a curse for sure. One that I'm learning to navigate. So I am the director of Sacred Heart Medicine Sanctuary. We are an above ground church. I work with a shamanic flavor in ceremony. I have training in lineages, both bloodline lineages and spiritual lineages, to places like Scotland and South Africa and Peru. So I take people through mushroom journey for healing, specifically to help them connect with their ancestors, with the magic that's in their bloodline, instead of carrying on a lineage that is not theirs. So my job is not to pass on, a certain set of tools or rules or guidelines for what shamanism looks like. It's to help you connect to the shamanism in you. I've only been doing this work about 5 years. It happened with a shamanic initiation where I started seeing things. I started basically living in a state of psychedelic without taking psychedelics, and didn't know what that was, didn't know what it made me. It took me a few mental health crises and a few training sessions with different shamans to understand that that was my role, and that was going to be my role moving forward. So I left my job as a paralegal and then as a massage therapist to pursue this work full time. This work being stewarding people into that space, helping them cross through portals they're struggling to cross through, or release ancestral trauma or childhood trauma or whatever else that they need to do in the mushroom space. The mushrooms basically just amplify the work that I already do naturally. So I started Sacred Heart Medicine a few years ago. I was called to the Pacific Northwest. I live in Southeast Washington. I was told I needed to come create a community. And so my husband and I picked up from Orlando, Florida, moved out here, and I started the community. Immediately when I started doing this, I was told that I needed to negotiate with the DEA, that I needed to be fully above ground, that I needed to be transparent, and that I needed to put my armor down, both as a practitioner, but also as a woman, to stop expecting to be shut down or expecting to be hurt, or, that kind of mentality we all have about the DEA and working with the DEA. It's like an expectation that they're gonna come after us if we let ourselves be seen. And so a lot of my work has been around that. I've had very wonderful experiences with the DEA so far. And it's been a journey opening the church. So yeah, I work with mushrooms in that very specific realm. And I think I just wanted to pop in and say, hey, and I'm here, and I love collaboration, and one of my big roles is to help other healers do what they do, and support them through referral, through community involvement, through collaborating on all the levels. Yeah, so thank you for giving me a chance, Leo, to just say hey. And
well, and I also think if you have time later today, like we're going to be going for 24 hours. So I feel like there could be quiet times, especially in the middle of the night. I know you go to bed early, but I just want to encourage you, like if you feel the call, like there could be gaps in conversation where people could ask more questions about the work you do, because I just think it's important to talk about where. But there is a question in the chat, Nadia, I didn't catch where. So Vancouver, Washington.
yeah, so I'm in Vancouver. I do have a website. I will say out front, if you look at the website and you're like, yeah, this resonates, please just reach out, just send me an email. Everything out there, I'm very transparent about pricing, right? So I just put it all out there, but I work with sliding scale. I work with, hey, let's just be friends over coffee. Hey, I love what you're doing. How can we work together? All of that is really, really important to me. So I'm here. If anybody feels called to have a further conversation or answer some questions or anything like that. Leo, I would come back. I actually have Tantra session number 2 today. So I know that I'm going to have some intense trauma being pulled through, and then I'm going to be in a really vulnerable space afterwards. So we're going in with the intention to face that and pull it out. So I will not be coming back later.
All right, man. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and get started. Let me do a share screen. So if we could get into the mode of listening. I know we're already in the mode of listening, but let's see here. So I just want to kind of get myself grounded here and then start my little timer so I'm not going too long. And what I may do is skip through some slides if it just gets to be too much. So what about Herstory? We used to worship female gods and matriarchal societies. The Oracle of Delphi, for those of you who don't know, was this woman for many, many centuries who's one of the most powerful women in the world. And she could have been the daughter of a farmer, but the Oracle would deign the next leader for the civilization. And so when we think about leadership and the history of leadership, sometimes they tell us like, well, women haven't been leaders in the psychedelic movement before. But if we kind of go back, we're like, actually, for many, many centuries, there were women that were the big kahuna. They were the ones behind the scenes, ruling the roost and deciding everything, right? But we just don't hear about their stories. So what I find interesting about the Oracle at Delphi is that literally from as early as 1400 BC to 7th century BC, she was running the shots, right? And so we see Alexandria, we see Aristotle, we see all these people that we kind of see upheld within like the origins of democracy. But the origins of democracy, Greece, if you will, actually had a woman who was kind of the origin of all that. And then that ended with the Catholic Church, well, with Romans, who put an end to that. This is a fabulous article for those of you who have time to check it out. It's in High Times. You could probably just Google Joan of Arc High Times. But there's a lot about Joan of Arc being a druid or a pagan and really having a lot of psychic premonitions. And I think later depictions of Joan of Arc show her with a bow and arrow, and other women that fought in wars with her at that time, they're depicted with bows and arrows. And I think it's meant to kind of soften that image, but they were women that were wielding swords and leading armies. And there's some really interesting stuff with Joan of Arc talking about taking mushrooms and having psychic premonitions that led her to success on the battlefield, which I find, just absolutely fascinating, because in our society at large right now, we really kind of put down the psychic woman. So the general culture kind of teaches us like that witch is a bad word, right? But this is like a post that a woman made about, our great grandmothers were magical women. So she might not have called it Reiki. She called it laying on of hands. She might not have called it mediumship. She might have said, I had a dream. But it kind of went in the underground. And when you think about epigenetic memories, a lot of us have these epigenetic memories because women can be traced back to the original Eve through something called mitochondrial Eve, which I would encourage you all to research. But it's fascinating. So we have these epigenetic memories that go back to the original woman, right? And I think that they have taught us a fear of being a witch, right? Being a magic woman for so long, being a psychedelic, Shaw woman or whatever for so long, but it's really never gone away. It's always been with us, even if it's been on the underground. When we look at women today and we think about them being second-class citizens in terms of owning the world's wealth, they're at a disadvantage. When we think about women's rights, they're at a disadvantage. When we think about pay, they're at a disadvantage. When we think about economic opportunity, they're at a disadvantage. When we think about filmmaking, they're at a disadvantage. And so when I was presenting today, I was looking at a lot at self-esteem and how early young girls are taught to hate their bodies, forget their magic, don't believe in their voice, don't be a difficult woman, that kind of thing. But I'm feeling like, is the tide shifting? Like, am I correct? I'm asking myself, is the tide shifting? Because I feel like the tide is shifting, right? So this was an article from USA Today, and it's like, we're in the middle of the witch moment, right? It's this hip witchcraft, right? But this isn't new, right? This is old, right? This is very old. And I think women are less likely to feel like they're going to get burned, right? So it's not like it's like new. It's like they're feeling less likely that they're going to get killed. So I make these memes often when I get kind of in a funk where I'm like, how can I change people's opinion? Because we live in this like pop culture where people are very quick to be like cancel culture people, or they're like, I don't like them, or I don't like that. So I feel like the image is so powerful. So if we could just keep making memes and kind of do a meme revolution. So I kind of make these memes that I put out there. So this is something that I wrote, and I just would like to sit for a second and have you guys listen instead of read it. So if you could just kind of ground yourselves for a moment. This is a sacred space. We act like women have been here before, but it has been eons since we were allowed to be our whole selves. Our wounds are old. Our epigenetic memories go back to the original Eve. I encourage you all, my sisters, to hold your wounds with reverence and kindness. Your anger, it's okay. It's allowed. Your grief over lifetimes spent uplifting men and their dreams is allowed. Your sadness at your ignored or minimized betrayal by the women who were entrusted with your safekeeping, who promised to keep your secrets, is allowed. This space is not for everyone. Not everyone knows how to treat the sacred woman. There have been traitors that have come before. Let us not forget those who struck the matches to light the fires that have burned us. They will tell you that there is no room for your anger, that your anger is bitterness, that a wise woman is always gentle and accommodating. She knows her place. May you never know your place. I pray you never know your place again. So when I use the word retarded here, I'm talking about like retarded development. Like we talk about people who do drugs and then they're like immature and they have kind of like a retarded development. So we have these like ages of enlightenment in history, right? The age of romanticism. And I picture these men in these Parisian coffee shops, and the women are slaving in the kitchen and they're sewing and they're cooking and they're sweeping and they're bringing the men their tea, and the men get to smoke their pipes, right? And ponder life and think about their creativity and things like that. And it's like we allotted this huge amount of time in our collective history for men to just kind of think, right? We were like, don't bother Papa, he's thinking, right? But we haven't allotted the same amount of time. So we're kind of lopsided in our development as a culture, because we need to have those pockets and years and centuries of allowing women to sit around and say, don't disturb, Clarissa or Sarah or Jenny, because she's thinking, right? She's thinking, she's being creative. So Trinetti Brown had done something for our organization around Black people and psychedelics, and she was talking about how people were struggling with all the violence that was occurring with the Black Lives Matter riots in the street. And she was saying, no, you guys, this is what's necessary. She was saying there is a certain amount of complexity that comes out when populations that have been oppressed are kind of allowed or can break through and express their rage. And rage has so many different components. It's sorrow, it's regret, it's tragedy, right? It's trauma. And so she described it so eloquently. In terms of like how things, maybe some things need to be broken and some things need to be smashed, because that's part of that expression. And I would suggest that women too, as an oppressed class, really haven't been allowed that moment of just, taking it to the streets. I'm all about taking it to the streets. So maybe our next, revolution in this country will be taking it to the streets. And I really want to show what Iceland did as an example of that. So Iceland had this day, right, where the women said, we're not going to do all this unpaid labor. We're not going to wash the babies' nappies. We're telling the men they need to take care of the children. And we're going to the motherfucking streets, right? So they go on strike. And I just want to show you how significant it is that they did this and then see what happens, right? Iceland has almost a female majority parliament. Iceland has a female prime minister, and it's voted #1 for gender equity of any country in the world. So when people tell you don't stand up or don't act up or don't be difficult, well, think about those women in Iceland and what they did. In this society that we currently live in the United States, there's a lot of talk around that there is equality, kind of like stop your griping. But when we talk about who are the venture capitalists in the psychedelic field, a lot of it is a boys' club. And I just think that needs to be kind of stated, right? So they help each other out. They give each other opportunities. And a lot of times when I talk to these men about this table of power, these good guys, right? Because, in theory, they look like good guys. I think that they think that they're good guys. But a lot of times they'll tell me, oh, there's no table of power, you're being silly or something to that effect. When I Google mad scientists, what do I find, right? It's all men, white men, right? The mad scientist, the genius. I myself am on the spectrum. I have dyslexia. I have some social anxiety. Like I spend a lot of time with my dogs, which is very common with a lot of autistic people. So as a role model, I really always had this role model of wanting to be this kind of silly scientist that gets to play with his dog and isn't really required to participate in family events. We just humor him and bring him brownies, right? So my image of myself is wanting to be like the man in the magical car with my dog. If we talk about the psychedelic movement, and I consider cannabis kind of part of that, we have characters like the dude, right? And the dude is someone who's lazy, right? Who doesn't have to have a job, who's also has some kind of Buddhist, kind of like he's a Buddhist, like a wisdom to him, like a street philosopher, and he's cool and he's hip and his hair is straggly and not washed. But we don't have a female counterpart. And I'm not joking when I say, like, I want there to be female counterparts to the dude. I want there to be a woman in a bathrobe, right? Who's got a doobie in her mouth, who's just as cool as the dude, right? I think it's unfair that we don't have something very similar for women. I also want to talk about role models for a minute. There's a couple different gay men that really, for me, stand out and have been role models when I look at them and look at their lives. And I think sometimes we get put in boxes where like, well, women, you find other women that, that are your role models or whatever. But I think we can identify with all kinds of people or find all kinds of people to be our hero, right? So the Vogue editor in the UK, Edward Enninful, is just an amazing human being. He really cares about diversity and just like kind of loves the whole human family and really respects like everyone. And I just find him so beautiful as a human being. So I oftentimes talk about the plantation model as the economic system in the United States. And on the plantation model, just so we're clear, the white man, slave master, is in charge of everyone. And the white woman is his property and in the house. And the interesting thing about the white woman is that there's a certain fragility around the white woman that I really see play out in our culture, where we sometimes are kind of like, I just feel like the white woman needs to go back to the house. And then when I look at white women in politics that are getting ahead, a lot of times they're like these Republican women. And I'm like, but they're holding up the slave master's like model. So I just, I struggle with that. Hold on. So I'll go ahead and read this one as well. As a culture, the psychedelic space is enamored with the male psyche and its valiant quest into the great unknown. These are the explorers that we hold up in awe, the heroes we see worshipped on Joe Rogan, the spastic, awkward, autistic, eccentric, mad scientists whose existential voyages are mystical and otherworldly. There is no space for the awkward genius female and her existential voyage to be seen with such awe. We do not even make time for honoring or recognizing the mad scientist woman who is making the spiritual journey on plant medicines. We do not awe and ooh over her realizations. We do not worship her for her bravery into uncharted waters. That kind of character is a witch, plain and simple, playing with God. And our culture hates witches with a vengeance. So when I think about geniuses, right, and I Google geniuses, like who are these geniuses? Isaac Newton is considered like the smartest man that ever lived, Einstein, Tesla, right? And you think, well, now we're moving into like modern day times. So there's got to be like some female geniuses out there, right, that we can uphold with such like, I don't know, just worship, right? But no, you look in modern day, people are like Paul Allen, Stephen Hawking. Well, a lot of times these are men who had opportunity, they had money, they had inherited wealth. I had this disease called myasthenia gravis, and it does impact like my muscles and like my face being droopy and stuff like that. And the reason I had this picture of Stephen Hawking, it was from an article about the sexism of genius. But, Stephen Hawking went to Epstein Island and, probably got a blowjob from an underage teenager, who knows? But it's the point I have here is that we're very forgiving of these geniuses. I think if a woman in such a position like got with an underage man potentially and molested him, or if she took advantage of her, cute secretary and harassed him, I just don't think we'd be as forgiving. So a lot of times with women in general, but in the psychedelic movement, if you talk about wanting to have power, and what is power? Power is the ability to influence. Power is the ability to create change. So I find a lot of times I'll hear in the community like, oh, she's such a narcissist, things like this. And it really bothers me because I'm like, I don't hear men talked about in the same way. And what does it mean if a woman openly acknowledges wanting power? Like, why is that a bad thing? Or why is that such a threat? And it's like, I feel like if women word it in a different way, they sometimes are not allowed to be penalized. One thing I do want to talk about is shame. I was having a talk with some folks last night about lateral violence in terms of if people that are oppressed by the same group are taking each other out, that's considered lateral violence. And I feel like capitalism really, really plays on that. And so the thing is that we don't really learn from shame. Like if someone shames me, I'm not likely to like change my behavior or become a better person. That's just obviously my opinion. And so when I think about a word like Karen, right, which has become synonymous with like a woman who's entitled, who's a white woman, probably older, bleached blonde hair, like dries up in her BMW and like demands the McDonald's worker, like, you know, do something horrible, and just kind of this obnoxious like asshole, right? But we don't have a term for men, right? So it's interesting that as a culture, if you're looking at that plantation model again, everyone's going for that Karen in the house, right? But the slave owner kind of is owning the whole operation. And like, why don't we have a name like Steve, right? Like, you know, making fun of Steves. It's very fascinating for me as a culture that we kind of go after women before we would go after a Steve, if you will. Because the Steves of the world have owned the majority of the world and have literally done the most damage and have the most power. So I said, true or false here, women are not admired for being politically or financially ambitious in the plant medicine movement, but men are. Often I hear discussions where someone will be like, oh, he's starting this company, or his company just went on the NASDAQ, or, you know, he has big ambitions and he's just created a new cannabis company. And I just don't hear people talking about women in the same way, like, oh my God, did you hear she's starting a new company? Or, oh, she wants to run for office. Because I want little girls who want to go into psychedelic politics to feel like there are role models for them, for women in psychedelic politics. So women make up 2% of venture capitalists, right? People do not invest in women's businesses. I watch Bloomberg all day. I hear about this all day long. It's fascinating to me, though, that women control 70% of the financial decisions in the home, because what that tells me is that society has a disconnect. We can let women control things in the home, right? The financial economy of the home. But in the big picture, what the world sees, we need to have it be the men in the suits. What I've met with in the plant medicine community is a lot of resistance when I want to talk about women's issues and women's rights. And I find it very, very fascinating because they guise it under, let's not have divisive politics. Let's not have identity politics. We don't need further division. We all need to come together. We're the plant medicine community. So I kind of made light of this here, but I say to myself, oh, Johnny, you know us little ladies, we got to get together and talk about our blood and cycles and compare notes and talk about childbirth and baby making and how to please our men, women's stuff that would just bore you, Johnny. And then they're like, oh, okay, I guess we will allow it. Because I feel like if you mention blood and menstruation, then the men will let you kind of meet without giving you a hard time. Astrology is really interesting because it's primarily men that I've experienced telling me astrology is fake or astrology is silly. As a Jewish person, I'm very aware of the fact that within the Jewish temples, there's astrology throughout. Pagan witches for a long time have used astrology as well. So astrology is very deep and rich. And this meme was funny to me because it's a woman saying to a man like, hey, money is an artificial construct, you know, credit is an artificial construct, stocks are an artificial construct, you know, but are we dismissing, these artificial constructs? Yuri, can you just make sure if people can mute themselves, just because I'm a little bit concerned about background noise? So for those of you who aren't aware, Eris is a goddess in Greek culture, and she was a pain in everyone's butt, right? She wouldn't have sex with Zeus. You know, these women always standing up for themselves, refusing to sleep with Zeus. They always get punished like Cassandra. But Eris is someone that provokes, and she's very active in the astrological like skies right now. So her planet or whatever is very active. And what that means in astrology land is, you know, that provoking female energy that's like asking questions and being kind of difficult and saying no to sleeping with Zeus. That is very active right about now. The other thing I want to mention is that Pluto, which is a very, very patriarchal energy, has been in place in Capricorn for 20 years. Capricorn is the patriarchal part, 22 years, I think. And in this next year, in March 23rd, 2023, Pluto is going to be leaving Capricorn and entering Aquarius. And when I think about Aquarius, I think revolution, and I think a new society, a sci-fi society. You could be intergender, intersex, and lead your starship fleet, you know? So what's interesting is the American Revolution happened when Pluto was in Aquarius. So I just say, hold on to your seats, baby. You know, big things are happening. Revolution is in the air. And in this article, I thought it was interesting that it has a Black woman and a white woman holding hands, because I really kind of feel that sense. If we're talking about like that plantation model economic system, like what if the people on the plantation rise up, you know? So I get very excited about the idea of people coming together, especially disenfranchised groups like women, and coming together and supporting one another. That's very exciting stuff for me. So we're finally getting to this point in our culture where we're intrigued by the female brain, and we're kind of, this was a #1 hit, this Netflix show, Queen's Gambit. I think it was a surprise hit. And it's like, we're now interested in the strategic mind of the female brain. Do you know what I mean? That's kind of a new concept. You know, we want to hear the story, the complexity. This character's story was not easy. You know, she had an abusive mother, or like an alcoholic mother, and she had her own mental health issues. But it's like, we've had such one-dimensional characters of women. So it's just beautiful to see that we're starting to go into, what does it mean to be a strategist, and look at that kind of mind, and let women express that, right? Women are traditionally raised to be the nice girls, to hug Uncle Bobby, even if they don't want to. So maybe Uncle Bobby's creepy. And so very early on, little girls lose a sense of their own body, right? They look everywhere, and boobs are being used to sell hamburgers. Like, there's not just really a good sense of ownership of women's bodies in our society. We're kind of taught to give our bodies away. So it's very exciting for me when I see something like Wednesday, which is this new show that's on now, because she's the bad girl. So we're finally getting into letting women be like the villain, or maybe they don't want to be nice. Maybe they want to be a little bit evil. So I was looking up the airhead role, and I was thinking about, yes, all the images are white women, but one thing that stood out to me was, if women, like if the mad scientist is kind of like our neurodivergent, autistic, Asperger guy, even though I'm not saying this is a good role, does the airhead role, as it's like been allowed to exist, somehow allow, in this case, white women to have some wiggle room with neurodivergency? Another one I was thinking about was the tomboy role. That's fairly recent in human history. Again, white women are what comes up when you Google tomboy, but is it another indication that in some cases these women are allowed to be more masculine? So this was an investing class advertisement that was fairly recently online. And I thought this was very interesting, because what do you see with these women, right? You don't see any sexuality expressed, right? Like, heaven forbid women have any sexuality or skin showing. All of these 3 women are wrapped up tightly, right? No bosom showing, no cleavage, right? All wearing bras. We can't have nipples showing or saggy boobs. And with the shoulder pads, you really see, like, I'm going to look like a man and act like a man. It's kind of like the 80s and all the shoulder pads. So it says they're serious, they're ready for business, they're ready to make some money, right? But what does it also say? I need to look like a man and act like a man and hide my bosoms and not be in a skirt. I talk a lot about ally behavior, what women can do for other women, what men can do for women, crone power, anything related to helping to fight the just chronic ageism that you see afoot in our society. You don't always see it in other societies, but as far as Western society goes, especially in the US, there's a real kind of hatred and abuse and horrible things that come to how we treat women. Oftentimes look at like I don't know, Pat Sajak or something, like, and Vanna White. Like, there's always like these older men, like TV anchors, with like these young women TV anchors, but there's never like a grandma next to them with white hair, even though they have white hair. And so crazy is an interesting term that we use often to apply to women to dismiss them. And there's a real history to that, right? If you talked back in the history in this country, at least, you could end up getting a lobotomy. Your husband could send you off to be locked up in an insane asylum. So there's a real history of violence towards women that has involved their bodies, as we know. And there's a lot of trauma there. And so when I think about domestic violence in the plant medicine community, that might look different. You know, it might not just be someone raping someone or molesting someone. It could be that some guy you're working with in the plant medicine community didn't like that you weren't going to date him, right? And you friend zone him, and then he tanks your career. You know, that doesn't seem like domestic violence, but that actually is a form of domestic violence. One thing to remember is that a lot of times when women are trying to move up in politics, the people in charge, namely, you know, white men, will tell you that you need to follow the proper channels. And when you think about movies like The Wolf of Wall Street, you know, you think about these guys breaking the rules and getting stuff done, and they're like pirates on the Caribbean. They're just wild, and, you know, but with women, I think the message often is like, wait in line, you know, just keep calling. I'm sure Paul Stamets will get back to you, you know. And so I think it's just really important to look at if someone's liberation upsets you. There's a good chance that you're benefiting from their oppression. So just really looking at, sometimes people aren't helping you. They may claim ignorance, whatever, but it may be that they feel like your liberation is somehow going to upset them. I also see the term borderline thrown around quite a bit in terms of calling women borderline. Borderline is really most often like overdiagnosed, and it's really misdiagnosed, and it's most often complex PTSD, which we know originates often with sexual trauma in childhood. So there's an epidemic of women that maybe have been sexually molested, weren't allowed to talk about it or get therapy, and then have mental health issues related to that. And so from an early age, I think you see women who, and I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about, but like, they'll be at a meeting and they'll be like, I'm sorry. They'll say, I'm sorry a lot, or they'll say, this is probably a stupid idea, or I don't know if this is dumb. And so they'll say lots of things to kind of negate themselves. And that's kind of all of that like fawning behavior that women are taught. Many of us know that we are told that we will be believed if we talk about injustice towards women, but that isn't always the case. You know, a lot of us know that when we talk about things, there's almost like this thing that happens in our society where we've trained people to immediately dismiss women as complainers, which is fascinating to me. It's like people's ears turn off when women start, quote, complaining. Mackenzie Phillips is my hero because she was sexually molested by her father. She was raped, I think on her wedding night by her father. Her father was with the Mamas and the Papas. So it's the whole free love, psychedelic movement, and peace and love and all that good stuff. What I found most interesting about her case was that she had, you know, done cocaine by 11, was raped by her father at 19. She finally had the bravery to come out of the closet about that. And when we think about incest, you know, it's very hard for women and men to talk about incest because it's so stigmatic in our society. But what I found very interesting here is if you look at the bottom paragraph, two of these women who were of the older generation, they, you know, hung her out to dry. They said, she's crazy, right? That these things didn't happen with her father. What I found really beautiful was these two women, her sister, China, and the daughter, Denny Doherty, they stood by her. They didn't have to do that and said, no, these allegations are correct. So even though it brought shame on their family, they acknowledged that there was this horrible rapist in their family, in their own father. So that's ally behavior. And so as a survivor myself, like I look at her eyes here, she's probably in the early 20s, but her eyes just seem so haunting to me and so sad. My husband at one point had sent me this article about the woman who created the acid for the Grateful Dead. And that was really like the beginning of the movement, right? And like kind of the origins of the movement was this great acid. And so I thought it was interesting that it was a woman who created that, right? It was a woman who created the most beautiful like acid in the world. And she was a chemist, and then it was her boyfriend who got the credit. I just find that very sad. so people talk about being feminine, and what happens, if you're a masculine man, is that sometimes people will say to you, like, we would like you to be more feminine, or, be less aggressive and things like that. So for me, the term being more feminine can often mean like reading people's emotions, being pleasant, giving men the priority to speak, always like considering men's opinions to be wise counsel, that kind of thing. I threw in no duels here because, there was this time in history where people were allowed to have duels. And, women never got to have duels. And I just think maybe George Sands, but like, I just think that we should have been able to have duels at some point. So this I'll read, but I'll try to make it quick. I did not know it in 2019, but by 2022, I had my fair share of betrayal. When I tried to make sense of the whys and hows of the betrayal crusade I seem to have fallen into, I came up with a lot of obvious reasons. This was a strange political paradox to be in terms of women's history within the psychedelic movement. In the previous psychedelic revolution, it was like a Timothy Leary adventure series with the psychedelic mafia freeing our captive hero from jail and escaping across the border into Mexico. It was like an innocent but edgy Beatles home movie that you, the viewer, were allowed to peer into, a mysterious world where David Bowie type men attended the hippest parties and the women were all beautiful and thin. Women were just grateful to be at the parties, to be near Ginsberg, to hang with Leary, but there were no big female gurus laying about to be worshipped. The women were props, or they were chemists who gave their best LSD recipes away to their boyfriends to take credit for. No one blinked an eye about these women losing credit for their ideas. Their ideas, their brains, their work, their talent was the true backbone of the psychedelic movement, similar to the way women were the true organizers of the civil rights movement, but largely invisible when it came to getting credit. In the second wave of the psychedelic renaissance or revolution, we see that women are allowed to shine a bit more. They are allowed roles. They can do a workshop on the sacred mystical power of their yoni, a workshop on the divine feminine. I like to call this role the Kama Sutra goddess role. Men have decided that women can be leaders in embracing their lost femininity or the spirituality of sexuality. This role does not disturb the patriarchy from wherever it sits. The other role women are allowed is the Earth Mother role. This is usually the role allotted to the older women with large breasts. She has crystals hanging from her neck, and she's here for everyone's unmet mother needs. She is the constant giver, always caretaking others, like a giant squishy beanbag that always accommodates and is glad to wipe your tears. So when we look at Judeo-Christian origins, the original Eve was Lilith, right? And Lilith got into trouble because she wasn't willing to do what Adam wanted. And so we get the sense of like the disobedient female is cast off to become a demon or something. Then the second Eve, what does she do? She's also a bad girl, right? She gets into trouble and goes to the tree of knowledge and steals the fruit, and then we're all fucked for all of humanity. So in terms of roles for women in this Judeo-Christian framework, you're now as a female responsible for basically the fall of like human civilization. So it's a pretty shitty kind of setup because it's not something that you can ever like kind of walk away from. It's kind of the origins of the religion. I think we sometimes imagine that it's easy to stand up to big boys in the psychedelic movement. I thought this quote was really interesting that says, what happens when women start just declining to make very important men feel better about themselves and their offensive opinions? I do think that there are ways of leading that are specific to women and that we are just now starting to touch. I think a lot of the power women have been given is mimicking the power that men have demonstrated. So when men come to me and they're like a very linear thinker and they're very pragmatic and they have Excel spreadsheets, they sometimes have this kind of air of assumption around them, like they've got the big, they're the top, dog. But when I think about women and women's style of leadership, I think about more circular leadership. I think about more inclusive leadership. And I also think about more cyclical leadership because women, I find, are cyclical. I also find that women are barometers for the world's pain in a lot of ways. And I think ally work is being protective or supportive to women. And so you might like share like a psychic hygiene and protection for empaths class, because, you know, women might need that more than men. Some of the women's groups that are out there, you know, that are moms groups, they don't necessarily have a place for like the women that are struggling with custody battles related to using psychedelics, right? Or women who have been in the criminal justice system. Sometimes I find that there's a little, like a kind of like a level of affluence to some of these groups where it's not necessarily showing the class diversity or looking at legal aspects of what it means for women, because I've known plenty of women that have struggled with custody cases related to psychedelics. Professionalism is often based in racism and classism and misogyny. I think oftentimes about the fact that, you know, women have to wear bras, they have to, you know, do certain things to be considered professional. And I'm all for kind of challenging what we perceive as professional. I also think it's very important within the women's psychedelic movement to really recognize the male allies out there, okay? These are men who profoundly care about women's situation. They see the way that women are treated in society. They are impacted. They see the women in their lives treated shitty. They see their mothers treated shitty. They see the struggles their mothers have faced. And so I think it's very important, because in a divisive society, they want to teach you that like all men hate feminism. And that's not true. A lot of men are very excited about human rights for women. Here is the tweet from the Dalai Lama that talks about how he wants to see women ruling the world. The only issue I have with the only issue is the love and compassion that we see women as the endless nurturers. So the fact that he associates love and compassion with women, and not, it'll promote intelligence and less, you know, less wars because women are better strategic thinkers or something. It's just that sometimes I feel like women get stuck in this kind of love and compassion category that bothers me. For women to take time for themselves, to say no, to tell people I don't have time for that. I'm not going to take care of you. I'm going to take care of myself today. That is radical. It's a radical move, right? Because we've been trained to basically take care of men's needs in our society. Sorry, I want to go back real quick. When we are filled with that fury of like Pele or what have you, with that fury of what our experience is, I think it's also critical that we don't let that fury destroy us. I think a lot of self-destruction with women through addiction or cutting and so forth is about those sorrows and the tragedies that they've experienced. But it's so critical that we do not let this anger destroy us. And I think that women in power are scary. I think that men and women, our society at large, is kind of scared of women in all their power, because I think that women are scary in a very powerful way. This was a great quote by Jung that had talked about what's missing in our world is that we've rejected the feminine. So I think that's very beautiful, that I think we all are not free until women are free. I've created this concept of the entheogenic feminism, which is that a lot of these plant medicines, as you know, have a very female spirit to them, a very feminine energy to them. And that I think that the plant medicines love women and want to support women. And so I call it entheogenic feminism. And I'm considering it the new wave of feminism, the latest wave. I started this group called Strong Women in Psychedelic Politics, primarily to start looking at women who may have been considered difficult or challenging. I want to learn about them and I want to tell their stories. At one point in the group that I had, that's 1,200 women, someone had asked what obstacles women in psychedelics face, and there were 70 comments. So I thought this was a really good quote, and we're almost done, but Sari Betanesky had said, women that have been spearheading the movement do not get the recognition or validation for their efforts and contribution, which neglects to reflect an accurate narrative of this time in history, which has been done over and over and continues to quiet women's voices to prop up powerful men and their profiteering agenda. Why is it we need a male hero to champion change steeped in reclaiming the divine feminine or reclaiming the goddess within? I just want to talk really briefly about Black sheep culture. You're going to see these women more and more, right, who are going to be going into these plant medicine spaces, right? And they're going to be meeting memories. They are going to be meeting memories that they had suppressed about sexual abuse, about physical violence, about domestic violence, things that they are going to need to express, right? So then they're going to go to their family dinner at Christmas or Thanksgiving, and they're going to say, hey, Dad, I want to talk about the time that Uncle Billy touched me, or my brother raped me, or, my sister raped me, or something, right? Because as these women have these psychedelic experiences, they're going to be accessing their trauma. They're going to be going back to broken family systems, and they are going to be trying to tell the truth in those family systems. And do you know what's going to happen? Those women are going to be turning into Black sheep. And so what we really need to start thinking about is how to create a culture of support for these women, because women have been trained so much to be holders of the family and caretakers of the family, that they are going to have an identity crisis as they are rejected by their families for telling the truth in dysfunctional systems. So my final advice is, women haven't led in these fields, in the last whatever number of centuries. So be patient with yourself, get comfortable with being uncomfortable, and enjoy this moment in Herstory. Make sure you document women's stories now, because the future will care about you. And it's the end of my PowerPoint, but it's really just the beginning. The end. And I think we have 4 minutes for conversation. So feel free to jump in.
I have to jump in. I'm bubbling with so much energy right now, because I have just come out of so many conversations of women being victimized up under the guise of men that are leading ceremonies with medicine. And it's also is an ache in my heart, because it's a reason I've been serving medicine really underground for the past 15 years, and have stepped into the role of the mother, which I'm almost ready to get rid of the name. I don't want to occupy Mother Jaguar anymore. And I'm every single thing that you hit on is what I've been trying to uncover and asking myself the whys. Why is this happening? And today, this morning, just speaking to a young lady who was victimized by a shaman again, and over the past 6 years, they've been coming to me saying, hey, we don't know how to bring this out. I've been raped. I've been financially abused. I've been domestically abused. I've been gaslighted. I've been, in these relationships with these leader figures of men, and the archetype that I've been seeing is the spiritual pimp syndrome and the spiritual madam that has been happening. And I've been under attack from a lot of men who have been in this space that tried to work with me, but just maybe the way that my maternal ancestors are set up has not been able for them. I know what the predator looks like, so I don't work with them. And so they've been attacking me because I've been holding safe spaces for these women. And I'm tired. I'm tired. Because when I address this in our community, I'm in Atlanta, by the way, and I've been in the spiritual community for a very long time. I know a lot of heavy hitters, including women that I've looked up to, for years, elders. And it's so heartbreaking that these young women are going to them trying to find someone to listen to them, and they've been gaslighted into not doing anything about it, because these other women are holding financial spaces with these men, and they don't want to, they don't want to tear up their platforms. So I am holding such a beautiful space for you, Leo. I don't know you, but I'm going to know you. And I'm thankful that the divine timing is so perfect because it's opening. Some sister just shared this link with me. I didn't even know this was happening. And she sent this link, and I'm out and about on the streets, and I just came out of my appointment because I was like, I can't be in this appointment. I have to be here. I have to be here. And I'm angry, but I know this is the time of the warrior. Like, we've been too passive for too long. We don't know how to name this thing, but a lot of us know what this entity is. It's just been hard to speak up because we don't have the support from our women to help us give name to this entity so we can cast this damn thing out of our lives. I don't care if we have to call on our the matriarchs with the machetes to cut this out, but it's time now. So I'm grateful that you're giving word and verbiage to what's happening. And I know, looking at you, you've also gone through some similar things, or you couldn't be speaking about it. Because I'm no longer that happy-go-lucky woman. These situations have changed me in a way that I can't smile the way that I used to. And it feels like it's taken some light from me. And I don't know how to get into this space without having the support of women that are aware that this is actually happening. So I'm grateful to find this group. I'm grateful for the sister that brought me here. And just the first 5 minutes of listening to you was my whole entire life. Everything. Working with a white man, that was working with a white man who I loved. It was a gay white man that I felt very safe with in ceremony, that was my musician. He hadn't been initiated to serve medicine, wasn't even in that space. But he abused my space by offering medicine services to the people in the circle. I didn't find out until a year later. And when I brought him out, he started lying on me and saying that I'm against white people, when my circles have been really diverse. I'm very inclusive in my circles, but make no doubt about it, I'm very cautious as well, because there needs to be some type of, to work with white people in my space, I need to make sure that there is some awareness there, that we don't cause the same harm that we've been causing to humanity. But that's all I have to say, because I know there's many other women and voices here, but I bow deeply and humbly to you for bringing this forward. And I'm going to support you in every way possible, and any of the women that are standing in the gaps of this. And we're actually working on something now here in Atlanta to out these men, because it's been too many years of us just like skirting around this situation, not wanting to out them because we don't want to look bad and all of these things. But I am dropping names today, because I feel like I should be held accountable, as well as not saying anything and not giving, my own, my own stories around these men that have been harming so many women and men in their spaces. So thank you, humbly, thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm a little bit concerned about coming to the end of my hour, and I don't mean to leave you guys with like just this big like bomb of my PowerPoint. And I just want to say thank you for letting me do my PowerPoint, because I struggled with it, but I really pushed myself, and I'm really grateful that I did. So I'm just grateful for everyone here. And Cole, I think you're on. So I'm handing it over.
Well, I'm glad that I've been here since the beginning. Before I even go into anything, let's start with 3 collective breaths together, and then I'm going to lead a song just so that we can call our energy in, our power in, nourish our hearts and be with what's here in this moment. Before I go into anything more mind, I want to tend to the hearts and the bodies that are in the room right now, those that are deeply impacted by these conversations. So let's start with a nice deep breath together. Inhale in. Exhale. Inhale in. Exhale. One more collective breath. Inhale. I didn't know why I was grabbing one of my instruments. Now I know why. Hopefully we'll see if it translates. If you go to your top left corner and change the original sound so that it says that noise suppression is disabled, that'll help anytime anyone shares in song. It removes some of the limiters that have been placed on the app. So the instrument I'm going to play is a Shruti box. And take these next few moments to breathe, calling in whatever you feel is necessary for your heart, your body, your mind. Ábrete corazón, ábrete sentimiento, ábrete entendimiento, y a lo lado la visión. Open your heart, open your feeling, open up your understanding, leave your logic behind, and let your soul shine, that's been hidden deep inside. The time is now, the time is now to open up your heart and remember how spirit can heal, how love cures. Calling in all of my teachers in plant, animal, and human form, all that have come before, all that will come after, giving thanks, giving gratitude for every woman in our lineage that took another step forward, that didn't shy away and didn't give up, for all of those that take the next step, for all of those that take a stand. May they be lifted in light, maybe they be lifted in love, in power, and surrounded in the greatest, most purest sense of who they are and what they're here to do. In order to reach the Almighty, we must first learn to be a human. Welcome, welcome, y'all. Beautiful morning, beautiful gift to be here with all of you. My name is Cole Whitty. So there's many directions that we can go. Will say what's most alive in my heart to speak to is body intelligence, is what is integration, is bringing forward your gifts. How do you integrate it in the systems that do exist so that you can not only step into a role of service, but no longer needing permission from any system that already exists, and what that can look like. I do a lot with my husband, my partner. We run something called we have a few things, but right now the Condor approach. We have lots of free materials, but my key thing to talk about is integration. As we say, integration is not optional, but how you integrate is. And so part of what I would like to drop in as we're feeling the activations, as we're feeling all of the emotions in the different parts of the body, I would love to share some of the things that changed my life in understanding this instinctual intelligence, how the people in my lineage pass messages through me, and how I can start to delineate and understand and trust myself. I'm gratefully and stunningly surrounded by people of all different kinds that have taught me a tremendous amount about myself, about their lived experiences, about what they're here to do. My primary teachers have been in South America, so a lot of what I reference is according to snake, puma, or condor energy. A lot of what I speak to is around sovereignty. And so this conversation and everything that Leo was talking about earlier is a beautiful introduction. And so I want to first also honor all of you for taking the time to be here today. Whatever's transpired for you to be here, know that at any point, if you have questions, if you need a breath, if you need support, please know that to bring your face on camera or your voice or your words in written form, if you need more support throughout this process. This can be very activating, and for me, integration happens in real time, and this is a safe space for you to be held. So I want to, I'll speak for myself in this next hour, but I am certain from what I've heard so far that we have a beautiful container of women who will uplift you and support you, and bring your voice into the space to be healed, to be heard, to be uplifted. So thank you, Leo, for putting this together. Thank you for the amount of work and craziness and chaos that it requires in your own body. So please be sure to nourish. And if there's any other nourishment you can get from anyone in this space, please do so. So I'm going to do a little bit of a backstory, a little bit about me for those who I haven't come in contact with before. I've been involved in this work most of my life in some capacity, but not in a shamanic or, we'll say, intentional, until the last 14. And so most of what I speak to now, it comes from my main master teachers are psilocybin through mushroom form, and Wachuma, San Pedro. So those are, though I've worked with many, those are my main allies and who I continue to do the deepest work with. And much of what I'm doing now came from a 10-gram experience where the path I was on, they were like, nope, you have to come out to the front. You have to come out of the underground. You can't hide. You can't play small. You have to come out and teach, because I'm a strategist. And the gift of my own current DNA in this iteration is one of many European backgrounds that gives me an ability to see. And that with that seeing gives me a lot of gifts in being able to help others strategize their unique way of being of service and what they want to do. Like most people, I came into this work inspired out of desperation. I couldn't take another step in my life. Endometriosis, I'd had an ovarian torsion, scoliosis from so many injuries. I'd been in a coma from a bad batch of GHB that was contaminated or improperly mixed. 9 of us ended up in the hospital, myself in a coma. I had hypothyroidism, migraines. My body was so swollen that at 26, I was at Disneyland with my ex-in-laws and I couldn't take another step because the pain was too much. And when you suffer with chronic pain in the ways that I did, you can't even conceive of any possibility outside of if I could just get it to suck less, if I could just get out of bed so that I could go to be with people that I love. And so if you're still in that journey, let this be a sign you're on your way. And it can be a long path for sure, but know that if you've been looking for a sign that you are on track, allow this to be that for you. It was through working with my different master teachers in plant and fungi form that I learned not only was my body pain from trauma, from sexual assaults from 8 to 12, from rapes and being held at gunpoint and comas and injuries, so many things I was never told. And so I would disavow my body. I hated my body. It felt like my mind was so powerful, my energy was there, but it felt like it was me against my body. And that was what needed the most healing work, was that relationship. And it was through, in particular, my work with Wachuma and B+, specifically, a specific crop I worked with for a very long time, that showed me how my childhood experiences manifested in adult form in my disease, and that it was actually my body trying to put the check engine lights on. It was trying to tell me of the times that I was having any sexual encounter, in particular with penetration, that it was not consensual. I said yes in my mind, but my body was saying no. So urinary tract infections, yeast infections, endometriosis from shame. And so part of what I would love to share today is the gift I have because of all those experiences, the strategy and analytical mind that is very masculine, that has been a huge gift, that doesn't drive the bus anymore, but is an incredible navigator in helping to bring some of these teachings to people so that they can start to translate their own body's language, to integrate their experiences, to understand what does this mean for me, right? Or what happens next, or what does this mean for my path? Because until we fully trust ourselves, then we are continually looking outside of ourselves for permission. And I think that women for a long time have been waiting for permission. And my commitment and dedication is to support as many people as I can, but on this call, I'll speak specifically to women on how to step out of that, how to find new ways to work with your unique gifts. And I have lots of ways that I can show you to do that. One thing I did want to drop into the chat to kind of go with what Leo said earlier. This is a free document. This is just a Google Drive, so you can scoop it. You don't have to leave your email or anything. It's called Finding Your Facilitator. This is something that I believe if everyone started to approach every facilitator they ever work with, and not because the facilitator should have a certain answer, but how you feel about the answers that they give you. What things are important to you, so that as we go through this process, as I show some of the ways that not only for myself and people that I've held space for, but also now how many people along the way that I train as coaches to understand these processes, that a lot of times people are going into space thinking I shouldn't have expectations, so I don't ask questions. And so there's this really weird power dynamic that is happening, and it's always happened, of, well, I don't want to question the shaman or the facilitator. And my invitation is to start asking a lot more questions, because your physical body, your spiritual body has needs. And if a facilitator or a shaman or whoever cannot create a space for those needs, then they are not your person. Or you are at liberty to choose different. Again, not better. I've had incredible guides at different times that weren't the right guide at a certain time, and I recognized that, and it was time to leave. I've worked with women that did not respect me, and so I quickly learned they're not my teacher to hold space, because there's not nurturing. They were trying to be the hard parent and punishing. I did that enough for 40 years. I didn't need that anymore. I needed a teacher to show me kindness, compassion, and love. And so as you go through this and ask any of your teachers questions, it's not about there being a right answer. How do you feel about the answers they give you? Your body will tell you. And that's what I'm going to drop in a little bit today. Leo, if you can give me permissions. I didn't try yet, so I'm not sure if you already did. Let's go share screen. Perfect. Go into present mode. Done. Of course, now I'm like way back, so I wasn't paying attention to what slide I was on. I'm only going to pull a couple of these slides because we have plans and then we change plans. That is the gift of many of these experiences have shown. I know for me in particular that we can have an intention and then we allow things to change. We allow things to be different. So one of the key things I talk about is integration is not optional, but how you integrate is. And this is some of the things I hope to give you today to support your path. And so for you personally, over the next 24 hours, why are you here? What are you here for? What called you here? Put it in the comments. Did a friend send you? Do you have no idea? You just said yes? Why are you here? What brought you here? I love to bring this in, to bring also a little bit of playfulness to the space, because why not, right? There is no secret, the density and the harshness of human experience in this world. So where are you on the spectrum of woo? Are you woo-woo, where you're into oracle decks, downloads from source, the good shits in the quantum field, you're into angels, crystals, feather fins, Palo Santo, talk about your shaman? Or are you woo resistant, right? Severe aversion to woo, talk of woo, rooms with wooey weird shit in them. And maybe you can't stand about hearing about quantum leaps that can happen if you write enough affirmations on the mirror. My intention on this planet this time around is to get people woo curious. I am at the intersection of science and mysticism. To the doctors, I can tell them the research, but I'm feeding the hungry dog that is the mind so that they can soften their mind and open their heart to what else is out there. So I want you to imagine that there were exact frameworks to follow that allow you to track, score, and share what's working after your experiences and what isn't working, and how to integrate big realizations into a real life lasting results in the lives of those you support. You have it. It's your body. And so in the body, we talk about chakra development a lot in what we teach. Your body actually stores emotions. And one of the fastest ways that you can start to translate this for yourself is if you'll start to study chakras, what area of the body, and then the actual physical function of that body part. For example, let's say that from your nose to your collarbone, if I'm doing an intake process with someone, I want their surgical history. I do an ACEs test, which if you've never seen before, the website's ACEs 2 High, very stripped down childhood, adverse childhood experiences quiz and resiliency quiz. Let's say that I see in their history, they had tonsil problems, teeth problems, getting sore throats, strep throat, a lot of things happening, falling off their bike, stitches, and they're all around 8 years old. Around 8 is the development of the throat chakra, speaking their truth. And so my question to the person as I developed for myself, what was going on around 8 years old? Is there any space in your life where you didn't feel heard, considered? And creative expression. You weren't allowed to speak your perspective or your voice, because you can start to map as an adult when you have certain manifestations in the body, old injuries that suddenly pop up or not sudden. You aren't bad. You don't have bad knees. You've been bad to your knees. You don't have a bad back. You've been carrying too much on it. And so as you start to go into your experiences, whether in microdosing or higher doses, you'll start to speak to your body to understand what it's been trying to tell you all along. We were just never taught to listen. And as Leo so beautifully said earlier, that used to be our superpower. I'm grateful for one of my teachers down in Peru who teaches about the priestess of ancient Incan times and where they would go to pray, and what he channeled from the rocks at Machu Picchu. After working with Wachuma every day for 2 years there, he channeled an entire book where the highlight of it is of the priestess of ancient times in Machu Picchu. And so what is your intention over this next 24 hours? Just take a moment, write it down, or put it in the comments. What's your intention? What would you like to know, do, be, or understand? When I'm looking to set an intention, it's what do I want to know? Who do I want to be? What do I want to do? Or what do I want to understand from this process? Trusting that if I allow anything else to come as well, but you can influence these experiences. So I'm going to touch a bit. I'm not going to go too deep into it. I have lots of podcasts and videos and access to free courses that you can check out. But 3 things I'm most passionate about. Decentralizing care from my lens is the only way to ensure access. Decentralizing care means how do we keep you safe to educate the people in your community, to hold space for others, to destigmatize, and to ensure that the medicalized models don't become the only voice out in the space. The other thing I'm passionate about is creating your unique way of supporting yourself and others without sacrificing your own health. I am watching as facilitator after facilitator is coming to me with back issues, kidney issues, liver issues, because they are putting so much energy through their body. They're filtering so much that their body is starting to degrade. And at the rate that they're going, we're not going to have elders in this community. And now more than ever, we need the elders to step forward, not only elders of the indigenous traditions, but the elders that are here on the soil, and I'll speak to the United States, to be the elders of their community. We are losing people too young because they are serving to the degradation of themselves, a sacrificial model. And my invitation, if you're listening now, is not to die for what you believe in, but commit to living for it. Because we need you. If we have to keep birthing new babies and starting from scratch, then we lose generations of information. We need you to commit to staying and prolonging your life as a teacher if you desire to do so. Consent always, and it's an invitation if you're open to accepting that invitation. So how your body is the key. Oh, that's what I mean. Okay. And so through creating your own way, your body is going to tell you when you're in alignment and when you're not. Your body's going to tell you when something is a little bit iffy, when a person coming to ask for support that is desperate is actually looking for a villain and not a supportive structure for their healing journey. Your body will tell you, but you do have to learn that language to be able to discern what's from old trauma or past trauma and is protective versus intuition that is separate from. And that takes learning to delineate and learn the difference between the two in your own system. I'm going to pop to my slides here. Well, actually, I will still touch on these couple here. So millions of people are already flocking to psychedelics after seeing their potential for healing on Netflix or online. They're going to go to the best marketers, the people that understand how to use this language. And for those that aren't already familiar with AI technology for writing, go to chat or Google Chat GPT, and it is a website where you can actually write copy. In this AI technology, someone can literally say all the right things as if they know what they're talking about. You can put into this AI, and it's not just pulling from another website, it is actually formulating through this intelligence the truth or the experiences that someone that doesn't understand psychedelics could make it sound like they do because of this AI technology. This is one pitfall that I see. And it's not to scare anyone. It's that we need to understand what's coming so that we know how to prepare our community, be educated, and how to ask more questions to ensure that what we're being fed is authentic, that is integral to our own definition of integrity. And so you can go in this technology and say, write me an Instagram post about my healing journey using psychedelics in the jungle, right? Or sitting with ayahuasca, someone who never has. If you go to my Instagram right now, it's Mystikole, Mystikole, and go to my latest post, I think it's the latest one, that was done on that technology. That's how real it can sound. Now, we can work with this tool in a beneficial way and trust that there will always be a shadow side. But by knowing the technology exists, we know how to educate people on how to get on the phone with someone and don't just talk via text because it can be manipulated. Talk to a person so that you can feel. Because written word it's always been able to be manipulated, but this is going to take it on such a deeper level of manipulation because someone will be able to hear all the right answers. So it's a call that as you go into trusting someone to actually hear a voice, to ask to be on a Zoom, to ask to actually be able to connect to that person's essence and energy versus the projection you may have from reading their words. And again, this isn't to scare, this is to an awareness that this is here, that this is happening. And so the first thing around decentralizing care, many people are waiting for top-down support from the city, the state, or other government structures. And I don't know about you, but I found another way that's far more effective. And that other way is you. You are the solution your community needs, not someone outside of it. Not the men, they can come in and support, but you understand it more than anyone else ever will. And this is important because most people today are complaining about what isn't there, wasting their resource of energy instead of using that energy to create it. Hospital admissions for teenage girls who have attempted suicide has gone up 50%. That means we've got girls on the cusp of being 18, of stepping out into the world under these same oppressive dynamics and systemic oppression that are in a deeper level of trauma than we were 5 years ago. If we just look at the medicalized numbers they're reporting. So most of what your community needs is a skill that you can learn, that I can teach you, plenty of other teachers out there can teach you, and after you learn it, you can turn and teach it in the way that you would say it to the people that you serve and that you support. Knowledge can't be lost when it is shared and dispersed among many. We have lost many teachers in the last few years who didn't have very much down on paper. Elders in the jungle, people that I worked with whose thoughts and ideas were never really sent out into their community. So when they died, it died with them. All of their lessons and teachings and tools. So by you helping to teach in your community, in your language, in your way, we are empowering and decentralizing the information. So wisdom is, when wisdom is all in one person, it's at risk of being lost forever. Our culture needs the elders of the future to step forward. And in addition to future tradition, we must also look at natural evolution that will require that you establish your own unique way of teaching to reach those that you can reach because of your own lived experience. One of my favorite people on this planet right now is April Franks. If you go, I think her Instagram is Epic April, which is Aprille. She was a single mother. She worked at McDonald's. She has built an empire and helps teach women how to build a business. Being a coach of any kind, that is literally what she does. And she's an incredible person, an incredible story. It's really important as you're growing, you surround yourself with other women that you can identify with and relate to, so that not only you can believe that it's possible consciously, but so that your body can feel the resonance that women have created for themselves. So we can go and learn, you know, some of the research and things in these very masculine containers. And there are more women stepping forward now. It's that you may have to step out of your container or out of your environment to find them. And so if you've got a woman that you love to follow on Instagram or online, please pop her name in the chat. Let's start to share who you trust, and still trusting that we all have our own unique needs, that we are all bio-individual. But if there are people that you trust implicitly, please put them in the chat, because that way we can start to cross-pollinate, so that if someone comes to me with a specific need, I can also pass them along to a safe container for them. This is really important. The main thing to understand is no matter how many ceremonies or journeys you've had or haven't had, being a coach or a support to someone doesn't mean you have to be a shaman or a medicine carrier or a facilitator. Maybe you're a breathwork facilitator, but a lot of people coming for your support have worked in plant medicine and psychedelic spaces. You can be a supportive role in their integration. Being you is enough. You don't need a certification. You don't need a training. You may benefit from guidance from people that have been in the work longer, but being who you are and being who you are is all that you need to start to extend support. It's getting clear in how you can support, who you can support, and in what capacities. And so this is, if you've been waiting for permission to step forward in any way, I encourage that at some point in the next 24 hours, you step in front of that mirror and finally give permission from the only person that you've been waiting for it from, and that's you. You are everything that you need. Anything else outside of that is a skill that you can learn. Being a psychedelic guide inside a journey is separate than coaching and supporting people. One you may choose to move into or to do both, but that isn't what becoming a psychedelic informed coach is about. So what me and Ta teach is how to be a psychedelic informed coach. How do you help support people in implementing and integrating their big realizations into their life? That is a different skill. They can support each other, but they're not the same thing. I would love to see more people willing to not serve medicine, to not have to be a medicine carrier unless that's truly in your heart and your soul to do so. We need to double down on more people stepping in as integrators and coaches that are committed to integration is not optional. that they are great with the strategy and the intuition and listening and holding space for someone's unique process to unfold, like a blossoming flower, helping them to know how to even care for this new being that they are birthing. And thank you to everyone that is already committed to this work. You have a unique perspective, and your experience is the medicine many are seeking right now, human connection. Especially post-COVID, many people's bodies have been programmed into fearing other people, even being proximal to them, and not even on a conscious level. And if you'll watch children that have been in their most important developmental phases for being social, so we'll say the 2 to 8 range, you can see that when they get around other people, how many children back up from being proximal to other people. So we're going to have a lot to unpack just from COVID alone in people's physical bodies to feel safe with each other and to feel safe with other people. I'm going to check the chat because I've been on a chatty little run here. Let me see. How do I... Technology, I can do this. Maybe not. All right, well, it's not letting me out, so apparently we're just going to keep going with it for now. I will check the chat, I assure you. So in order to really support the need that's out there, there needs to be structures and processes that work for you and the people that you're meant to serve. For us to truly be in the space of creativity and intuition, we do need a framework or a masculine container. What I mean by masculine mean boundary, like a river. So if you look at a river, in order for it to flow, it has to have riverbanks. So frameworks and building a structure around you that in this realm they call a business is really important so that you can focus on serving people. Because these frameworks allow you to be free. It is the string on the kite so that you don't completely just flow away. So that you can ensure that what you're doing with and for people is working. So your isness is your business, who you are, what gifts you have, what you have learned is a business that you can create. And I know that it's kind of like a icky word for a lot of people, that I shouldn't make money, and you know what, you're right, you shouldn't make money. And when you allow money, and then you're able to assimilate it into your community so that we can pay our doulas, so that we can pay birth workers, so that we can pay sex workers, so that we can pay intimacy workers. That is how we create our own economy. The longer you wait for an economy that's not built to serve you, to all of a sudden remember you, probably not going to happen. This is time for us as women to step forward into those power spaces, to say, I'm not waiting for anyone. If this is a skill that I can learn, then I choose to learn. I choose this for me and my community. So when you don't make enough money to cover bills, take care of your family, or fortify your lifestyle, you will burn out emotionally, spiritually, or physically. Money means caring for a loved one when they're suffering from cancer. Money means paying for the care necessary for your children. Money is how we pay for a roof over our head, whether we like it or not. When we can heal that relationship, we can disperse it further and impact a lot more lives. So if you have noticed in your own body that you've avoided money, I tell people all the time, I will help you create a system that supports you. And even if you don't need much, then if you know where the money, you believe money should be, then let's get you in charge of it so that you can disperse it to where it belongs according to you. Instead of trying to point at someone to fix the problem. You are worthy, you are valuable, and there are people that will happily compensate you. And this doesn't mean charging these exorbitant rates, $5,000 clients, whatever. It means that who you are is valuable to people that may have more money to spare or to be able to. And that's also going to mean that that money can trickle down to ensure that you're fortified so that you can serve free those who don't have access, whether because of finances, location, or physical limitation. Oops. So if you're tired or broke, or both, What you have to offer is tired and broke, which makes it impossible to show up authentically and in integrity with who you are and whom you're meant to be. When you're tired and depleted, you cannot hold the same clean space. You can clear your energy, you can call in your guides, but at the end of the day, if you are tired, the energy is going to reflect that. And this isn't to shame or to say that it's wrong. Everyone is doing the best that they can. It's that there is 40% more money out in the market right now than there was. And if you actually can put it together to be your community, it will change your community.
Good, how are you?
So there's nothing woke about being broke, and it is time for us to heal this as women so that we can actually influence these systems and these structures. How well you intentionally create the offers and what you're here to do is going to directly impact the quality of support you're capable of giving, and in turn, the outcomes of those you support. So I'm going to stop share for a second because I've been talking about a lot of mind things, and I don't want it to get super caught up. What is happening? There we go. Because I want to get to the body parts, because what we're facing societally, with the medicalized models, there's a lot of people that aren't going to have access because of insurance. The medicalized models are saying you're going to have to prove you're sick enough to qualify for care, which means unless you're suicidal, unless you are falling apart, then you don't qualify for this kind of care. But there's two different ways to work with these master teachers. There's healing and there's creation. Once I got down a certain part of my healing journey, which I haven't had a laparoscopy since 2009. I haven't had any other reproductive issues that took me to a doctor since 2011. I've been off all medications. My thyroid is in a healthy range, not just normal, but in a healthy for me age. At 40, I look younger than I did in my late 20s. My husband at 51 looks younger than he was in his 30s because we have integrated and worked with the trauma of our past, which changes our vitality in the way that we can create and the way that we can support people. And so your body is important in this process, and it's been dishonored for a really long time. So again, whether it's medicalized, whether it's decriminalization, whether it's whatever it's going to be, we need all of it. That's the truth of it here. And so skip, because I want to get to the body portions. There we go. So for me, we're going to need all of this. We're going to need facilitators and medicine carriers. We're going to need coaches, and we're going to need some doctors. There are people that, because of contraindications or out of fear, don't feel comfortable to sit with someone in their home or in a shamanic capacity. It may be their ideas and beliefs. It might be their fear. It might be whatever. So for me, we can include them all. Where I'm committed to stepping in is to ensure, in what I saw in one of my experiences, and I keep doing this because it came down as like a monocle for me to basically see how things will be manipulated against mycologists and home growers as a result of big pharma coming out with their versions of, we'll say, psilocybin. In order for them to protect their product, they're going to have to villainize home growers, mycologists, and say it's drug dealers, and say that it's not safe to do it that way. And so it's more important than ever before to educate in our community, one, that psilocybin is organic from mushroom, that working with psilocybin is something that they can do, and empowering people, because it will be fear that drives regulation. And so if you live in a community, like for my husband, they come from a family of doctors, that you're a doctor, lawyer, engineer, or shame of the family. So if you're not one of those things, those are the only options. He grew up in the crack of the 80s in Brooklyn. He was afraid of any substances until one of the nights he was pulling a patient in the hospital. He worked in nights in New York City as an ER nurse. His back went out and his back broke. He had to sit down. That was the only position he could be in for 3 months. And it was at that point that he was open to exploring the potential of these master teachers. And so you can go into this process for healing. You can also go into it to say, what do I need to know, do, be, or understand to actualize this process? Or to speak to my body to say, what are you trying to inform me? So this call, the one in your heart, is asking you to step forward, and the compass to your roadmap is buried in your body. Sometimes it's buried under trauma and drama and all sorts of other things, which is why doing this work is so important. And when you're feeling stuck and the wheels keep spinning, but you aren't going anywhere, it's time for an SOS. Like any long journey, and I'm going to explain an SOS in a second. Like any long journey, the first thing you do before you get in the car is you stop and take a pee-pee. For me, it's a PPP. Pause, pull back, and take a physical scan. This is phase 1 for starting to listen to your body if you haven't started or you're still learning. When you start to notice your throat tighten up, your temperature change, tightness in your chest, tightness in your back, your body's trying to get your attention. So take a pause, pull back from the situation, or what we say, take a condor's or a bird's eye view at the entire situation and do a physical scan. Where are you feeling it? What do you need in this moment? And then what are you going to do moving forward to proceed? So many people right now will come to me and they'll say, well, I hear what you're saying, Cole, but I need to get my confidence. I need to journey and explore for my confidence. Every person on this planet is confident. It's what are you confident in? There's the cowardice side of confidence, and there's the courage side. We're doing stuff that is scary. Allow yourself to take the fear with you. Put it in the backpack. Throw it in the bus. We're going. We have stuff to do. And so you may be confident that you can't, or you won't, or you don't do something. This is your chance to say that I can and I will, and start to do that thing. There are no limited people, only limited states and access to limited strategies. So an SOS, like I mentioned before, is your state and the strategies that you use. I will send you all, because for that it's a process and I want to focus on the body intelligence part. But if you go to this, if you go to Condor, www.condor.coach or condor.coach, it's a free course. You can watch about states and strategies and how you can start to really integrate your experiences. But I want to, for kind of like this final piece, really talk about chakra mapping and body. So you may have heard before what the opposite of disease is, and a lot of people will say health. For us, we say that it's ease. Yeah. Why didn't it open it the one I want? Bleh. Sorry to make anyone dizzy there for a second. So there's no one size fits all approach and no one way to facilitate and no one substance that's going to save everyone or be for them all the time. So the opposite of disease is ease. And so your emotions, your body, then these sensations are all trying to lead you back to ease or show you that you aren't at ease. Health is the place between ease and dis-ease. When I hear the word healthy, I think healthy splits into heal thy. So if I want a healthy mind, what do I need to know, do, be, or understand to heal thy mind? Heal thy body. Heal thy heart. So to heal is to make free from disease or injury. Thy, of or relating to yourself. So healthy is to make the self or part of the self free from disease and injury. Spirit, mind, construct, heart, body, and biome. We talk about these 3 points of ease. If you'll listen to your body and start to track what's happening, you'll find that there are 3 things that are trying to find the way into ease and out of dis-ease. So, yeah, I already said that. So the 3 points of ease that are driving every emotion you ever have is safety, connection, and fulfillment. If you're not feeling safe, if you're not feeling connected, if you're not feeling fulfilled, any emotion that comes up is coming up to try to get you back or to signal that you're not feeling safe, that you're not feeling connected, and you're not feeling fulfilled. When these 3 things are satisfied, you're at ease. When you're at ease, your body can heal itself. No healing is happening from outside of you, but certain environments create an environment for healing, which is why who you sit with, how you do set and setting, how you choose what sacrament, medicine, psychedelic matters. Because when these three things, safety, connection, fulfillment, are not satisfied, dis-ease is usually the result. So for you to really understand, what do you need to do to maintain and increase ease or move away from dis-ease? When you are unsafe, unconnected, unfulfilled, you are in dis-ease. So this is called an emotional wheel, a wheel of emotions. You can Google it or screenshot this. There's so many more words than happy, sad, and I invite you to start to learn the difference in your body between humiliation and rejection, or aggressive versus frustrated, abandoned versus depressed. As you start to find this nuance, you'll see that each body sensation is trying to show you very important data. So we have a free guide that's actually an integration guide. I'll pop it back in the chat before I go. But if you go to freeguide.vip, because you're a very important person in a very important process, you can download this guide absolutely free. And so this is to start how to integrate your experiences and start to learn the language of your body. So your chakras, right? I was telling you earlier that as you're in your development, what age things happen impacts deeply into what physical manifestations you have as an adult. These don't just happen. And this can help you start to reverse engineer how you got there or how to find more ease in the body or in the system. And so this is taken from that book. You can put little X marks on a daily basis of where you may be feeling pain, stuckness, or even more ease than yesterday, and start to see patterns and trends of what's different. So we have these ease scores, which is similar to when you're in ease or dis-ease. So just super simple how to track your stress on a daily basis. You'll start to see common body sensations as a result of your stress, the people in your life, the appointments you keep, the things you're participating in, the food that you eat. All of that starts to be the data that you're reflecting back to yourself that no one can ever tell you. And so I showed this earlier around the chakras. So if you have issues with any of these organs, look in the chakra system around the development ages, which is also in that free book, the freeguide.vip. This is all in the book. It's got explanations in the course that I shared earlier, the condor.coach. That we have videos. It's all free. Because I know that the superpower that is your body and that intuition is what changes this world. And anything that I can do to support that, to get you working in your purpose, in your mission, that is what I'm here to do. That is what my commitment is. Because integration is not optional, but how you integrate is. That means if I was to break my arm tomorrow, delete, if I needed a cast to hold it into position for it to heal properly, that is integration, but it's not required for the arm to heal. If I didn't put a cast on it, the arm will heal. So if you don't integrate your experiences, you will heal in some way, but is it optimal or in a position of being so that it functions really well for you? If I have a broken bone and it needs to be reset or it needs a supportive structure, when you go into journeys, you can get disintegrated, which means you need a support structure afterwards for the healing to continue. This is why how you integrate matters tremendously, and learning the language of your body is the key. So what are chakras? They're the main energy centers I've pointed out in the body. The main chakras are the base chakra, the sacral chakra, solar plexus, heart chakra, throat chakra, brow or third eye, and crown. I'm not going to go into a lot about this, but it's in the book and it's in the videos. And so you'll start to see that around the base of your spine, so for me, the shame of the assaults on my sexuality from 8 to 12 created that internalized shame, thinking I was ruined because I grew up in the Mormon religion where you get baptized at 8. And these assaults started to happen the week after my 8th birthday. So I was already ruined. right? And so that internalization of shame in that area when I was finally old enough to start my cycle is what caused an ovarian torsion. Now, I didn't know that until after my journey work and after my integration, but you can start to find these trends. Humans tend to process and hold emotional energies in specific regions. When emotions are activated, when emotions are activated, the related chakras become activated. So until we're able to move and discharge that stuck energy, it turns into disease. That constant unease is what creates an environment. Emotions, stress, movement practices, quality of nutrition, hydration, breathing, all have an effect on how the chakra systems work. So in that free guide, thank you, Leo, for putting it in there. Yes, thank you. I think all the links are in there, and you can hit me up anytime. In that free guide.vip, it actually breaks down the developmental ages and also at what ages you start to open those things up, which might help you decide what substance or what teacher could be a great place to access for you right now. And so there's freeguide.vip. That's the free download of the integration workbook. My goal is to have it up on Amazon by January because of access. Again, I could be mad at Amazon for all that it is, but for it to get in more people's home, a lot of people want a hard copy. So we're in final editing, we'll say, and formatting so that people will be able to order it. We're only going to charge the cost that is required for us to cover expenses through Amazon. So it'll be like $7 to $10, depending on what printing costs end out to be. And then there's the free course. We can give you tools. These are not the way. This is all our experience. And the 1,400 or so people that I've worked with now, I held sacred space for a long time until my last big for me, which was 10 grams, was a lot. I was hearing Aurora earlier. I was all, whew, highest I've gone is 10. So I can't imagine from my own high dose experience, but in each person's, it's going back to remembering that it is bio-individual. And I love what Aurora said earlier, that she had 60 grams that felt like 2 and 2s that felt like 60, or whatever the contrasting numbers were. And that's important to remember. Just because you hear ayahuasca was great for someone does not mean it's great for you. The container and who you trust is more important than the substance. I'm going to say that again. The container you sit in, the people, every person that's in it is going to influence your container. So if you've had assaults on your sexuality from a male body, that might not be where you want to start. Because there's certain things you can control. And though a lot can transpire that you can't, if you talk to a facilitator of any kind and you have any part of your body that doesn't feel safe, trust that first. Trust that even if it's a protective mechanism, it's been there for you to survive. Wait and find someone that you feel safe enough to allow yourself to be guided and not surrender your power. A lot of times people will say surrender. For me, there's a difference between surrender and allowing, because you feel safe to be guided by someone. So that was a bit of my spiel for today. There's obviously a lot more, and there's way more that you can dive into, and it's all free. Send it to anyone that needs the support. I've had plant medicine people, doctors, whatever, who are using this with all their clients now, and it's the free resource. Because at the end of the day, it's self-awareness and guiding you back to you, which is your greatest teacher, and all of your truth is right where it needs to be. You just need a little bit of support, potentially, in seeing yourself more honestly. So thank you so much, Leo, for having me here, for putting the container together. If this was helpful, if you learned something, put it in the comment. What was your takeaway? I wasn't sure if we would do a circling thing or if I would teach something or share something. So I just kind of followed what felt resonant in the moment.
You have 3 minutes, so just take the 3 minutes, and
I might take water within those 3 minutes. Does anyone have any questions where you're like, well, what do you mean by that? Everyone's like, no, I can't even think. So many nuggets, guided and not surrender. I think that especially for
I love that.
women bodies, to surrender is the last thing our bodies need to hear, because a lot of times, whether to be nice or because of trauma responses, we've been surrendering. Versus if it's not a full, I'm going to say fuck yes, and hopefully everyone's like cool with that. Given the conversation, I'm sure we're fine. If it's not a full yes in your body, it is a no. You can do that work, but don't do it in a place that might not be safe for you. Trust the no, and that you will find the yes in trusting the no first. And you might learn that you could have trusted that person and it was fear holding you back. But I would still prefer that you trust the no and then do the work to learn to trust, not in a psychedelic experience though, not in such a vulnerable position. Go to then other circles and containers to do that work. Chariot Chan, come on in, come through.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I have a question about past life trauma. Have you worked with past life trauma, and what's your take on it?
Sure. I mean, first of all, I don't work with anyone's anything because I am not a shaman. So when people come to me saying that they've experienced it, my only thing is to ask them more questions to help them get clear on what that means to them, because it's their context and their experience. And so I have certainly had people talk about being decapitated in past lives or stabbed or burned or something like that. And if that's showing up in their body right now, my only goal is to create a safe environment of ease in the ways that I can, so that they can really discover what they need in that information. But I have certainly had people have that expression of having past life trauma. But my whole thing is I don't define or have a method. My method is asking more questions so people can say, what does this mean to me? Or what am I making this mean? Or what do I want to do with it? And then I'm helping create a plan of moving forward with the data that they come up with. So that's why for me, I call it coaching versus shamanism. Now, I will work in shamanic capacities at times where I'm working with energy, but energy transmutes through me, which means purging an illness. My body takes it in. So I don't work in that way really hardly ever anymore, because it's too hard on my system. And that's not what I'm here to do. But I certainly have heard it enough to believe in it, but how to work with it, I keep asking the person questions, because this is on this round, that is for them to discern and decide. I just want to help them get it out of their head. What meaning making are they making? And what do they want to do with the information moving forward? Because they might find out that that's the work they want to do, is to help people transmute or transform past life trauma. I see myself as an intersection. So it's more that people are coming to me and I'm just the crossing guard, and they're just like, hey, where's the library? And I'm like, it's over there. So I believe in it, but I don't directly work with it.
So you kind of like a middle person who refer people to different resources, is that?
Kind of. I help them develop their own practice. So let's say that they're a body worker that has a lot of people that want to microdose. Then they might, I'm going to help them come up with the structure according to what makes sense with them. But first I have to teach them how to coach themselves and how to listen to their body. Because if they don't know those two things, then they're going to get caught up in either corporatized systems, financial systems, and outcome-driven things. So I'm really there to help someone figure out, how do I take my unique gifts? Who am I meant to serve, and how? And I help them create the structures and the framework so they can focus on helping people. So I am we could say like I'm a shamanic strategist. All of the magical people come to me and I help them get the evidence out on the table. And then once we have all the evidence, then I go, oh, well, look, you can do this and this, like a little, we call it psychitecture. So I'm like an architect. You tell me the dream house you want to build, and then I can help you figure out what materials you might want to use, or is there going to be windows? Do you want it open concept? So I would say it's almost like a engineer, though I have trained shamanically with many many elders, I would say 3 in particular in South America, within the Hunikuin tradition, and he won't call himself, well, he's a Wachumero, so a Wachuma teacher. And then I've had lots here, but my gift is in my privilege in this container, and so I get to rock with that too.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. Oh, and I want to extend my love and gratitude to Mother Jaguar. So we will talk in other times and when the time is right, but sending you much love. Our community's been praying for you.
So I think we're ready for our next moderator to take it away.
Is that me, Leah? Okay, so essentially, I'm under the impression Bea was going to tell her story around her experience with psychedelics. Is that what I'm understanding? Oh,
sorry, I thought that you and then Miss Fung were also maybe co-moderating this hour.
Sure. Yeah.
So you guys can make it whatever you want. I know that Bea was sick, and
Perfect.
so just whatever you want to make this magical hour, it's yours.
Yeah, perfect. So I was going to tell my story around my introduction with psychedelics a little bit. And I came from an upbringing where the DARE background, where all drugs are bad, and I didn't dabble recreationally even at any point. And how it was proposed to me is a friend was attempting to manipulate his son, who had a issue with alcohol, to have a psychedelic experience in order to hopefully cure him of his alcoholism. And he asked me to join because he wanted to bring friends along to coerce him to go to this space. And I remember being proposed this, at this point, 6-7 years ago, and being just like, oh my gosh, no, I would never do that to something so sacred. There was already this instant reverence for it. I just had what I'd heard about it and friends who had experienced like ayahuasca. So I ended up going with just true of my own heart of going just because I was proposed an opportunity to potentially go. And it's been the most substantial, transformative experience of my life. I only was doing macro journeys with a barrage of entheogens like white lily, kanna, ayahuasca, mixed with psilocybins and mushroom. It was just it's a smorgasbord of different types of psychedelics that find themselves on a wheel, heart, spirit, body, and mind. Each one based off of what your intention is. You walk in and kind of are guided towards one of those experiences. So that said, one of my most impactful journeys, I walk in, walking in with one intention, and then what I'm experiencing with that intention, like it'll completely derail into something completely different. And not all of my journeys were good. I think they all are exactly what they're supposed to be. And regardless of what that looks like, I'd rather not assign good or bad to it. So when I first walked in, it was a lesson around my vanity. I find I had this vision of me being like swallowed by a whale, and the whale was like my dress, and I'm laying there having this like extraordinary, and it's like the dress is like eating me, and the whale's eating me, and I hear my own voice talk to me, and it says, you can destroy your own body and your own your mind and your own spirit, but the modeling that you're doing for the people who care about you is what is going to kill you. And so after that moment, I tackled eating disorders. I tackled like my body dysmorphia. That was like what I walked in, like completely denying that that's something that I was experiencing. And in that space, it pulled it out of me without my choice. Rather, it was like this, like, you know what you're in here for. You know, I walked in like, I want to expand and feel the universe. And then I walk out with like, holy shit, I'm like, I have just been confronted of something very big. And then a big part of my healing was the woman wounds, my rage, and you know, holding a lot of rage. I'm a notorious like hothead, and you know, a lot of shame, and I've been vilified for my rage, and getting to this place where I really embrace it with so much love. Our rage is our vitality, and it transmutes into rage sometimes. It can also transmute to love and kindness and all those fluffy feelings as well. But it's the same thing, that it's our vitality, it's our rage. So just like Leo, I don't know if any of you met her in person, but Leo, I've been so blessed to have her over at my house at some points recently. And you know, her vitality does not come through Zoom like it does in person. I just like afterwards, I'm sitting with a bunch of women and she just like came in, swept the room and left. And I was like, holy shit, what just happened? And so that rage, that clear red light that's inside of all of us is so important. And I feel like as women, we are constantly tapped down that we have to be like transcend it. We have to be above the human experience. As women, we are the human experience. This reality, this plane that we're on right now, is to be woman, is to be feminine, and to try to transcend the sensations, try to transcend our sadness, our depression, our suicidal thoughts. We're always trying to cathartic everything. We're always like, release, release, release. I'm in this space of like, no, burn, fiery fucking hot. And I am pretty passionate about that. So my advice to any beginners who are walking into like potentially going towards psychedelics is there's no bad journeys. They are all exactly how they should be. Try to avoid being a psychedelic tourist.
Colin, can you stop showing your titties?
Oh.
Ah! Ah!
You're muted, Leo.
Are you muted, Leo? Okay, we'll move on. We're not going to give anybody that kind of energy anyways. My advice to anyone starting in psychedelics is that no journey is bad. It's exactly how it should be. Everything's unfolding exactly how it should be. A little bit about Cole, what she was speaking about, getting out of our own way. Our body wants to heal, our mind wants to heal, and in some ways we just have to get out of its way. Like when we cut our hands, I cut my hand the other day, and it really, like, in 2 weeks it was gone. It was healing over it. I didn't do anything, and it started healing. And so the same way. And I love what Cole said. We can ask for support in order, like, things heal automatically, but it is nice to get that support to heal in the most impactful and way that we can. And also to not allow other people's experience guide our own. Just because someone else's experience looked a certain way doesn't mean that yours is bad or you didn't do it right. I think we're all in this constant space of, am I doing this right? Why doesn't my space look like their space? Why didn't I experience what they experienced? Even if you take, 3 grams and just like didn't even feel anything. Like that experience alone is so profound and important to your own, the fact that you didn't feel anything. What is that about? Like, ask yourself that. And it was just as important as like seeing God for the first time. So the set and setting piece is key too. Just like Cole said, it's to have a facilitator. Predators live everywhere, so it's like we have to be more careful than ever now, who we kind of allow ourselves to be really vulnerable with. That space is like, it's really like everything is wide open, and we don't have our fierce blind, or there are boundaries up in that space at all times. So, asking those questions, Cole offered some really great pieces of assistance and support around vetting facilitators. And I suppose, not letting the stories scare you. A lot of times, when we're doing our first macro journeys, unless it's like ayahuasca or iboga, if you're doing, psilocybin, these are very voluntary at times, can be. What I mean by that is that you can drop in and, dose low and slow. And so you get to a place where you start choosing if you want to experience something in that space. And then you kind of elevate, and then it gets to a place where maybe you're not choosing anymore, but that choice to even elevate to a higher dosage to get to that space is yours, and you're completely in control in all terms. And also safety is kind of an illusion. It's we talk about trying not to exploit psychedelics now, with the legalization or the decriminalization of psilocybin in a lot of states. It's, there's going to be a lot of like the lens of the medical model is going to be put on these sacred spaces, which is good. And I honor that, and there's space for that. But there's also the idea that safety is kind of an illusion. And regardless of how clinical the room is that you're in, or how certified these coaches are, or the doctors are, or whatever, it's really like what you're searching for potentially is the illusion of safety, and asking yourself,
where are you going?
Being curious around that. I don't know where I'm going. Anyway, so I wanted to open up the room. I've only been talking for 15 minutes for questions. If anyone wanted to share some experiences or their big dose journeys or high impact journeys, I'd love to hear all about them. Recently I had my big dose journey was about 45 days ago, and everyone didn't, I'm sorry. I had a big macro dose journey about 45 days ago, and I found like a big story that I was working around victimhood. And I think this like lends to a lot of the themes with a lot of the speakers, is this idea of empowerment. And to all the victims here, because we all potentially have been a victim at some point of something, to be in that, I had to be a victim for several years to kind of process some healing I had experienced. But then I got to this place where I was like stagnant. I wasn't like moving forward or backward. I was kind of stuck in this victim mentality of like the world, things were happening to me, and I wasn't participating in my own life really. And I was in this high dose journey, and I'm laying there, and this voice, like my own voice usually, whispers to me that accountability will set you free. And what that meant to me is now, as I integrate that experience, is the harm that I've caused as the victim is I need to take ownership for that. And to take ownership for the harm I've caused others in that space of victimhood is the most empowering thing I've ever done in my entire life. It's, to think about my partners that I've hurt with my rage, and to think about the relationships I burned to the ground with like that anger and you know, with my woman's wounds with other women, and I know it's like this double-edged sword, because it's like we have to like feel that humble, like oh shit, I really hurt a lot of people, but I cannot tell you, it's been the most incredible experience of my life to own that, and to see my evolution past that has been just like mind-blowing. My relationships are stronger now than they ever been in my entire life. Long-term relationships with my family members, like owning that shit. You know, they did hurt me. Let's all agree. We've all been hurt. We've all been the victim. But to get to that place when you're on the other side of it, to own that harm is just, it's just been incredible. Anyone else want to share? Cynthia, actually, I may call you up because hearing myself talk for an hour might be a little rough.
Hello, everybody.
Hey.
Hi, thank you for all that. You're so articulate. I can learn so much from you. So to those who don't know, me and Colleen actually are co-chapter leads for Sisters in Psychedelics here in Seattle. They're based in Vancouver, but just recently opened up 2 new chapters in Calgary and here in Seattle. So that's very exciting. And that's how we met Leo. She came to our little chapter party. So, I mean, a little about me. I'm pretty new to the psychedelic space. It's been about a year for me. The first time I really dove into this space was when I attended my first psychedelic conference called Meetdelic in 2021. It was in Las Vegas, and that was where I really spent 2 whole days learning about all the different types of people in this space, like researchers and therapists and doctors and nurses, and just how much everybody has been contributing to this community. It was really such an inspiring weekend for me, and it really propelled me to wanting to keep learning about all this stuff in this space. Yeah. So I think we're supposed to be interviewing a lady. Her name is Naisha Silva.
I thought we were actually, Leo. I think she's in here. Yeah, I don't have anyone named Naisha.
Yeah, I don't see her either.
Okay. Cynthia, what was your your big dose, your biggest, most impactful story from your psychedelic experience? If you're willing to share.
Yeah, so I haven't really done a big dose journey ever before in my life. And it was the first time that I took LSD. It wasn't that big of a dose, but it being my first time, it felt very different from everything else that I've ever done. Mainly smoking weed, which was the main drug that I took, and just recreationally. And I mean, I remember it just being very, very mind-opening. I just really focused on the visuals a lot, and I was with my partner at the time, and it was just us 2 in his place. And I mean, we were both kind of beginners, just trying to navigate our experience. Yeah, he's in the other room right now, so I'm just trying to not say too much about his experience, but
yeah, tell his story, sure. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I think one of my big lessons of experience, I'm sorry, then the audio is a little delayed. Oh, okay. Was reacquainting with my own magic. I think Leo beautifully spoke on this, Aurora, Lucia, all of, Cole, we've all spoken about being reintroduced to our magic. She was calling it woo-woo, which I'm starting to like get a little salty on that term, because I think it's like a way to kind of discredit this like real tangible thing inside of all of us is this magic, and that's what it is. There's this quote, science is just magic that's been proven, or magic is just science that hasn't been proven yet, rather. And so being in that space and being so lit up intuitively with psychedelics, entheogens, has just been, it was so tangible, the difference of when you're on psychedelics, you can sense your own magic. You go, and I wouldn't, this is not for the faint of heart, but if anyone takes mushrooms, some people say do not ever do this. So I have a warning on it, but like a mirror, there's this concept that looking in the mirror and you can almost see like past lives of yourself in that space. And you could do it without being on psychedelics. Sometimes like just like a half a glass of wine, because wine is also a tool to get reacquainted with the spirit. So even just half a glass of wine, looking in the mirror, and it's called scrying, and you can starting to see yourself, like you almost see yourself melt a little bit, or transform a little bit. And I'll allow anyone to explain what that means to them. But for me, you could see it like they were memories. They were like versions of me beyond. And also I implore anyone, with the reflections, I think reflections are really powerful in a psychedelic experience. So in the peripherals, like when you see something, it's not just your eyes playing tricks on you. This is something that's happening, something tangible that you are seeing. So please lean into that. We have this default mode network idea of like, oh, we're just seeing things. My eyes are playing tricks, or it's the light in here, it's the whatever. That's not your voice telling you that. That's somebody else. That's some past life, some patriarchal figure, somebody trying to take away your power is telling you those things, that they're not real, and they are. In that theta brainwave state, right before we go to sleep or right before we wake up, we're in a theta brainwave state, and this is like the veils of spirits are completely fallen at that, like they're very thin in that time. And so lean into that moment, take advantage of that time where you are more attached to your femininity at that moment, experiencing your own magic in those times, right when you wake up and right when you go to sleep. Your mind, it's science, your mind is going wild with imagination at that moment. It is like that the boundaries are starting to fall away of your ability to create something in your own mind. So there's so much magic to that. So I implore anyone to, when they see things, they smell things, don't allow the people who shrug that off to like, oh, that's weird, or oh, sure, or whatever. It's like asking you for like tangible proof. If that's not your fucking job, your job is to experience what you're experiencing and share your gifts, and don't allow their snide, whatever, like that. It's not up to them. So what you're experiencing, what's true or not, every lived experience is sacred, every single one. So whatever you say, that is real. And whatever you're thinking, whatever you are relating to, or what story you have around it, that's your reality. That is real. And so that's what's so powerful about that idea is even in our own suffering, in our own stories, we create suffering with that same reality because we are in complete control of that reality. Oh, there is a nurse who wants to speak. Please do. Oh my gosh, I'd love to hear from them. Chandra.
Hey guys, I'm
Hey,
Cece or
welcome.
Chandra, whatever you land on. So I was scheduled to go on tomorrow, but I've flubbed up my schedule and I have to work at the hospital tomorrow, so I cannot be here. But there were a few things I wanted to touch upon and just bring to the table for conversation. So the first thing that so let me tell you a little bit about myself. I am a registered nurse. I have been for 16 years. I am a psychedelic guide. I have been for 2 years. And I am also an integrative wellness coach. So my work, a lot of my work is bridging the relationship between ceremony or spirituality and science and or the medicine culture. So I'm going to come back to that piece because I think there's a lot of room for people to think and to engage. And it's through that engagement that that helps me to learn how I can be most provocative with my impact. So the first thing I want to talk about is the subject of false humility. So I recently heard someone say that, I'm not a healer. All right. I'm not a healer. I'm like, but you are a healer. You're healing all the time. You're healing yourself and you're touching other people in a way that helps them remember how to heal themselves. So when you share healing energy and you provoke healing energy and you work healing energy on yourself, you are in fact a healer, and you can use that as an archetype to work with, but you can only use it as an archetype to work with if you're willing to label it. So I want to bring that back to the piece of false humility. And I think there's a lot of places that people, us healers, we don't want to be seen as fraud. So we operate in ways that that exude excessive humility. It's not authentic, but it probably sounds like it's right. It could be stepping on something. So, but those pieces of us that don't necessarily operate in humility, those are called our shadows. And in my work, I have found the best way to work with shadows is to have a relationship with them, to allow them to exist and be what they are. So I'm here to tell you that I am a healer, and I do it in a lot of ways. I love the work of it. It's everything that I want to do all of the time for myself and for others. So own your shadows. And just because there seems to be some sort of humility concept that you have to identify with it, don't identify with it falsely. It's not authentic, and so it's not what you think it is anyways. So as a nurse, I look at the traditional healing or healing with psilocybin and allopathic medicine or Western medicine in a lot of different ways. And I think about the relationship between them a lot. I have come across people, other psychedelic healers that they'll say to me that, oh, there's no place for healthcare in this area. All right. Well, every time I've ever heard that, it's been because that person does not trust Western medicine, and they have good reason. So one of the biggest things that people who do work in healthcare need to do is to start to have conversations and start to see the truth of what is happening with people. We are getting more and more patients who do use plant medicines. The understanding is very limited. So it's okay to educate your healthcare provider, it's best to try to do it in a way that they're going to hear you. So they listen to science. There's lots of science. And another facet of this is that there's a lot of people out there that simply are not going to go to a retreat. Coley touched upon this. They're not going to go to a retreat. They don't trust shamans, healers, light workers. They're not doing it. They need something that feels to them more concrete. So where healthcare professionals are not trusted by a certain sect of people, they are also only trusted by a certain sect of people. So knowing this, we can honor that trust. Those of us that have the interest in this can honor that trust, and we can provide openings for people who might not otherwise engage in plant medicine. So I wanted to touch on connection. Just remind everybody that we're not just here to myceliate and like grow outward, that we also have to practice reception. And that means having conversations sometimes with people who we might want to throw boundaries up right away. It means us being vulnerable too. And so we as women who have been caught in warrior mode for, we're really in the thick of it now, aren't we? So, we as women who are constantly in this warrior mode, remember that our divine feminine also lends to a place of deep compassion for people who are suffering. And if we don't exercise that, we're not as healing as we think we are. I'm going to flip that, and I'm going to say this. If you are spiritual at all, I know that it is not always our first instinct to engage with the divine masculine, to call in masculine deities or masculine archetypes, but it is in our best interest, in the interest of building relationship. And the building of relationship is the mother of creation. Being able to work with masculine deities and masculine archetypes and seeing what they have to offer us can really help us build the kind of relationship that we need to build with each other, to do a lot of the building that Coley was talking about. I love that she talked about the riverbanks and there needing to be structure. We look upon a lot of masculinity as toxic, but in truth, there are just as many beautiful and necessary, important features of it, and we are really perfectly positioned to help draw that forth and identify it, and maybe help bring to life more conscious, divine, masculine energy on this planet. So I just want to say thank you for giving me the opportunity. If you have anything to speak to the medicalized piece, as a nurse, I love. So there's a piece that's really special to me, which is, as a nurse, I have knowledge of body systems. I have knowledge of pathophysiology. I have knowledge of pharmacology. I spend every day practicing. I have connected with thousands upon thousands upon thousands of people in their most vulnerable times. And it affords me a wonderful exercise, intuition that it just it works out really well. And I feel really honored to be in this position. And I also think that if you, if you are the kind of person that needs or likes to have that piece where ceremony meets science, then it's okay to seek somebody who has a clinical background to work with you. We are not void of the spiritual piece. We are not void of the historical piece. We're right here. We're with you, and we're trying to do the same work. And none of us want a medical model either. Thanks, guys, ladies.
Yeah, thank you, Cece. Thank you so much for that, for bringing us back to that. It's beautiful. I love what you just said, false humility. I think, you know, when we're like forced humility, we're constantly trying our humility in a lot of ways. And I've heard that trope, you know, that there's a lot of energy around proclamation healer. And I love the power said behind that. It's so important. You sounded so sincere when you said it as well. And you're right. We are healers, and first and foremost, healers of ourselves. And even just being a model of healing yourself, in that you are inherently a healer in that model. So thank you so much. What kind of, do you do any work, professional work, incorporating your nursing and psychedelics?
That's actually pretty much a lot of the work I do these days. So yes, I'm going to be incorporating right after the first of the year. I have been working diligently to build a foundation that includes guided macrodosing, but primarily coaching. I have found that well, the root of many people's ails is not physical, and I really love. I love being able to help people get to the root. So that's really what I do. I'll give you an example. So so I have a client who has a condition called chronic regional pain syndrome. It's one of those syndromes that the clinical data doesn't have everybody convinced on. Therefore, they get sort of labeled. They I think get neglected in certain ways. But in any case, this client is suffering some issues, and she suspects that there's a hormonal piece of it. So she would like to have those hormones addressed. She can't get the hormones addressed unless her Nexplanon is removed, right? There's no sense in going to get a bunch of lab tests when you have a hormonal implant. What you're not going to find out what your root hormonal issue is. She doesn't want to get her Nexplanon removed because it could send her into a terrible CRPS spin. So with a client like this, we'd be doing some deep internal exploration. So I would be prompting that exploration for her, but also helping her to identify interventions that we could employ between our session and the date that she has it removed. And then I will provide her with exercises and therapeutic suggestions during the interim. And then with her, I will accompany her to the appointment so that I can help mitigate the effects of this implant removal. So this is one of those pieces where, she could go into complete biophysical chaos, and it could completely affect her life. It could completely, not just physically, but all of that branches outward when you have chronic pain. So having this kind of support is a way for her to avoid all of that. So I'm doing these sorts of things. I am also doing spirituality workshops at local yoga studios and shops. So I have been doing this work, building upon it, but I have not monetized it whatsoever. And my intention is to do so after the first of the year. I am currently in a program to get board certified as a holistic nurse as well as a nurse coach. And those board certifications are really, they afford me a certain level of credibility amongst people who really need that to gain security. And it does not come void of educational benefits. The learning process is always the learning process, and it's fruitful. So yeah, I can work with chronic conditions. I do a lot of relational work with people, a lot of people, parental issues, sibling issues, addiction going back to issues. And then we integrate psilocybin into that, microdose, macrodose. So really, it's all integration work. And then it's integrated further by having that physiological component and the ability to have clinical insight and apply it to the interpersonal work that I'm doing. So after 2023, my business name is Inspire Integrative. It's in.spire. And I work a lot with symbolism. And so the inspire is really important to me. And that is, I love the word inspire. I love what it means. I love that we're all here inspiring each other. But there's a place that I think it comes from. And I like to visualize in my heart chakra area. Sometimes really it encompasses my whole solar plexus, heart chakra, throat area. And what it is an internal spire. And that spire is the source of connection, is the source of knowledge, is the source of, what connects me to you and you to me and us to each other. And so I keep this super potent visual of this inner spire, and that is really what I want to be able to provoke in others, because I think it's the source of healing, it's the source of self. So yeah, I work symbolism, archetypes, just a real variety of mind, body, spirit healing.
Love that. Love that. I'm so excited for you in the beginning of the year. Cece, you actually said something that drew up a lot of conversation in the chat, just like acknowledgement and validation is around what you mentioned around masculinity, calling in masculine, calling in the deities, I believe you mentioned, and paraphrasing. Would you like to leave it with?
I didn't catch the end of that. Did you ask me if I wanted to speak to calling in the masculine a little bit?
Yeah, I'd love to hear more about that.
All right, that's a little bit of a provocative topic. I love it. All right, so masculinity up until this time is very dominant. Right. And so femininity, by contrast, has been very submissive, either by oppression or by ignorant will. And well, frankly, they knew what they were doing. And there is a divine masculine dominator that's there, right? So when domination really enforces itself, it has no way to not be toxic. There's no way to not overtake. That's what it is by nature. So I'm going to give you sort of two examples of how I would work with divine masculinity. All right. So one is through gods. I have two particular divine masculines that I work with. One is Zeus, one is Ra. Zeus, more familiar to most people. This is the Greek god of all gods, the third generation. Nobody's ever topped him in all the stories. He gets what he wants. He does what he wants. And he is the ultimate dominator. Well, I have a pact with Zeus. All right. He's going to tell me his secrets, and I am going to treat him like the sub he really wants to be. So there is a huge relational component, dare I say sexual component, when it comes to working with the divine masculine at times. So, I foster the relationship through, asking, facilitating dialogue, asking questions, just listening, and also doing visualization journey work. So the second god would be Ra. Ra is a Egyptian god. He is the god of the sun, and he came to me. I didn't expect him. I didn't know him. Came to me, and he was the one who told me, like, this is what you're missing here. You're not working with the masculine. You're just fighting for the feminine. And that model has not worked. So I dance for him. I wear my sun earrings to symbolize him. I speak his name like I'm speaking to you right now, and honor him in a variety of ways. I do a TikTok series that is called Off the Trails. That's when I go out into the woods and I talk about healing. I talk about spirituality. And when I go out into the woods, I always wear lipstick. Pretty much always wear lipstick all the time. But I wear lipstick because Ra asks that I provide him some beauty. So that's what I do. And so honoring and engaging with divine beings the way that they want you to is going to feel strange, is going to feel silly, but it is absolutely magical. And what can be offered to you is some unparalleled insight that is useful, is impactful. Building relationships, like I said, this is the mother of creation. Whether you're building a relationship with mushrooms, whether you're building a relationship with 24 women from all over the world, it is how it happens. It's consciousness cultivating into reality. So I'm going to come back to one more piece because I think it's really relevant to a lot of women. And so I work with the warrior archetype. Warrior archetype is a great archetype. It brings a variety of qualities, obviously strength being a really prominent one. I do this in a lot of ways, whether it is posturally. I especially like to do it when I'm exercising, calling in the warrior archetype for endurance, for capacity to push through pain, in a variety of things. Here's the catch, though. When you work with a warrior, with the warrior archetype for a long time, you embody the warrior so deeply that you can become really reactive. So if you look at like the war gods and the warrior representations, they are defensive, offensive, right? And they're always observing. They're looking for a way to win the battle. Well, we as women, and this is true for men too. So if you know a man who is really aligned with a warrior archetype, he probably needs some polarity to help. But we get caught in this warrior mentality, exercising our inner warrior fiercely, repetitively. And then, of course, when you bring the science piece into that, that means reinforcing neural pathways of reactivity. So we start just operating reactively when we don't necessarily need to. So this is some of what I'm talking about when I talk about calling in the masculine. I want to call in the masculine. I also need to recognize where some of those things become destructive or self-defeating. And that's where the feminine becomes applied.
Beautifully spoken. And it speaks to the whole concept of integration, integrating the masculine, integrating the feminine for a whole multifaceted, dynamic expression. And, you know, you talk about like leaning in so much into this warrior spirit, which I can definitely resonate with. I love how best way to, you're so kind in the way you lovingly interrogate. I find you to be like lovingly like confronting, and it's really just very refreshing and beautiful and strong. So thank you so much for everything you've offered today. And I love how multifaceted you are with the medical model, as well as diving into the woo-woo, which I feel like we should make a new word for. But yeah, it's been such a pleasure, Cece. Thanks for unexpectedly jumping on.
Thanks for going along with me there. I do think, I think we need to, I think you're right about the word. I don't like the word. I don't like it either. I heard it recently and I'm like, oh, is that what we're using now? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
I've used juju my whole life. I'm sticking with juju. It's legit for me.
I love that. We have only a few more minutes left. Does anyone have any questions for Cece while she's on? A lot of you had some great feedbacks in the chat, so free to jump on. Leo said, I've seen you with the red lipstick in the woods, which I could die for. That's wonderful. I love that. If you were to give advice to someone who is starting out for a psychedelic experience, what would you tell them?
So I advise people on this all of the time. But the one thing that I probably remind them on the most and am compelled to say the most is lose your expectations. Nothing works the way we think it's going to work. And when we have when we have notions of what things are supposed to be, we're not always available to meet them where they are. And every bit of that macro process, whether it's doing the intake, at least that I do, doing the session or doing the integration afterwards, none of it is going to meet your expectation. None of it is going to look like your expectation. And chances are it's going to look super different. So maybe just observe, let it be.
And all of it is just so holy. All of it is holy. I love that. Thank you so much for that. Any last minute questions while we have a minute or two left? Would you mind, someone put in your website in the chat, Cece? Did you mind throwing that in there? And any like contact information you may have on Instagram or your TikTok. Like you mentioned, I'd actually love to follow you and your lipstick in the woods. I hate to do that every time. I just love that. Some of my key takeaways is false humility. What a beautiful thing to say. There's this book called I think it's The Art of Caring, and it's essentially kind of questioning what calls us to these like healing modalities, to be a service in a healing way. I love challenging some of these texts with the concept of false humility. How are we hindering ourselves by denying ourselves our own gifts? I understand that there's an appropriation piece around claiming shaman. There's a few things that we should be curious about why we are self-proclaiming, but I feel to claim healer in terms of healing yourself and being a model of healing is fair and powerful. So thank you for that. Thanks, Facebook. Perfect. All right, Leo. If you want to take it away for the next person.
Darnella is here with us. Thank you to everyone. And welcome, Darnella. Darnella, the floor is yours.
Let's see. Okay, I was trying to unmute. Hello, everyone. All these beautiful people. I'm trying to see everybody on the screen. You guys are looking really good. So first of all, shout out to Leo. You are a tireless warrior for the cause. So thank you for another opportunity. It was such a joy to do this last time. And you, again, all of your hard work and efforts and love that you put into this. I see you, acknowledge you, and bless you for your work. And acknowledge all the beautiful people on here, all these beautiful people. So you know what, I have an idea, you guys. Can you guys humor me as we start out like this? Just give me a sacred yes on this. If everybody could, and I don't know if Leo will have to do it on the master side, but if everybody could just unmute for one moment, unless your background is really super noisy, because I want us to sing a little song together. I think that's a great way to start out. We're going to do a little ditty together. All of us, how many people on there? 29 of us?
20.
Everybody knows This Little Light of Mine, right? Everybody knows. So I'm thinking we can raise the vibe right now. We can send it through the roof and we can all just do a little light of mine. I'll start it. Please don't leave me hanging. Okay, and you guys unmute. I see some people still muted. Lindsay, come on, Lindsay, I see you. Come on, I'm gonna start calling folks out. Sonata Fathom, come on, unmute. Gracielle Fairy Hawk, come on. I'm calling you guys out. Miss Fung, come on. I want everybody. Aurora Divine, I'm counting on you guys to lift up in voice. You ready? Here we go. This is light of mine. I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine. I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine. I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine.
Let it shine. Let it shine.
One more time, y'all. This little light of mine. All around the world. I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine. I'm gonna let it shine. All around the world. What else?
I'm gonna let it shine.
Let it
Let it shine. Let it shine. Let it shine. Woo!
Hey, right. Thank you guys for humoring me. Okay, you guys are getting into it. I was like, all right now, we taking it somewhere very special. Let me bring myself back. Thank you for having me. My name is Darnella Ford. I'm just going to give just a little bit of a little background about me, and then I'm going to jump in. I got a wonderful interview with Yasmin. I see you there, Yasmin. I look forward to connecting with you and hearing your beautiful story. I'm just going to share just a smidge about myself and why I'm here and why I'm inspired to connect with all of you today. My journey began in 2006 with the study of quantum, and I studied quantum physics and neuroscience, and I fell in love with the mysteries and the magic of the universe. So that ended up opening a whole new life for me in the work that I do now. However, my life truly changed in 2018 on a retreat. I host healing retreats. I take people all over the world and we do wonderful healing retreats. And I took a group to Sedona, Arizona. My hometown is Phoenix, and I always spent time in Sedona. I live in Los Angeles, but took a group to Sedona, Arizona. And there is a place in Sedona, Arizona called the Shaman's Cave. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of the Shaman's Cave. Shaman's Cave is a mysterious healing cave. It's not on any map. You won't find it anywhere. The only way to get to the Shaman's Cave is if the cave invites you, right? So I learned about this cave, and I took it upon myself to see if we could bring this group of people together and find this cave. Well, lo and behold, putting it in focus with the group, I think there was 17 of us, 16 of us the first go round. We found this cave, but it was very arduous to get inside of the cave. It wasn't an easy walk, and you had to go along the side of a cliff with like a 50-foot, 100-foot drop off. So nonetheless, to say, I got frightened. So out of the 17 of us, only 5 people made it in the cave, those fearless soldiers who were not afraid of heights. I, however, was not one of those fearless people, so I didn't make it in the cave, which really felt like a great insult to me, given the fact that I was the one that said, let's get to the cave. I was raving the cave up, and I didn't make it in the cave. Came back, something unique happened. I was very discouraged that I didn't get in the cave. I felt like I should be in the cave. So when I came back to Los Angeles, something very strange happened. The cave came to me in my dreams. The cave started talking to me. I know it sounds crazy, but the cave is conscious. The cave said to me, come back, come back, come back. So, right, put another retreat together. I thought nobody would want to go back. Next time I had 27 people with me, okay? On that particular journey, we were prepared, and most of us, about 20 plus of us, made it inside of the cave. Once I got in that cave, something happened to me that I can't even begin to explain. Another otherworldly experience happened, and I ended up seeing flashbacks of myself as a Native American shaman. And I knew I had had an entire lifetime in this cave, and I had done ceremony in this cave, and it was really overwhelming. I was very emotional. I felt like I was back home, and it felt heartbreaking to have to leave the cave. Long story short, I decided once I left the cave that it was time for me to go find a shaman. 10 weeks later, I ended up in Peru, and that began my massive journey with plant medicine. My journey did begin with ayahuasca, Mother Ayahuasca. And since that time, I have taken multiple journeys to Peru. I take groups and people from all over the world. I travel back and forth, providing safe passage to the Amazon jungle and to the Andes Mountains. So with that being said, I am a partner. I would like to consider myself really a partner of the plant medicines. I work with psilocybin. I facilitate psilocybin ceremonies. I also work with Wachuma, the grandfather medicine, also known as San Pedro by its pagan name. And ayahuasca, of course, is my primary medicine. And I honor all of the plant medicines, all of the spirits of the plant medicine. Plant medicine is here to help us. It's here to help wake us up. It's here to heal us. It is here to help us transform and transcend our consciousness. So I honor all of you, and to stand in for the medicine itself, psychedelic movement, I honor all of you. It's a very important and worthy. It's a very important and worthy cause. So I honor you all for being here. That's just a little bit about my story. And I don't want to take the whole hour for me. I want to open it up to others. And I want to begin by, I'm going to interview Yasmin in a moment, but I want to get everybody in. If you're on this line, 27 folks here, I want to try to hear from you, and I want to hear anything that you have to say or share. I know that you guys already had a whole journey before I arrived, but it's a brand new moment, and I'd love for you to be a part of it with me. So let's get Yasmin. Yasmin, are you there, dear? Let's get you on the line right now. I saw your beautiful smile not long ago.
Hi, I'm here.
Hi, Yasmin. Welcome. I want to begin by, first of all, welcoming you and thanking you for sharing your story. And I would love to get your story, my dear. Tell me whatever you are inspired to share with us about your particular journey.
Okay, particularly today, I have a couple things that I wanted to speak on.
Okay.
My name is Yasmin. I am a healer, an activist, an author, and I basically have a passion for helping people heal themselves, their hearts, their souls, their spirits.
Okay, excellent.
And reclaim their power and love themselves more than they have before. So I'm here today to speak in hopes of creating change, to collaborate and bring unity within us, because I feel like that's what we need in this time. I will say one of the things that I really wanted to speak on today is about how I have experienced systematic oppression because I am a woman of color, and just the discrimination I've experienced within the broken mental health system. So I can't speak personally about taking psilocybin because I've never taken psilocybin, but I can speak personally about the things that I've experienced because of my situation. So one thing I wanted to make clear, I have always had certain spiritual gifts since I was little, and that's just what I've gone through. It wasn't until 2017 that I got my first diagnosis. The first thing that I ever been diagnosed with was major depression and PTSD. This was after I had a head injury.
Okay.
It wasn't until later that year when I told them that my daughter's father had disclosed to me that he had plans to use my daughter to sell her for sex, for trafficking. I told them that, and that was when I got my first diagnosis as being schizophrenic bipolar. So I wanted to speak on that specifically because it goes so much deeper than what people really understand at this time. And by me sharing my story, it's a very dangerous thing to do, but like that's my walk that I'm supposed to go through right now, right? Just to bring light to the things that have been going on. So specifically with that, when I told them about it, I was labeled as schizophrenic, like I wasn't, like these things don't go on. And specifically, recently, I haven't been in the hospital in over a year, but the last doctor that I had seen, she said that she sat with me for an hour, discovered that I was unmarried, I have no education, no history, and that I have no children. So that was very concerning to me, considering that I've worked very hard to make it known that I'm here to try to protect my child from going through the same thing that I went through. And I personally feel, having been on their medications for the last 5 years, that I wasn't in a space where I was actually healthy. So when I did more research on it, I saw that, okay, they had me on lithium for 5 years. Well, when I looked up different side effects of lithium, it says it causes confusion, memory loss, and lack of awareness. So I will say I was in that space where I wasn't necessarily aware of things that were going on around me. And now that I'm in that space, I've talked to my nurse, and she says, well, this is what she said. She says, well, now, I mean, you have so many talents and things that you could accomplish now that you're no longer sedated. And that to me kind of felt like just kind of telling of what kind of goes on, our struggle as Black women in society, specifically if you have any type of diagnosis of any type of mental health things, right? So I have grown so much since I was before. It's been, how much has it been? It's been 1 year, 3 months, and 24 days I've been sober. So that's been a very, very, very hard experience. But I feel like by telling my story and speaking the truth of the things that I went through, that I can inspire other people to take their power back and start like healing on their journey. So
Absolutely.
I'm not going to say that they don't work for some people, the medications, but for me, the stuff that I went through with them, I struggled more. I had a harder time just being able to get up and do anything. At least now I don't sleep all day, or I'm able to take care of myself better. So I just wanted to bring light to that because it's systematic. It really is. And I feel like my experience trying to get out of being in that life of sex work, that something that I never wanted to do, I had to feed myself and my family. Even after that, like trying to get a job, I had got hired at Aetna, and then they told me that I can't work there because prostitution is a crime of moral integrity. In turn, turning me back into that, going back into that life. So these are the type of things that we experience. And recently I went to a conference and did some lobbying back in Washington, D.C. to just try to bring light to this so we could change the narrative, because what I feel like there's discrimination within the system, specifically for Black and brown people of color. And that's what I'm supposed to testify on and speak about, the things that have happened to me and my experiences with that. So not to discredit anybody else, but that's just my personal opinion. And and I say that because for her to say that I don't have any education, I graduated high school, so that's something. I've never been married, but I do have a child that her father's openly expressed that he had plans to do those things, and it just kind of gets swept under the rug. So
wow.
Yeah.
Wow, what a testimony. Well, thank you so much for sharing your journey, and our hearts are open. We honor your journey and your path. Certainly understanding, as I listen to you speak, I always know that there's a purpose for everything. There's a reason for everything. Nothing just is for no reason. So taking those very difficult, very profound aspects of your journey and turning it into something redemptive, in that helps you bring forth your own call and your own purpose in this life, right? So that you go and you stand in the gap for people who will follow you, people who have been where you are, people that maybe not have gotten as far yet as you have come. You remain a voice. And in that, it all stands as purposeful. So you have high purpose, high honor. I honor your journey. Quick question. Have you ever worked with any plant medicine at all? Have you ever have you sat in ceremony with any of the medicines?
No, not specifically, not psilocybin. The only plant medicine I did before, was salvia, and I didn't really care for that specifically.
Okay. Just in hearing you speak, everybody has to do what they feel called to do, and I do believe working with the medicine is a spiritual calling. Okay, it's not necessarily about experimentation more than it is a calling, but from what I have experienced in my own journey, in my own path, I stand to testify to the healing of these medicines, helping people that have gone everywhere for help, helping people. Ayahuasca is masterful with helping people with addiction, also PTSD. Psilocybin also amazing for depression, PTSD. So many physical benefits and end of life anxiety. Psilocybin, they're doing a lot of studies around psilocybin and end of life anxiety. So I've worked with Wachuma cactus, in the peyote family, the grandfather medicine. It's also very good for depression and for resetting the central nervous system. So I know that when you're carrying, quote, a diagnosis, I understand there are certain precautions and cautions that come with plant medicine. However, in a safe setting, maybe experimenting or engaging, if you feel called, in small doses, microdose, something very small, something very safe. Potentially, it could really help you, Yasmin. So again, I wish you the best, and I want to stay connected with you. And maybe there's a way that I can be of support to you. And where do you live, dear? What city are you in?
I'm in Seattle. So
you're in Seattle. Okay. Well, thank God we have the internet and online, because I really would like to stay connected to you and be able to offer something of value for you on your journey as well. So thank you for sharing. Thank you. Someone said, Colleen would love to hear what happened with the nurse. Let me see, Colleen's comment. Would love to hear about what happened with the nurse one more time. I didn't understand what Yasmin meant when she quoted the nurse. Also, I'm in Seattle. Okay, awesome. So Yasmin, one more time, Colleen wants clarification on what happened. What happened with the nurse when you shared with the nurse?
Okay, well,
sorry, Yasmin, you.
Oh, go ahead. Okay.
You quoted something that the nurse had said to you that was like revealing to the medical system, like the medical model, what it was like.
Yeah, well,
their expectations. Could you reiterate that?
Yeah, well, the first thing that I was saying was, when I look back on my medical records and when I thought about what happened, I didn't get diagnosed with schizophrenia or bipolar until then I told them about my trafficking experience and their plans to do the same thing to my child. And so the last time I was in the hospital, because it's been over a year and a half since I've been, over a year since I've been in the hospital. When I sat with the nurse practitioner, she said that she sat with me for an hour, but the documents only say 12 minutes. And she said specifically that the patient is unmarried, has no children, has no education, and no former history of trauma. And so that was pretty upsetting for me, because I do have a diagnosis of PTSD, and it's known that I have that trauma. And I actually went to go leave a review about it, just not in an attacking way, but just to say, hey, I wouldn't recommend this person as a mental health professional because they didn't sit with me for an hour. And if they did, they would realize that I do have a diagnosis of PTSD, amongst other things. And I do have a child that I'm very protective over. So when I submitted that to the website, I got an email saying that it will be posted within 10 days. And then I went to go look at my email. The email was gone, and her profile was taken down from that website at that time. So it just kind of goes to illustrate like how systematic it is. When I understand the big pharma system, like I understand that, but I'm kind of proof that when I was on the medications, they weren't really working for me, because I was in a space where I was still hearing voices, having visions, still very empathetic and, very sensitive to other energies that were around me. And one of the things when I first met Leo, when I first met her in the hospital, one of the things that she spoke about with me identifying as being a spiritual person is the difference between racism within that specifically. So as opposed to like the Black spiritualists compared to the white one. So I don't want to
Sylvia Brown, remember?
Yeah. Well, yeah, so it's right here. The paper's right here, Sylvia Brown. And then one of the things that she said too is that I talk about things that don't matter, specifically indiscrepancies in the systems and contradictions in how it's exercised. So one of the things I will say with that too, there's another medium that I read her book, Teresa Caputo, and she wrote that if her family didn't support her, they would think that she was schizophrenic. So we have the same, but it's just because homeless and gone through addiction and all those things that my experience have been discredited because of that. And they said that's why we need to raise her lithium levels. And when you look at the effects of lithium, specifically, one of the things it says, it does say that it causes confusion, memory loss, and lack of awareness. So that to me is, testimony that maybe it doesn't always work with that. And I will say now that I'm working with now, I go to a Hearing Voices group every week, and they actually came out with documents now saying that not only schizophrenics experience auditory hallucinations, many other people who have not been diagnosed with mental illnesses hear claps, buzzings, whistles, and all that. And then the last time I went to the class, they had a document that said that there was another person who had been diagnosed with schizophrenia, and he was aggressive, but he had never been hospitalized and never been on medication. So that was the complete opposite of what I've been through, you know. So it just goes to show the different discrepancies and the systematic oppression with me being a person of color. Like, even when I was working, I'm going to say this because this is my truth. Even when I was working for a pharmacy, a company that did copay assistance for people that were needing medications for cancers and other end-of-life diseases. And it was discovered by the board that I was 52% underpaid than my white counterparts. And instead of actually fixing it, they, you know, paid me for 6 months and said, we didn't discriminate against you and all that. But he told me he couldn't understand the struggle of a single Black mother because he was tall, white with a PhD. So these are the things that, like, we've experienced. I mean, it's no secret that, you know, racism, sexism, classism are things that we're struggling with, but it's just my personal story. And for a long time, I felt like my story didn't matter, but it's like I have to explain what happened to me so people would understand this is what's going on, you know? So thank you for giving me this opportunity to share. If anybody has any questions or anything.
Yeah. Thank you, Yasmin. Again, I honor your journey. You know, I honor it. It's a very profound journey. Again, I mean, with all of us here, every one of us comes with our own unique story, some more harrowing than others. So I would just like to direct everybody into their own journey, their own story as well. What is your story? What is your story teaching you? Through the adversities that we undergo in a lifetime, our life purpose is called forth. Yasmin, you can stand in the gap in ways that others cannot, who have not been through what you have gone through. Okay. And there are beautiful women on this line here who have their own story. And I think it was Leo that just said everybody's story matters. Everyone's story does matter. And the most important thing about that story is even beyond not that it happened, but what you do with it. Okay. What you do with that story, how you choose to channel your energy. Every one of us here, I'm sure on some level have endured injustice on some level, mistreatment, unfairness, abuse, emotional abuse, physical abuse. Maybe relationships have gone sour. Maybe things didn't work out for you in the way that you thought it was. Everybody has a story, but the key is that we transcend the story to use our life force and our life energy, first and foremost, to heal ourselves. You know, as I listen to Yasmin's story, in my brain, there's just this constant dialogue of, that's why we have to learn how to help ourselves. That's why we have to know how to help ourselves. If in the medical profession, these are the things that are happening, right? How does one heal themselves? You know, I think this is, you know, the over dependency even on the system. Yeah, heal thyself. It's going to be critical because a lot of times putting a lot of faith in other sources outside of yourself, you know, even with illness, with medical profession. Well, you see the runaround you get in the United States, have a chronic illness and try to get it treated in the United States of America. Okay. We have seen, this is why people are so exasperated with the system. Okay. This is why we are being called to learn how to heal thyself. Healing yourself. And here's the thing, I want to throw this out here too, friends. Healing yourself is not waiting till you run into a problem. It's too late then. It's before you run into a problem. So with that being said, I ask everyone on this line, every beautiful spirit here, what's your daily self-care practice? How do you take care of yourself? Literally, your mental health. Mental health is not something just to be concerned with people that have a quote diagnosis. Our mental health is every one of our concerns. Every single day, every single person should be tending to their mental health. What does that even mean? What does that even mean? The level of stress that you have in your life. How much anxiety do you experience on any given day? I believe there are times we are more mentally healthy than other times. If you are consumed with worry, fear, doubt, you're not mentally healthy. even if you're not carrying a diagnosis or being medicated for it. Anxiety is a mental illness. And guess what? We all have it to some degree, some more than others. There's the level of stress. How do you process your stress? How do you decompress? What is the quality of your relationships? Who do you show up for? What are the rooms that you stand in? How are you unfolding your life energy? These are things all that I think that, you know, as women on the line, and I see some of the men here, thank you for joining as well. These are things that I think is very important for us each day to turn within and to create, ultimately, you know, we have to create our own healthcare plan. You know, what is your healthcare plan? Really, what is your mental health care plan? I think a lot of people in our world today have turned, a lot of people in the psychedelic movement are turning to microdosing. They are turning to psilocybin. They are turning to ayahuasca. They are turning to peyote and wachuma. They are making pilgrimages across the country, leaving the US and going into Peru and Brazil and Ecuador and Colombia and Bolivia. They're going for healing. They're going to the Native Americans. They're returning to the indigenous cultures, right? You're seeing a mass exodus of people now going back to the motherland, literally, going back to the earth. That's where the source of our healing is. So, you know, these are important conversations we're having, friends. And Yasmin stands as a temporary moment of the poster child for the moment. But behind her face, there are thousands more, thousands upon thousands who have her same story. Same story. So, you know, again, Yasmin, and to all of us, you help the world first and foremost by helping yourself, by healing yourself. You can't help anyone until you've helped yourself, right? So that's why this question always will circle back to what are you doing to help yourself? So now I want to hear from some folks. So I'm just gonna, unless anybody wants to jump in voluntarily, I would love to just nominate some folks. I see you, Aurora. I've been looking at you online. I see your beautiful smile, and I'm going to get Kim next. I want to hear what you ladies have to say about what we're talking about here. Aurora, jump in here and give me your thoughts on this.
I'm just glad we're just having the conversation. I am grateful for the space and the people sharing their stories, because those voices, our voices, need to be uplifted. And that's one of the things that I do on the regular. I specialize in uplifting women of color and people of color in psychedelic spaces, because it's lost on us. You hear it all the time when you mention any of the entheogens. It's, oh, that's white people stuff. That's white people stuff. No, baby. That's stuff we've been doing for a very long time, and it's time to come home. It's time to heal thyself. I dropped a poem by Maria Sabina in the chat, and this is how I open my podcast, is with this poem every single time, because you are the medicine. And don't forget that you are the medicine. These are our plant allies. These are our plant teachers. These are ancient teachers. But you still, at the end of the day, are the medicine. You can't never lose sight of that. And if you have, there's always a way home. There, you can follow the mycelial network home. You can follow the mother ayahuasca home.
That's right.
You can follow it home. It's always going to find a way home. And I'm so glad that we are having this conversation, and I'm just happy to be in this space. So many wonderful spaces, so many wonderful people, and to hear these stories. And I just thank you, and thank you for being up here and talking. Me and Lucia moderated this group, the first one, but I'm probably going to be here the whole 24 hours, so I'm not even going to take up that much time if anybody has questions.
Yeah, I love it. Thank you for that. I honor you, sister. I see you too. Kim, I'd love to hear from you, darling. I saw your hand.
Hi, my name is Kim Haxton. I'm Potawatomi from the Martin clan from a place called Wasauksing. I'm calling in from the unceded and attested territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people.
Wow.
And my work has been in ceremonies for 22 years. I studied with indigenous cultures who haven't lost their pre-Columbian spiritual teachings, and I've worked with different cultures overseas in war zones and in man-made disasters, and I do everything in connection to nature because those are my teachings. So there's a whole bunch of stuff. There's a whole bunch of stuff that I would love to, jam about from early this morning. I love what you said about, how do we do our self-care? I'm also really careful about that, because my elders have sort of called me in on the self-care thing, and I know it's important, but they talk about community care and how do we take care of actually each other, and not in a place where you're martyring and taking care of people in that way, because it's my business and I got to do this, but it's like in a place in which we are creating circles of solidarity. So who is your circle of solidarity and community of people that can, because we got to do this work, that can hold us when we're getting out of balance, right? Can call us when we're disassociating in our work or disassociating, that can and this, our sisters or brothers that can hold us and say, hey, Kim, or, you're out of line and you need to come back into yourself, right? And one of the other things I think about, and I don't see it talked about here, is because I come from lineages, and I mean, my use of substances goes back for over 30 years now. And but I think about what is reciprocity to the communities whose medicines that you're using. And in, like, for example, I think of the lineages, and I'm lucky because I've had a lot of powerful women lineages, starting from Nepal and down into the Americas. And I think of the grandmothers and their grandchildren that I'm responsible for taking care of because of the teachings that I've received, as a one thing. And so, like, how are we creating that community? I think, and I think that's mainly what I wanted to say is, like, who's your circle of solidarity? So Yasmin, who's your circle, right? Then, like, who is holding us that we can do that work, right? And how do we move away from what hurts and harms to what heals and nourishes?
That's right. That's right.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think I'm just gonna leave it there because I could go on forever. But thank you.
Yeah, and thank you, Kim, and I honor your work. You mentioned a very valid point, moving away from what hurts and harms and moving toward that which heals and which helps. And again, you guys, it's an interdependent, life is interdependent. We are all part of community, but we can never forget the part that begins with us. At the end of the day, you come into this world, you have to come through that birth canal on your own. When it's your time to take that final breath, you're going to be doing it with people maybe surrounding you if you're blessed in that way. But it's a solo journey, so to speak, on the way out of here. Everything coming back to the self, because the healthier you get, the stronger that you get. And we are able to be that branch, like, trees are very interesting because they support each other. They have an underground root system, right? In nature, they support each other. So we are, to mimic the patterns of nature and how nature supports each other. But also, too, you can only be the level of support to the degree that you yourself are healthy. That's why I'm going to take it all the way back again to your own personal self-care. I can't emphasize that enough. Your personal self-care, your personal commitment, your personal level of consistency to show up for yourself day to day. Ask yourself in this now moment what your mental state is on a daily. We all run at a median average. What's your median average? We have a median average. Yes, highs and lows, ups and downs, but we all have our own unique average. So, Mother Jaguar, is there your hand up, my dear? Do you want to jump in here?
Greetings. It's so beautiful to see you on the screen because I've been following you for a while too.
Oh,
I'm so grateful. I spoke a little bit earlier and I want to apologize for some of I'm really unsettled with a lot of things that's going on in our spiritual community with women being attacked. Just a little background about, how I came to get into this medicine. The medicine found me back in 2009 when I was trying to grapple with my own sexual abuse and also trying to heal the relationship between me and my mother, because I felt like, she opened that door for that and my family swept it under the rug. I really wanted some way to try to harness this rage that I felt within me. And I started looking up, all these different ways to heal. I had already been to countless therapy, trying to deal with this anger, but it wasn't helping at all. It was helping me to speak about it to this person, but I was angry at my family, for allowing me to go through that and not addressing what really happened. So finding the medicine was truly a life-saving tool for me to allow me to become my own healer in my own right, to find ways to protect myself and know that I'm not crazy, that there's this fear running rampant in my family, maybe that caused them not to address it because so many of them have gone through the same thing. But I met this beautiful, after countless sitting with shamans who were men, working with Ronnie in Peru and working with another man from Guyana. These men also were sexually exploiting some of the women that were in their tribe at the time in America. So I was just looking for somebody that I didn't have to guard myself with. And I had a dream years ago about running through the forest, like, some Little Red Riding Hood theme, running through the forest, something's chasing me, the big bad wolf, I don't know. But I could never see what was chasing me. And clearing the forest was this mountain. And when I found the mountain, I ran to the mountain and seen this woman standing there beckoning me to hurry, to come to her. Long story short, I ended up 5 years later finding my mother, Washi Yawanawa, in Brazil, who reached out to me by way of Facebook, saying that she wanted to see me in the forest. And when I got there, I didn't know that she was residing on the mountain, which, if you don't know, that most women were not allowed to serve medicine in the jungles. For millennia. Exactly. She was the first Paje that was initiated by her father, Tutu Yawanawa. He passed the torch to her because of a prophecy that he received that women are now needing to leave this space. And she welcomed me into the fold of her family. And she just kept saying to me, the force of the feminine is coming. And it's time for you to prepare to walk courageously through this terrain. And I didn't know what that meant then, but I've been finding it out lately, that there's so much confusion around what shamanism is, and also what a healer is. And as a healer, like Colleen was saying, you have to embody your own healing. You have to understand how to heal yourself first. And that's how I believe most people find me. It's no coincidence that most of the people that come and sit with me have gone through similar things. And I have navigated that terrain for myself and finding a path that helps me to embody all that I am. But the rage that I feel right now is like, okay, God, you put me into this space, only to keep addressing the same wound that has stifled me and so many other women and men for so long. And I want to make sure that I'm walking this road in a way that is not causing harm, but also remembering that this is the fearlessness that you have to carry and the courage that you have to carry through the space of your own healing. And when Graciela put me into this group, and it was just so profound to see how we're all just listening to all the women speak about this right now. I know that we're at we're at the crossroads right now where we have to step into a power that maybe, needs to be manifested of support, and just guidance with mothers and women like the sister that was speaking, over 30 years of working this path, but also making sure that we hold tight to the traditions. And like my mother, most of my work, everything that I do just about goes to her, because I know that I cannot sever that connection. She's my mother. And I want to make sure that we're also, balancing our optimism with realism. We can be so optimistic about, this medicine is coming to heal us, but there's so many things being brought up to the surface right now that takes we have to take pauses to really integrate what we're seeing, because part of that is part of our healing too, is seeing these little subtle spaces that we've been appropriating, the patriarchal harm that we've been experiencing in these circles. And I'm just grateful to see your face and to see all these women faces here. And I'm thankful that we are finally having these conversations that will bring to light how we can balance and bring a new earth about, where we don't have to think about being unsafe anymore, that, we can usher these men into these spaces when they're truly aware of how they've caused harm. And so just grateful for all of you and sending so many massive blessings your way, and to your ancestors and to all of the work that you've done for yourself. So many blessings. Ashe, Aho, shada to all of you, all of you.
Ashe, thank you. Thank you, Mother Jaguar. So beautifully and eloquently said. Obviously she's, Mother Jaguar has given us a lot to contemplate, in this moment. At the end of the day, friends, someone else, Chandra, asked a very good question too. We can jump into that in a moment. But, friends, we're at a critical point in human history right now. It is time for self-mastery. It is time for ascension. It is time. We are here in this hour for the elevation of human consciousness. Okay, that's men, that's women, that's children, that's all of us. That's every race. In this hour, that we can transcend, that we can elevate our human consciousness. At the end of the day, nothing changes unless consciousness changes. Consciousness is the seed of all creation here on the earth plane. So your very lives, the way that you move through the world, the way that you walk, the way that you talk, the way that you be, the way that you breathe, is all a direct reflection of your consciousness. So expanding our consciousness, once we elevate, then we can rise and bring up others with us. But again, we must do that. That is why I believe in my spirit that this plant medicine is so important, that it's honored and protected, and that it is truly revered for what it truly is. A path, the path of healing, and an opportunity for us all to elevate in consciousness. And I think that's the answer. We're talking about, what's the answer for us? We have to expand our consciousness. Simply put, what's the answer? Expansion, ascension, awareness, growth, and then for us to bring those forward. And the world at large is calling for the leaders. The leaders. So you guys, that's you guys. That's all these beautiful women on here. And it's for you all to stay, and the men. It's for all of us, the leaders, the light wearers, the light bearers, to come forward and carry their light forward. So much conversation around healing and who's a healer. I've always said this. What a healer is, a person who walks into a room and leaves it better than they found it. To heal is to elevate the frequency in a room. So if you can walk into a room and elevate the frequency, that life be life more abundantly because you stood there, then you are a healer. No special tags, no special labels, no special diplomas and degrees. Let us not get our ego attached to this. We all carry the potential of healing. Why? Because we all carry the God blueprint in us and as us. Every one of us is light. No one is more superior than another. We're all here together as one. And this is the kind of consciousness I believe that we have to nurture to get to where we want to be. Let me hear from Graciela. I've been enjoying your smile. I know your camera's off now, but if you're around and you're close by, I'd love to hear from you. Just a word or two. But if Graciela can't get to her camera right now, Chandra, let me hear from you, dear. I like your smile and your face, the warmth that you exude. let me just hear what's on your heart. Throw me anything that you want to say right now into this discussion.
Oh gosh. So, I think the first notion I have ever had of Leo was something I came across in Strong Women in Psychedelic Politics. But I talked earlier a little bit about the divine masculine, and this is a spot where I think that kind of work can come in really helpfully. So she uses the word strong. We know that strength is what we need to exercise. Yet we get really, really caught up in grace, right? We're gonna be gently, but I think we have more room for fierce. I think we have more room to not just try to move within a system and try to be a part of the system, but to change the way we look at it and afford ourselves the grace of understanding that it's okay for us to dominate somewhere. And this is a great place for that to happen. And I say this to my husband all of the time, but the pendulum has been swung really far in a certain direction. And it's not going to just come back to balance without being acted upon by force. So we have to sort of push it so that it's going to go further than we want it, so that it can come back and we can really live in relationship. But we know that respect is not a given, and it's not always earned either. So I just sort of want to speak to part of the reason that we're even having this event, and that is we know that we need the collective strength of the women and their mothers and their grandmothers and everything that we have ever learned about strength and fighting and perseverance, and apply it without shame. We can find time for grace. We found lots of time for grace.
I love that. I love that. Yeah.
So that's what's on my heart.
Thank you for sharing your heart. It's a beautiful heart. Thank you for sharing that. I want to ask, let's see, Colleen, I'm gonna come to you, lovely, for a moment. Give me just 3 sentences. Give me your 3 heartfelt sentences right now. Just whatever the first thing. Don't even overthink it. Straight from the heart. Just 3 sentences. Where are you right now?
I am whole. We are here together and in each other's hearts.
Thank you. Thank you. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Thank you. Nikki Keither Morgan. I love your last name. That's my daughter's first name. I'm going to put you on the spot, Nikki, because I see you. I'm looking at you. Give me just a few sentences from your heart. Give me 3 sentences from your heart.
Embodiment is required. Oneness. That's a full statement.
Yes.
And nuanced awareness.
And what was the last one?
Nuanced awareness.
Oh, okay. Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. I see beautiful Karina Jenny hopping on the line here. She didn't know she was getting ready to get called on, but whoop-de-whoop, here we are, Karina. Karina, give me just a couple words in your heart. What's in your heart right now, based upon where we are, the discussions? Just give me your top 3 statements.
Probably excitement, gratitude, and just awareness. I feel like.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Have a little brother.
Yeah, no little brother.
You have a little brother. Oh, okay. Thank you, Jenny. Thank you, Karina. Jenny, thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you, darling. Graciela, nice to see your beautiful smile. I know you've been holding space. I feel you holding the space strong for us. Give me what's in your heart right now. Where are you at with all this transpired and where we are and what's happened in the last hour here?
I've literally been sitting here, well, not just sitting, but doing yoni steams in between listening and coming back. So I have a song. I really have a song. This is just what's on my heart.
Okay, yes, please. Yo, you kidding me? I'm ready to jump in with some background vocals. Let's do it. I love it.
Because this is just how I feel with listening, like being connected to all these wombs physically here and with all of you beautiful women and universal wombs. So here it goes. The wombs of the world are circling. Together we're creating a world not afraid of feeling. We're creating healing. So rise up, rise up, rise up. Rise up, rise up, rise up. Rise up, rise up, rise up. Rise up, rise up, rise up.
Thank you. That was beautiful. Did you write that song?
No.
Okay. So that's beautiful.
I cannot take credit for that.
Okay, that was beautiful.
Who wrote it? But I do know that my sister Rain, she taught it to me. So.
Okay, beautiful. Thank you for that. Thank you for sharing that. I want to hear from, if I could, I'm calling, some people don't have the cameras on, but if I call your name, if you're here, if you want to be brave and bold, I want to hear just a comment or two from, I love the name actually, it's Stefania. Stefania, I want to hear what's in your heart right now. If you are close by your computer, you can jump on. Okay, while we wait for Stefania, I'm gonna do something unconventional here for a moment. I see Charles is on the line. We got Charles. Charles, if you are available to I would love to have a male perspective on how are you feeling in terms of what you're hearing. Either Charles or Rick. I see Rick Luna as well. We'd love to hear from the men. Would love to get their contribution in this moment. I know it's about the women today, but would love to see how our men are taking in the words of the women. How are men processing what's happening here? If any man is brave enough to step up, give us a little word. Okay, I'm going to continue on. I have just a few moments left. I want to try to get the most out of my time. My little time has gone so quickly. I'm really sad about that, but I'll still be hanging out here. Lay Nadell. Lay, are you around? Are you available?
I'm here, but I can't turn on my video right now. Hi.
That's fine. Lay, give me your best thought for the moment. Give me 3 or 4 sentences. Give me your heart. Where's your heart at, Lay?
I think I just appreciate being able to gather with a group of women. I think it's really important right now that we support each other in any way that we can. And I know at times it's so easy to get distracted by other things in life. And, there's so much grief, I think, that all of us are moving through, and, so many traumas we're healing, we're processing, we're deconstructing our realities. And it's a lot. So I'm really grateful for the opportunity to come together with other beautiful souls and just to, be here together for each other and, just to be in community and support each other.
Wonderful. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. You have a very soothing voice. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
I'm gonna, I hope she doesn't get mad at me, but I cannot leave out here without calling on one of my main girls here, Marisa Barone. Marisa, if you're around, I would love to hear your thoughts. One of my favorite humans on the planet here on the line with us.
I knew that was coming. Hi. Hi, ladies. I'm sorry I'm not on camera. I'm just recovering from a long travel journey. So laying in bed, but listening to all these really beautiful stories. So just want to say thank you to all the women who shared. I also honor your journey and everything that you've been through, and just again for taking those experiences and sharing them with everyone and continuing to shed light on this earth plane. I'm just feeling really grateful. Thank you for inviting me into this space, Darnella. Thank you for telling me about this.
Oh my God, beautiful day.
But really, I feel like I'm coming into a new level of awareness. Sometimes I started working with Darnella 2 years ago for my own healing. And I feel like a lot of times I get lost in myself and just thinking about myself and how I can serve myself, and really haven't thought about the community or even realized there was a big community and how we can all lean on each other and help each other. And that's really where my headspace is at right now.
Wow.
I feel like I've been brought into a new world and a new community. So kind of just sitting here like, whoa.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Yeah.
All these beautiful women. And it's nice. And thank you, Marissa. So well expressed. And I really appreciate you jumping on. Marissa is a champion, because I know that she's not a big fan of public speaking. So thank you for just having the courage to answer your mic when called your name. But so eloquently said. I honor you. I love you. I appreciate you. And last but not least, before I get out of here, I want to see if I can get one more comment from Sandra Robinson. I don't know. She is here, but I don't know if she's on her mic. I should buy her computer. Marissa was with me in the Andes. Marissa was with me in Peru. Marissa will be with me in April when we return to the Amazon. And Sandra was with me in the Amazon, and she's on the line as well. I'd love to hear from her if she has any thoughts or comments, but she may have stepped away from her computer. Lindsay, did I hear from you already, dear? Because I see you, so I can't see somebody and not say hello. So hello, lovely. What's in your heart? Give me because I think you'd be the last person I get a chance to call on today. Please give me your most heartfelt moment where you're at right now. Just give me the deepest words in your heart right now. Where are you right now?
Yeah, just super grateful and in connectedness. I just came back inside, but your whole hour I was actually in the forest, and I felt like I was like representing all of us being in the forest in that connection, but yet with our connection, and having my phone here on my pack and hearing everyone share their stories, and just like the strength in what it does take to share your stories, and how that can be just the littlest nugget of a thought can really relate with someone else. So the importance of all of us coming together and sharing this and giving others voices and ideas and inspiration and communication just lets like everyone be seen in their own way. So
yeah, absolutely. That's beautiful. Where are you at in the forest? Where do you live?
I am north of Seattle in Snohomish County.
Okay, awesome. Wow, a lot of Seattle folks here, huh? A lot of you guys from the Seattle area. Seattle has it really going on with the psychedelic movement, doesn't it? I didn't realize how strong it was in Seattle. I'm gonna have to get up to the Pacific Northwest. I went to school up there, so I got to get back up there. I want to say, Leo, are you still here? I know Leo is here because are you around or are you taking a break? I I want to get you, first of all, again, Leo, can we just give her a round of applause for her commitment, for what she does, for her love, for her light, for lifting us, keeping us lifted. Leo, give me your three most heartfelt expressions right now. How do you feel having organized this, orchestrated it? What does this do for your soul, seeing these women come together in this way? What does this mean to you personally?
Inspirational, healing, and beauty. Yeah, this is healing a wound that is part of our civilization. Hearing these women support one another and have different voices, hard stories and sad stories. I was crying a lot when Yasmin was talking, and I just see a lot of bravery.
Yeah, absolutely. What inspires you to do what you do? Why do you do this? Why do you spend so much time, care, effort, so much of your life energy? What's your motivation?
To do goodwill on earth, to use my gifts for good, to serve humanity.
Yeah, yeah, beautiful. Well, it has been an honor. I appreciate every single one of you. I love you all. Even though we just met, I hold you all in my heart. I take you with me on my journey. The vision that I've created is called Journey to Worthy. I'm going to put the link in the chat box. journeytoworthy.org is my vision. It's my love letter to humanity. And it's a blend of quantum physics and neuroscience and plant medicine and healing journeys around the world. I will be taking a group into the Amazon in Peru in April. So if anybody feels called to join this beautiful group, April 8th through 18th, we'll be going back to the Amazon for another week with the profound and beautiful shaman Don Lucho, and we'll do another week of ayahuasca there. So it has been my pleasure, my great honor. Thank you so much for participating. Thank you so much for singing with me. And I'm gonna put my site. I'm gonna put it in the chat box right now. And I'm gonna stick around and hang out with you guys for a bit more. And Leo, I'll let the next beautiful facilitator take it away. Thank you, friends. Thank you.
Kim, I think you're on.
Oh, I'm on? Oh, no, not me, right? The next lady. Kim, okay.
Thank you so much, Leo, and thank you, Darnella, for your teachings.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please take a breath with me. A big, huge belly breath. Huge one. Take another breath. I remember the first time I ever did Yopo, which is a plant medicine that I use that comes out of the Onaconan Basin from the Piare people. The medicine taught me how to breathe. And in the instant, it taught me how to breathe. I understood how prana, chi, the root word of breath is spirit. It's what it is, it's spirit. And I realized what our society was hurting, in our spirits. And I'm Potawatomi. I'm from an island called Wasauksing, the place of the shining bay. If you have a candle, please light your little fireplace right now. Right? It's time. I've been on a journey as an Indigenous woman that has taken me all over the world, and working with Indigenous and primarily Black communities. And I feel incredibly honored that I've been able to witness and learn from very, very many people. I think when I think of this work and this earth that I love so much, I understand that, we live in a state of chaos, right? As a place of disconnect. And I know that the medicines, and I know that the medicines connect us. We know that there's more than what we've been taught. My work, people ask me, what is your work? And I'm like, my work, whatever's necessary and no more, because there's a lot to do, and I think it's really important that we understand our work is stronger together. And part of my work is, people say the word decolonization, and I'm like, well, yeah, it's just elevating people's consciousness is what we're doing, right? You know, we are coming into a place where we're finding ourselves strongly together. I used to say that I was the bozo on the back of the bus. You know, I was the bozo on the back of the bus and just along for the ride. But now I'm like, well, I think I took over the driving, because I'm like, I want to drive this bus myself. So when somebody today, I've heard people talk about different things, and I'm like, take up the space, you know, take up the space with gentle fearlessness. I want to address some of the things, because our work is around healing, and I want to talk about the, you know, I work in 22 years of specific ceremonial work. You know, I see a lot of what people would name as sorcery. I name it as like fucked upness. I'm one of those aunties that swears. Okay, so you'll hear me swearing, right? And where people are using power over, you know, and understanding that power is something that we know when we touch into medicine. It comes from a different place. I feel privileged in that, you know, I've studied with part of my mentors have been in reclaiming plant medicines. So plant medicines that have gone underground or lost. And one of my main teachers was like, Kim, eat more medicine. Don't ask me any questions. I'm just a human, you know? And so I really have enjoyed that, because of plants. We know that plants don't have an ego, human beings do. And I think it's a hard one sometimes that we don't remember that. There's 7 things that are universal for healing. Singing, dancing, storytelling, connecting to nature, plant medicines. Who else is there? Prayer, meditation, food, right? Food or medicine, and laughter. Laughter helps us go through the tragedy and the challenges that we face and in our lives. So it's an interesting, I'm like, where do I start with a story? You know, I'm a storyteller, I just want to say that. And I actually just met Leo last night, you know, late into the night, I met Leo. And so here I am today. And then Leo's like, can you go on at 3? And I'm like, what am I supposed to say? I don't know. You know, but I'm like listening to everybody. And so I kind of want to weave, I'm a weaver too, want to weave the stories that I've heard today of, you know, of our pain and some of the suffering we've had out plant medicines, and now there's abuse. And I don't want to get too much into the capitalist, patriarchal, white supremacist systems, because we all know what that is, you know, but I always ask, you know, how am I embedded in that myself? You know, so I ask people, how are you embedded in that? So when I start there, I'm going to ask questions that I'm going to ask you to write down for yourself. You can write it in the chat or not. My first question, and just a 1-word answer, is where are you from? And then I ask a second time, where are you from? Where are you from? Where are you from? Who are you? 1-word answer, please. Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Please take a breath with me. So, I guess my background it's kind of interesting. Is like, yeah, I'm going to say this, I did a lot of drugs as a kid for sure. I was the acid queen. Oh yeah, I love that. That was a medicine that, you know, taught me about my gifts for sure. And that led into experimenting with a lot of other sort of psychedelics. And then I kind of moved away from that and got into ceremony. When I got into ceremony, I was like, wow, okay, this is my path. And I thought, you know, in that path it would be, I didn't realize it's a lifetime path, you know. I don't not too much about forward thinking, but it's a lifetime of healing that we're doing, of intergenerational healing that we're doing. not just our own, right? Everything is connected. We are all connected and disconnected. So it's like we're doing such levels of profound healing. And I love that. I think, you know what I want to talk about? Aurora, you were talking about healing the womb, right? That's what you were talking about earlier, and healing our sexuality. And I was like, hells to the yeah on that one, because, my experience in my journey with medicines have been literally that. Before I started actually medicines is, had some really high level lovers and healers that like, ooh, you just set me up for disappointment. But thank you so much for those moments, right? Thank you for those moments. And so there's one person, it's kind of hard not to go. I've got like 10 different roads I want to go down, and I'm like, hey, which one am I going to choose? I know I want to talk about healing and sex, and that I want to talk about patriarchy and the pain that happens with people in ceremony. I've been working for years where I see young women and young men who are with predators, unhealed people who are upheld in systems of in plant medicines or also in ceremonial worlds. I see people blindly going into those like, oh, I'm going to go study with, and I'm like, oh man, and so I see that those wounds that we carry or that happen, I'm just like, well, there's teachings, right? There's teachings. And so how do we then learn to trust for ourselves? So I guess this is where I start then, is maybe about 30 years ago, I have a friend named Mutang who is from Borneo. He's Panan. And there was a bunch of anthropologists that were asking his dad, how do you know which plants go together? And his dad said to them, if the plants harmonize, you'll make a medicine. If they don't harmonize, you're going to make a poison. And if I remember, my 22-year-old ears were like, what the? I don't hear the plants sing. I mean, I see when my plants are all wrinkly and need to be, nourished with some water. Fast forward to, I guess, about, oh God, I always lie about my times, and I'm also an honest liar, so I don't really know about time, but I think maybe 14 years ago, I was working with a mentor, Jose Luis, who is Payare from the Orinoco Basin. And he was showing me how to make yopo and stirring it up. And he only speaks his indigenous language. I don't speak Spanish. But when you get on plants, you can have a full-on conversation, completely understood. And he was saying to me, I said, how do you know how these plants go together? And he laughed and he said, can't you hear the music that they sing? And I had one of many holy shift moments, right? Where I was like, how is it possible that these two people from such different remote parts of the world, they don't have access, they're saying the same thing, and in some of the other mentors and teachers that I met, I was like, oh, this is what's happening. I had, I'm gonna go forward. I'm gonna go backwards just to weave the stories here. I think it's in the 90s, mid 90s. I'm in Kathmandu, and I'm studying with a healer there who really gifted, who's like, you need to go study with a biting lady. And I ended up sitting with Lamubambo Amabambo, who was one of the 13 indigenous grandmothers, and she used, I would sit and translate for her, even though I don't speak Nepalese at that time, not very good, but I would translate for her when people would come in and need to go get medicines, and I could hear her and understand her. So I think about that. I think about the world, the culture of make-believe that we live in, and I think of that language of how we communicate. So part of my journey, and I stand up fiercely. So Jaguar, sister, I'm sorry, I don't pay attention very well, but I'd love to connect with you at some point, because I've got some tips for you on dealing with some of those perpetrators and how to so it doesn't drain you on that energy. And I started sort of seeing that, how are people communicating? How are we learning? How do you know? That's my question to everybody, is how do you know? That would be my next question to you. How do you know? How do you know? Right? And when I say that, I think about how these elders and teachers have listened to the plants and listened to each other. And I think, on a simple level, I can say we all know the soul phone and what that is, right? The soul phone is when you're thinking about a friend, and then then you run into them on the street that you haven't, wait a second, I can't believe I'm seeing you, or the phone rings and it's them, and you're picking up and you're like, who are these people? Wow, yes, it's you. Or as a mother, anybody here who's a mother, when your kid is talking to you, right? Even with that lover that maybe isn't so honest with you, your body knows, right? And it's the type of intelligence that we learn as we start healing, is to listen to ourselves. And so part of the work is, one of the other mentors I have is Dr. Beth Edva, who's a transpersonal psychologist who also, I did an apprenticeship model with her, who teaches from a sort of a Egyptian lineage that we have 12 senses. I'm sure we have more than that, and clairaudient, clairsentient, clairvoyant, intuition, telepathy, right here, telepathy, feeling. And all of these intuitions, what stops us is our wounded selves, right? The itty bitty shitty committee, excuse me. When I think of the itty bitty shitty committee, it's based in the trauma that gets topped in our body, right? Dr. Michael Yellowbird talks about neural decolonization, which is really beautiful, and I really love the work that he's put out there in regards to understanding the neurology of the body, right? Of the brain and how it works. And so I am not a neurologist. Like last night, I just have to say I was way out of my element talking with a whole bunch of people who are science people. And I'm like, what the hell? Speaking English for me. So here's my little teaching like this of what I learned about the brain, is that here it is. And for all the people that are doctors and stuff and understand that, I'm so sorry. I apologize. Your left hemisphere, your right hemisphere, this part of the brain that goes down your spine so you can feel all the things in your nervous system. And tucked under here is this little spark plug, right, called the amygdala. And the amygdala is like the reptilian part of the brain, the part that gets all fired up and goes around and can create ruts in the road in your brain. And when I think of that, I think about how we get caught when we get wounded, right? We know that addictions, we know that how that happens when we get into that place and we get the gerbil on the wheel going around in our head, spinning around, and the neurons can light up in the same areas, right? The itty bitty shitty committee, right? When we get in anxiety or disappointment, when we get caught in righteous anger, when we get caught in these places, martyrdom, the person who's pointing fingers at people, righteous, that kind of righteousness. And I think about that. And Dr. Michael Yellowbird talks about, taking a breath. Just take a breath, right? And I have some people here that are like, Kim, quit with your breath stuff. Like, that is so new age. And I'm like, well, it is the new age. And we need to breathe and we need to connect with that part that slows it down. So in the psychedelic world, somebody asked a question earlier on in the day about how do we face this on? And it's like, my teachers, and this isn't what they say, but I say, slow your roll, slow your roll in this like society, in this psychedelic world that is like going at like Mach speed. And we're all trying to keep up into it, but it's like, let it go. Step outside of that, step outside of it and just do what you do. Because every time that we get into this place of reaction, right, we're engaged in the battle. And if we can like, this is like sort of the Aikido model of like, how do you battle? You do this, you can do this, you can go ahead and you can like bang your head against the patriarchy and all of that sort of stuff. But how do we do it in a way, that uses the energy, And I think about that a lot because I think about, situations that have caused harm for people. I recognize that it's really important. but how do we do it in a way that's just like, yeah, it doesn't belong to me. And when we start doing our healing, right, when we start doing that place where we can like hold ourselves and hold each other, we can actually start doing this. It's kind of like a dance, right? It's kind of a dance, right? To be able to hold those projections and those reactions and to be able to be like, oh, hang on a second, what's going on? So neurodecolonization, plant work, healing, it's really important. I'm a little concerned, because I come from an apprenticeship model with some of this education programs that are out there that are pretty quick. And I'm like, eek, that's dangerous, because where's the accountability? How are we holding people? And I said something earlier about this, who's your solidarity circle to keep you in check, right? Aurora, it sounds like you've got your family, your mama, holding you in check, which is like, yeah, there's nobody better than that, right? Right? And who's holding you in check? Who's your circle of people around you, that are holding you accountable, and holding our paths and our work accountable, right? So that we're always engaging and we're actually moving into community rather than the individualistic pursuit. I see a lot of practitioners out there, and I just have to say that I'm new into the world of the psychedelic world. And it happened, somebody said, oh, we have a word for Karens, but in Canada, we say Chads, right? And yeah, exactly. And so don't be a Chad, right? But, and so I see people who are in psychedelic world where I'm just like, I've come into face to face and I'm all about being fierce. I'm all about being super gentle till you have to break somebody's nose compassionately. And then you just have to do that because, sometimes you got to do that. Whereas somebody said to me, Kim, I've done over 1,000 sessions. And I'm like, that's just a breath, sweetheart. That's just a breath. So humility is something, right? Humility is something that we are always practicing in our work. I think there's a place in our work where I'm so excited to meet women because I've been like, I don't see women of color. There's not a lot of women in color in Canada that I've met because I've been running a couple of conferences and I'm like, where are you sisters? And I see in the States, there's lots. I'm like, I've been going down and working in California and New York. So I'll be down there in the spring. Aurora, going to bring you into a program down there in New York, in the state of New York. Would love to work with you and bring you into that program. Is how are we supporting each other and reaching out, And so when I think of when people go sideways, right? We don't know how to deal with power and privilege, right? Privilege is easy because it's like the fish. We can look at the fish swimming in the water and we can look at the fish and be like, that fish is breathing water, Yeah. And privilege is like that. People don't understand. And I see people in positions of power. We all know this. When they fall off of that teacher seat or that pedestal that we put them on, it's like, oh, we shouldn't have put them on the pedestal. One of my teachers, Sequoia Trueblood, he's like, Kim, don't put me on a pedestal. He's Choctaw, so forgive me. I have to always do his accent, or a terrible version of his accent. He's like, Kim, don't put me on a pedestal because I'm just going to jump right on you and KO you. And I'm like, thanks, Sequoia. Thanks for that teaching, right? But I'm like, oh, yeah. How do we treat each other equally, and with reverence as well? And I think about those moments in with some of the teachers and some of the things that I see because I work a lot with women who've been harmed in circles, and I'm just like, God, like, why does this continue? And why do we also uphold those perpetrators? Why? And this is like, isn't a question that per se that I'm answering, but this is like, why is it? And I think there's a place of like, how do we, and then I hear, my wise grandma, she says to me, she goes, Kim, we're still doing our healing. That's how much healing we have to do. And I'm like, God, I don't have a lot of patience. You know, I don't have a lot of patience for this because I just want to be like, duh. And so, you know, part of me was like the Jaguar sister that was like, yeah, just give me a piece of his hair. I'll work it out for you. You know, then I hear the grandmother say, no, you're not supposed to do that. But I'm like, oh yeah, well, you know, maybe I will, right? And I understand that, the karma of that. But I think about the wounded part, and I'm just so, and I'm often say to people, how do we focus on taking up space? Like, I'm a woman of beautiful, ample size, and I'm like, I take up space when I walk into a room, you know, quite literally. And I often am, and so in the psychedelic world, I'm just like walking into the front of the line. I'm just like, what is going on here? You know, really what I do for a living is I teach people to have good manners, especially white academics. I'm like, you need to have better manners. How did you end up in this position? This is, you know, what do you mean we have to talk about this stuff? And a lot of times those brothers, when you step in with power, but I'm just a poor white man, you know, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm not a dom, but it brings out my inner dom for sure. I'm like, yes, I am going to punish you, you know? And so when I think about the healing, when I think about our work, and I think about all the beautiful work that's happening with the different medicines, I'm like, you know, like the intelligence of the universe has a plan, right? I know that, you know, people use different words around describing that. And I think of places where I've been where I spent 4 years going back and forth into Haiti, and the Voodoo culture. They saw me and they're like, you, Michelle and Rosaline, they said, you come here, we see you. Who are you? You're not the average Blanc that comes in here. I'm like, Pas Blanc, c'est rouge, you know? And they're like, you're like the original people here. And I see places, I went back and forth working in the Democratic Republic of Congo, right? And I remember seeing that I was going there like probably 6 years before in a medicine ceremony. I didn't realize that's where I was going. And I fast forward 2013, I think, 2012, maybe 13. I was going on one of my last trips down to, or 2014, I was going down one of my last trips to Haiti. And I hadn't seen Michelle in a year, and I walked in and grandfather looked at me and he reached out to me and he said, oh, my granddaughter, he said, the African spirits are going to love you and they're going to take care of you. You'll be safe. And I was like, how did he know I was going to the Congo? Like, I didn't talk to him, you know? And of course I have to stop asking those questions. And so I say, move forward with gentle fearlessness to everyone. You know, when you somatically do this, right? You know, how do we use the medicine to guide our way, right? And I know that a lot of you know that, and I know that some people are still like, oh yeah, but that's your ego. It's like, trust the medicine. You know, I remember going on that journey. I had all these big organizations that were like, you can't go there without a security force. I'm like, you're a white dude. Like, you need a security people to keep you safe, like, you know, from the colonizers, right? And so I think about that. It's like, people don't trust, you know? And I know that the medicines, I trust the medicines over anything that I've learned from humans. Humans are the only two-leggeds, are the ones that have ever hurt me, right? You know, I've met bears, I've met whales. They're fine. Those people are fine. But the two-leggeds, I don't know, it's a different breed, right? And they're tricky. So I think about that is like, how do we let the medicine guide us, right? And somebody asked me, like, how, they're like, don't you have a website? Like, yeah, no, I don't need one. I'm busy enough. You know, people find me, we get called into those places and we do that good work like that, you know? So back to the sexuality one, and I want to share this one because I think, Aurora, when you shared your story earlier, that I was like, oh, I want to tell this story. And a lot of my work as my life has been healing around childhood sexual trauma, you know, and by different people who have perpetrated by men. And I realized at a very young age that I was a sexual healer. You know, I understood that I was facing this stuff because of I had something here. It was medicine for me. And I don't know if this was the same time as Congo. I think it was. It's that I did a big yopo ceremony. And yopo is a plant medicine that you sniff, and it's very intense. 22 years into using yopo, I'm still terrified of it, I have to say. You know, it will always keep me humble. It will always keep me humble. And this one in particular, you know, the first part of the ceremony was in, and I'm generally pretty good at holding medicine and laying down. And then at one point I stood up, and we were in this pit house. And there were two people, my teacher and a friend. They were singing for me. And I stood up and I looked at them across the fire and I said, is it okay if I do this? You know, my teacher's old school, right? Like there's no such thing as yoni healing or healing, you know, that sexuality is like from a different generation. And he nods at me, yes. And I take off every stitch of my clothes, all my clothes. And then I became jaguar around the floor of this pit house. And as the ceremony came through, and as the universe came through my body in a beautiful orgasm, as you know, people know with medicine, right? In that way of like divine, I went over to the fire and I was reaching into my yoni. I mean, a little bit like awkward because there's my teacher, this old guy, right? And I'm reaching into my yoni, and every time I pulled up my hand, I saw women from every continent in the world. And every time I reach in, I would see in Asia, different parts of Asia, you know, down into the South Pacific, into Africa, into everywhere. And it showed me the wounding around women's sexuality and the harm against women. And it really made me go, wow, this is just horrific that this divine power, right? This divinity has been taken away from women, you know? And not all women get it. And I've seen that in traveling when I go into ceremonies, women come in and are like, can I ask the medicine if I can have an orgasm? And I'm like, hell to the yeah, you can, right? Hell to the yeah. You know, in Mexico, I get a lot of women who are in their 40s, 50s, and 60s who haven't experienced that. You know, I see a lot of indigenous women here who are the same thing. And I'm just like, this is so painful, you know. And I know that, you know, some of the male teachers, they're not there to do that. So I'd like to see that. I wanted to share that story because my hat's off to the sisters who are doing that beautiful work, you know, around that. I don't feel like I'm Earth Mother. I feel like, you know, I feel like more like warrior, you know, I feel fierce, you know, as sister was saying, right? I feel in a place of like our work, you know, what do you do for a living? Please use that line. What do you do for a living? You know, whatever's necessary and no more, because there's a lot to do, right? There's a lot to do. And we're doing this work. And so how can we, despite, and like I said, only 2 years coming into the psychedelic world, and I've come in because, you know, some white dudes made some problems around race equity stuff. And I was like, why are we still doing this work? You know, people are like, I'm tired of doing this race work. And I'm like, yeah, me too, right? Me too. Jesus Christ, man, why are we going to do this shit? But okay, you know, Miss Manners 101, right? Here we go again, right? And so I think about this, and I think about our work. I think about, you know, how do you, who's your circle of solidarity? Who keeps you from being enmeshed in the work that you're doing? Who keeps you from being detached from the work that you're doing, right? So that you're being healthy, so that you're, whatever self-care is, and I don't, whatever self-care is, that you're able to do that, right? And so that's one of my questions to you is, who is your circle of solidarity? Who keeps you in check? Who gives you the, like, what the hell are you doing? but keep on doing it. They don't stop you from doing your beautiful work. But who are those people that keep you in check, that keep you honest, right? That can keep you to laugh at yourself, right? I think it's really important. I think there's a place where there's a space for all, I think the universe is a really big place. I've been shot out there a few times, and I don't know, I don't like necessarily when I get the teachings around infinity. I'm like, my little brain box can't handle that. Bring me back to my body, my little earth suit, please. Where everything's like this, right? I'm a Virgo, right? So it's got to be, bring me back. But I think of those places where the space of the universe and of the divine intelligence, that there's room for all. And that does unfortunately mean the good, the bad, and the ugly, right? For a lot of times where there's as much light, there's as much shadow. Some of the most amazing teachers I've ever had, as big as their light is, as big as their shadow is, right? And so how do we learn to be with ourselves? Let others be with themselves, letting go of the issues that bind us, right? The call out culture, that's wrong. That's, and I'm just like, how do we learn that it's okay to be uncomfortable, right? Lean into that discomfort, that medicine ceremony when you're there and you're just like, I just want out, and it's not stopping. Or maybe you can't even have that thought because you're so far out there, and it's just like, wow. But those are the moments where it's like humble pie, right? When we come back into ourselves. Excuse me. So like I said, there's 7 salves for healing. There's more than that, right? If art, stuff like that. And I'm just going to do a song with y'all. There's 2 songs I want to do. And one is by this man. He was a holy man. His name was David Lertzman. And the quick story is he died, I guess, about a year ago. He was taken out by a grizzly. It's really amazing. When I met him 30 years ago, he introduced himself and he said, Kim, this community of Lillooet, they've just given me a name and they've called me White Grizzly. So this many years later, right, and the beautiful work that brother did, around healing, around working with women and working in communities and working against, resource extraction, really beautiful. He was taken out by a grizzly, and I'm like, what an honorable way to go. So he said, take this song and share it, make it go forward. Make it go forward. And it goes like this. I'll carry you always in my heart. I'll carry you always in my heart. For our life is a circle, and we are all together. A stone drops in the water and ripples on forever. I'll carry you always in my heart. Ooh, 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 ay, 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 yo. Hey, ay, ay, yo. Hey, ay, 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 hey, ay, yo. Hey, ay, yo. I'll carry you always in my heart. Ooh, 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 ooh. So David, beautiful brother. And so our healing path is here, and it's to be fierce. It's to protect the earth, our mother, right? She is being raped all the time, right? She is being hurt. Our sisters are being hurt and going missing. I've been working in California. We've been talking about, I talk about indigenous sovereignty and Black liberation all the time. Dispossessed people, right? The pain that we're carrying, right? The place where, and I say this for everyone, it doesn't matter where we come, that place is, who are your people? Who's your people? I want to know. I want you to know who you are and where you come from in that power. You're never alone. That's the problem with like, talk about embedded patriarchal white supremacy. You are not alone, you are not alone. And I think it's a hard one for us to let go of. Your work is not alone. Not only your ancestors here, right? You are not alone because we're connected, right? And that is such an important piece that I see that it's lost, because I'm just like, quit this individual thing. Who else are you lifting with you in your work? How are we opening up the doors for other people to come in, right? And I really talk about that a lot. My work is in lateral liberation as opposed to lateral violence. How do we actually do that work so that we're lifting each other up and just meeting people where they're at, because oftentimes I think of like some of my community members where they say stuff and I'm like, ooh, yeah, you can't say that. But then I know that their intentions, because they don't have another language. Every human being wants to be seen, heard, and celebrated. It's so simple. It's a medicine for everywhere I go. Even like, as I've come down across the border and down there into the States, I'm like, ouchie, right? There's a lot of ouchies and there's a lot of polarity, right? There's a lot of heavy reaction in the past 2 years of 2 epidemics with COVID and with the opioid epidemic. Everybody's got their interesting opinion and idea. We know that happens at dinner tables, at holidays, and where everybody has that, if you have that, right? And how do we move past the polarity and to understand, how do we hold the paradox? That's my other question for your journals, the journal writers out there, because I'm sure that there's few, is how do you hold the paradox, right? Because this is what we're in, and it's not gonna change. I wish it is, but right now, this is the change. This is, as the grandmother Sarah Smith, the Mohawk elder, she said, Kim, this is the birthing. In birthing, anybody who's ever had a baby, there's that name where you're like, or like a ceremony where you're like, I want out of this. It's like, no. my one of my dear sisters in San Diego, just visiting her, she had a 52-hour birth, 52 hours. I'm like, man, you had to do some big healing work there. And she's like, oh my God, I thought I was going to die. I'm like, but beautiful little Asana, has graced us with her presence, the little one, And so our work is continual. So like, how do we support each other? How do we hold that? And I'm going to do this song. And this is a song I want you to take with you, please. And I'm sorry, I have a cold, so my singing voice is like way off, but this was given by a sister named Yvette, who worked here with kids on the street. And this was like a January. I live in the Northwest, and it's like rainy and dark. It's already getting dark here, and it's rainy. This is our winter here. And it goes like this. It goes, we are worthy. We are worthy. We are worthy. We are worthy of love. You are worthy. You are worthy. You are worthy. You are worthy of love. Think of somebody right now. He is worthy. He is worthy. He is worthy. He is worthy of love. Please feel free to sing with me. Don't let me do this alone. And somebody like a she. She is worthy. She is worthy. She is worthy. She is worthy of love. They are worthy. They They are worthy. They are worthy. They are worthy of love.
No, me either. I'm done with that unconscious connection.
And then can you bring it back to the I? I am worthy. I am worthy. I am worthy. I am worthy of love. So yay to yourself and to all the places that we are. So I just want to open this for questions and thoughts that are going on for your brain. And I'll leave you with one question by the time that we finish. But does anybody have anything that has popped up for your brain, your little brain box or your little heart box? I want to know about your heart box. And if not, I'm going to give you a story. My friend Mike, he's a big Mohawk guy, and he's always like this. He's one of those brothers who's like, this is a true Mohawk story. I'm like, no, it's not. It is not a Mohawk story, right? Everything is a Mohawk story, so you got to be careful with Mohawks. I hope there's Mohawk here. I love teasing. A long time ago, the Creator gathered all of the animals and reptiles and the ones that flew in the air, the 4-leggeds, the 8-leggeds, the 6-leggeds, the holy ones that slithered on their belly, the ones that swam in the ocean from the depths. Everybody came to this meeting, and the Creator said, I've got a gift for the 2-leggeds that are coming. We got to hide it somewhere. Where do you want to do it? And of course, Eagle walks up and is like, I have an idea. I'm going to take it to the moon. And the Creator's like, no. These 2-leggeds, they're kind of tricky. They'll find it. Bear said, I'll take it into the mountain. They'll never get up there. Yeah, no, these 2-leggeds, they're curious. They'll find it. Ant said, I'll take it to the ground underneath their feet. Everybody laughed. Yeah, nobody's going to look under their feet. No, they'll dig it up too, right? These 2-leggeds are just kind of, I don't know what they are. On and on this deliberation went for days. Squid came up and said, I will take it to the deepest trench in the ocean and drop it there. Creator said no. And finally, I did after days, and please take this story and you can elaborate whatever animals of your choice that are appropriate for you, right? The Creator said, or it was little jumping mouse. Jumping mouse came up and, said, what's what? And the Creator said, yeah, that's it. Where did they put it? Come on, man, with a bunch of healers, you got to know where they put it. The gift for the 2-leggeds that we would look for. Lifetimes we'd be looking for the answer. Yeah, totally. Right, lovely? In here, right? They'd put it in here. It's interesting. And okay, this is the moment where I could be lying, but it's a good story anyways, okay? I think in the 70s, a woman scientist discovered that the heart has neurons, and the science community went, yeah, whatever. And then all of the ancient wisdom cultures sat there in the rocking chair, smoking their pipes, being like, oh, she's so funny. And then in the 1980s, a man scientist discovered that the heart has neurons, and the science community went, whoa, and the woman went, and the little old wisdom cultures sat there smoking their pipes, being like, they're all so funny. So it's interesting, right? I talked about the neurodecolonization, about our brain, and they've discovered that the heart has neurons, the heart has intelligence. When we do medicine, it shows us the intelligence of our body, right? And I think it's really important is that intelligence that our body tells us, that intelligence that tells us that the plants sing so we know how to make medicine, right? That we know that we're not going to make a poison, right? We know is like that's the power we're looking for. That's the power of healing, right? That we come into that place where we come into that power and not in a place of struggle, but in a place of embodiment. So I leave you with those stories and I say, I got 9 minutes. So okay, somebody's got to say something because blah, 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 blah. I'll just go to the back of the bus right now.
Yeah, what a pleasure. has it been listening to you? Thank you so much for offering those stories. I was trying to pick up on where you're located and your offerings, what you currently are offering for everyone.
Thank you. I'm on the unceded close of the Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and Musqueam people, which is otherwise known as Vancouver, British Columbia. I am working with, in response to, I'm working with the first bunch of cohorts, different cohorts in Belize this winter, on a farm with all the plant medicines. I also work up here in plant medicines. Instagram, Kimmy Quay, Kimikwe, Kimmy Quay. I think I'm on LinkedIn too. Those sort of more, but the real work. I'm around. Spirits bring me down to California, into Northern California right now to do some work with a Winneman Wintu, I think that's their name. So I'm floating around, and that's how generally people find me. Or in the middle of the night when we run into each other at a stranger's house and in the rain and get to sit. Mm-hmm.
Could you spell your handle one more time? Kim, K-I-M-I-E.
K-I-M-I, Kimmy Quay. K-W-E. That's on Instagram. I think that's the best. And yeah, and I do work. I'm out in the spring. I'll be out in New York somewhere, New York State. I fly into New York, and we did a group of women where we, mostly African American women and a couple of Indigenous women. We went up to the Catskills and to do ceremonial work and really beautiful healing work. That's a program that's new. I was just down in the New Seneca Village. I'm doing work. I did some work with them this year. They're a new group working with BIPOC women on rest. Check them out. And then, yeah, there's a whole bunch up here in Canada. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you.
I can feel my voice starting to go, so thank you. Kimmy Quay.
Yeah, thank you. That was really nice, Kim. So I'm Leo's husband, Sean. She was taking a break, and I was just going to moderate for a minute. So next we have Yamuna. Is Yamuna on?
Hey guys, I'm right here.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Kim, for your share. I just caught the tail end of it. And it's so wonderful to see so many people here. It's an honor to be here. Thank you. I just want to start by saying I've had a really difficult few days, and even getting here was difficult. The truck that I have broke down. I live on a mountain without Wi-Fi. Kind of like a cascade of events just unfolded, and I'm feeling really raw and emotional, but I think this is probably the perfect place to be with a bunch of women who understand what it's like to juggle all the things in life and to still show up. And so I appreciate being here. I am a daimista from the Santo Daime tradition, and I've been drinking medicine since about 2011. I call myself more of a shooting star than a daimista. If you're familiar with the Santo Daime tradition from Brazil, we wear, stars on our shirts, which we take when we officially join this lineage from Brazil that drinks ayahuasca. But I haven't been a very committed fardada, or a person who's been attending, church regularly. And I've been more of a traveling ayahuasquera, let's say, a person who travels around the world and visits a lot of other communities, and has since been drinking medicine with the Yawanawa, which has interestingly kind of intersected with the Daime in certain ways. And although I've been drinking medicine for many years, I'm still navigating a lot of my feelings around the different traditions that I'm visiting, particularly the Santo Daime, it's one of those things that, you know, unless you're a part of it, I think it's pretty weird. Like even myself, when I first started going to the church, I was like, what in the heck is going on here? You know, and I kind of had this feeling like, yeah, I love what I'm experiencing in the medicine, but I'm not sure about all the rules and the seating arrangements and all of those kinds of things. And it's taken me a really long time to get used to the formality around that. And especially once I started drinking medicine with the Yawanawa, I kind of was like, yeah, I love this, like cutting loose and just being, you know, in the jungle. And it felt much more natural in some ways. Although after many years of drinking with the Santo Daime, I've also learned that the structure and the discipline that is involved in that lineage is very useful, actually, in understanding how to stay in my place and I don't mean stay in my place physically, I mean stay in my place spiritually, you know, how to really cultivate an inner discipline that guides me through any kind of medicine work that I do. And so one of the things that I think as a woman has been potentially a little bit difficult is definitely the patriarchal sort of container that it's in, because when we're working with plant medicine, we're still seemingly involved in these kind of cultural paradigms. You know, there's a lot of imprint of cultural paradigms on these plant medicines, you know, be it the Yawanawa or be it the Daime or any other tradition. And so it's been interesting to be a part of the Daime and to be a woman and to also have this sort of, you know, feminist, you know, identity in a way that doesn't want to be constricted in some of the male sort of paradigm influences that I find in that medicine work. And the Yawanawa medicine work that I've participated in has felt much more feminine and natural and flowing in certain ways. And I've really enjoyed being able to dabble in other things. But where I'm currently at, I think in my exploration of plant medicine is really like cultivating a sense of inner knowing. And I feel like that is something that us as women are being called to do on the earth right now, you know, to not sort of be influenced by a lot of the patriarchal structures or just the structures in our cultures that tell us what to think, tell us what to do, tell us how to do it, when to stand up, when to sit down, you know, how high to jump, etc. And I've been really working with medicine more in a way of, I want to use a Hindu sort of word in the sense of Sadguru, you know, really connecting with the inner guru in me, really connecting with the divine force in me, and not relying so much on religious constructs or even cultural constructs or spiritual constructs of any tradition to guide my experience with plant medicine, but to really believe that I have personally been endowed with, you know, the God particle, and that I have a direct line to Creator that I can tap into with or without plant medicine, but that I don't necessarily need to follow the rules and to stay in line to be able to, I guess, belong in some sense. Because I think at the end of the day, a lot of the, humanity really is, we want the sense of belonging. And so when it comes to the plant medicine circle or that world, there's also that feeling of wanting to belong with our peers, wanting to belong in religious groups and circles and such. And I appreciate all of those experiences, and they've been a part of my life for many, many years. But I'm definitely excited and ready to explore this new chapter of really trusting myself, trusting my essence, trusting my inner wisdom, and knowing that it is very much connected to all of those other things, because I'm a human that, you know, incarnated on this planet, but I'm a spiritual being that, like I said, has that direct line to God. And so I'm very thankful for plant medicine for the visions for the healing, especially with the ancestral traumas and familial healing. I think that I think of ayahuasca like snakes and ladders. It's like there's a fast way to get places, and sometimes there's a really, really slow way to get places. And I don't think one is better than the other, but I really appreciate getting through certain levels quickly, because time is speeding up and things are moving. And I really feel like we've got to move with it, to stay kind of on that growth edge, to stay on the cusp. And so I'm still actively participating in Santo Daime, and also actively seeking out experiences that resonate with me when they come, So I'm definitely not a person who is part of any kind of club that tells me that I can't participate with other people, or I can't sit in circles that I want to sit in. I am just fiercely me, and enjoying all these experiences that we have on this planet while I'm here. But very grateful also to these different lineages that have intersected with my life, and all of the teachings that they've brought. So thank you very much for letting me share. I think I've ran on a few minutes, and there's probably somebody else scheduled, but I'm grateful to be here and to be able to listen to all of your experiences as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Yamuna. I appreciate that very much. So next up, we have a friend of ours, Christina Castleburning, and she runs the Psychedelic Alchemist. And she's one of my favorite people. So Christina, go ahead.
Thank you, Sean. That's so sweet of you. Wow, what a beautiful group. I've been checking in and out. I just ran up a flight of stairs. I've been loading my truck because I'm moving today. So I'm going to take a minute. And maybe y'all want to take some more deep breaths. You can never get enough of those sweet breaths. And when you're ready, become focused and present. I'm just going to take a moment and look at everybody's faces that is actually tuned in here, so that I know I'm connecting with folks. Hello, Aurora. Hello, Sa, Yamuna, Colleen, Kyle, Divinely Sarah, Lee, Raina, Graciela, Fairy Hawk.
No, I was waiting. I was just about to. Waiting till 5, and it's 5 now. But they didn't.
Anyhow, and thank you everyone else who's here. It's just nice to see everyone's faces. So I'm Christina Castleburning, and I'm part of Entheo Society, which is we are making outreach around the world to have plant medicine become decriminalized and legalized for therapeutic and spiritual uses. And this is one of our events. It's pretty amazing how it spread like the mycelium network everywhere. I'm in Seattle. I think the reason why there's so many people, I heard somebody mention, wow, all the Seattle. Entheo Society is based in Seattle right now. And we're also open to opening other local chapters. So if heading and spearheading the plant medicine movement in a nonprofit is something that you would love to do, and you're not in Seattle, you can open up a branch too. Just email us. And if Sean, you could put the email address of where people would want to contact for that kind of thing in the chat, that would be awesome. So who am I? I am a psychedelic alchemist. ThePsychedelicAlchemist.com is my website. And I call myself that because I have found over the last 10 years of my lifetime working with plant medicines of all kinds, I actually consider all plant medicine to be entheogenic or psychedelic. Even your lettuce But that might be a subject for another time unless somebody wants to dig into it. But 10 years ago, I was on more prescriptions than I care to admit. It's embarrassing. I wouldn't even let my grandmother be on all of these medications, but handfuls of pills. And they weren't helping me. And I was taking them because I had a lifetime of depression, growing up poor and with a mom who was dying, a single mother who's disabled. And I was a young child caring for my brother and caring for my mom. And, needless to say, that's going to make someone depressed. And you don't need to take medicine for that. My mom always said it was circumstantial. So then I didn't take medicine. My mom knew what she was talking about. She died really young because she was falling apart due to all the medicines she was on. And without being a total bummer, things turned around. Not for my mom, unfortunately. She passed away. And that's why I feel like it's super important that we legalize these medicines for therapeutic and spiritual use, because I know that my mom would have benefited. So after a long time of becoming disabled myself and, going through more poverty and things like that, I found myself in the dark night of the soul, and an inner voice said to me, go find mushrooms. So I did. And that's a beautiful story all on its own about how in the moment of peak experience, I felt connected to everything, connected to divine love. The pain dropped out of my body. All of a sudden, I was able to do the lotus pose, which I had never been able to do in the healthiest years of my life. I was dancing like I was before I was injured, and just all of these amazing healings miraculously happened immediately during this journey that I had. And then after, it just kept increasing. But actually, the issue with that was that eventually I got kind of detached from my body because I had such a spiritual awakening. And there was no psychedelicintegrationcoach.com to look up back then. And, over the course of time, I've studied all of these different things that relate to psychedelic medicines, herbalism, the shamanic path, witchcraft, hermetic alchemy. And I basically just think that the most important topic to me to talk about today, if y'all are down, is magic. Magic and synchronicity, and how sometimes the way out is through magic. When we're down in a depressive slump, sometimes connecting to our divine magic, our feminine and masculine magic, and how it can completely alter the course of our lifetime once we realize we have the power to shift our reality. I would love to see a raise of hands, either real hands or electronic hands. If you have ever experienced a really strong synchronicity, or something that just seemed impossible that you asked for, just kind of manifested. Got a few of us. Yeah, cool. So I'm not talking only to people that have never experienced this. And I would be really curious to know how many of you, maybe you had a sense that this was possible, or you were working on it, but you didn't actually experience the full magic of that kind of synchronicity and manifestation happening, and knowing it was you that was changing your reality with your thoughts and your hopes and your wishes and your desires. But how many of you didn't know until you had experienced a plant medicine or a psychedelic? Raise your hand if psychedelics woke that up in you. Yeah. Awesome. Yes. So I think that I would love, like, I have so many stories that I could share to fill in the gaps, but I would love a brave soul who would be willing to share what that was like for them, how they had a psychedelic or a plant medicine, and what was the moment, how did that look when the magic was awakened. Graciela, are you volunteering? Or you just still have your hand up? Well, anyone who's brave enough, I would love to hear a story. Okay, I'll start. Fair enough. Oh yeah, Yamuna, I would love for you to come on and tell us your story.
Okay, cool. It's a really interesting story, actually. So many years ago, actually, when I took my star in the Daimi, and I won't name where I was, just, for privacy's sake, but I was gifted a little jar of medicine when I left the country where I had traveled to take my star, so that I could go back to where I was living and be able to connect to the force and continue, drinking medicine on my own a little bit. And it was the first time that I was going to travel with ayahuasca in my life. And I was traveling internationally between 2 countries back to my home country. So, that's a little scary, obviously. And I prayed on it like crazy. And, the last ceremony that I had before I actually, went back home, I had this really random vision of somebody that I had went to school with when I was a kid in elementary school. And he was like a really tall, gawky sort of nerd with glasses. And he used to wear one of those hats with anyways, he was just the kid that everybody made fun of. And I just thought of him in that moment, and tears came to my eyes. And I just felt, oh my goodness, like how terrible that we all made so much fun of him. And I just thought of that guy, and it was fleeting and momentary. Anyways, I went on my mission, prayed on my medicine, got on the flight, landed back in my home country, and got through customs. I had my card. I was coming to the last customs official, the last person to tell me if I was going to go to the green or the red line, if I had something to declare or not, if I was going to get searched, etc. And the guy who took my customs form was the kid from elementary school that we had made fun of. I got goosebumps all the way to my scalp right now, even just saying that. I looked at him and I was like, Chris Johnson? And he looked at me and he had no idea who I was. And I was like, it's Yamuna. Do you remember I went to elementary school with you? And he was like, oh, Yamuna? Oh yeah, I do. And I was like, how are you, man? We started shooting the shit for a few minutes really quick, but it was a very, very brief and very kind exchange. And he was like, well, have an awesome day. Just go on through, And I went through and I was like shaking like a leaf. And my dad was there to pick me up on the other side. And I was just like, how the fuck did that just happen? How does this work? How is it possible that this guy that I completely forgot about from 35 or 30 years ago, I had this vision of, and he is the customs official? Like, I don't know anything about anything now, and I need to start from elementary school. So that's my story.
Wow, Yamuna, that is awesome. That is wow, how incredible. Were you biting your tongue, trying to not be I just saw you in my vision?
Oh my God, no. I did not say a thing to him, but I just knew that was for me, spirit was saying, we got you, girl. Don't you worry. You were on the right path and you were doing the right thing, and bringing your medicine with you is your right. It's your religious right. It's your spiritual right. And you're protected and you are guided. And this is the sign from us, from the universe, from whoever, that everything is going to be okay.
Oh, you just gave me chills. I'm feeling that way as well, which actually inspires me to tell just like a really short story. I'm about to start apprenticing with a woman who serves ayahuasca for the past 20 years. And the way that came to be, it's like a story like that, where essentially I was speaking to a client who wanted to know who she should go to. And I said, well, I actually haven't sat with ayahuasca yet. I've experienced so many other plant medicines, and I've helped people prepare and integrate ayahuasca, but I have not personally sat. And there's somebody who I went to school with who I thought served the medicine, who lives in Maui. So I recommended her, and I said, I feel called to sit with ayahuasca, and I would love to go to Maui. So I think that perhaps I will be going to do that. So either you can come with me, or I can let you know how it is, and then I can actually vet her. And so I reached out to this person, and she said, oh, I actually don't serve ayahuasca. She was really experienced with sitting with ayahuasca, but not serving. And so I was kind of disappointed. And then the next day, someone reached out in my network and in my professional network and said she felt really called to invite me to sit with her so that I could decide if I would want to apprentice, and then she would teach me how to grow and brew and the way that she does things, and also introduce me to her teacher. And I said, yes. I mean, it seems like spirit just answered my call. Where do you live? She says, Maui. And I was like, wow, literally yesterday I said, I want to go and sit with ayahuasca in Maui. And it just happened in an unexpected way. So I didn't even know that I was casting some kind of spell, but it's just amazing how whatever that divine presence is just hits us over the head when we need to know something. And that was really, I'm like really thankful for that, because I might not have taken a leap. So is anyone else want to share a magical story or synchronicity? I think Lovely was saying she had a story. Where are you, Lovely? I don't see you.
My video is acting weird. I don't know what's wrong with my video, but
okay.
I thank you, Christina, for sharing magic, because I believe that, you know, the plant medicine and our power within is something that's like really important to me. Like tapping into that power that so much of the world is saying that they have the power, and realizing that it's within us and it's within reach of this earth that's been given to each one of us is really like, that sounds exponentially more powerful than the power of the banks to me, and, you know, and the people that reside over governments and such. But the one thing that I wanted to say was thank you to Kimmy Q too, because, or Kui, Kimmy Kui, because that's just a reminder of like the manifestation of the power, because that song that she sang, the first song, it came to me something similar when I was using medicine and literally asking for a breakthrough for myself. And it went hand in hand with the second one, because I had this vision of, at first, when it started, I was like, oh my gosh, I'm going to die. I felt like this overwhelming, like fear and, you know, overtaking me. And then all of a sudden it was like I felt and I could hear in, you know, in harmony, all of the voices that ever been and that will ever be. And this warmth holding me, saying that I will never be alone, that my ancestors, you know, walk with me still in my legacy as well. And that all of even the problems that they had, you know, in the past were answered. I have the answers to now. That they've given me the solutions now, that I don't have to live in even their mistakes, that they have the solutions and they want to give them to me. And And then I saw all these like light people, like a moving van, like a U-Haul moving van coming in. And there was this one particular that was like grumbling. It was like, toxins in, toxins out, toxins in, toxins out. Why would you keep these toxic thoughts? Why would you keep this toxic, behavior? Why would you keep this toxic, hearing somebody else say something, belief or something that's untrue, that you have the truth, you have the beauty within you, that you don't have to believe anything like that. Just like our food and water goes through us, so do words and people's energy. And we have the power within ourselves to just flush it right out, just move it right through us. And we have all the answers. And that's all I wanted to say about that, because I believe that showed me that that nothing is more powerful really in life besides my life, because I'm either living or dying. It's that there's nothing more powerful that can overtake me, and I don't have to walk the truth of somebody that is in complete, what's the word I'm looking for? If it's opposite than what I believe, I don't have to change my belief. I don't have to listen to somebody else's truth and go, oh yeah, sure, just because it's their truth. So that's all I have to say. Thank you for allowing me to share that, Christina. And thank you all for being here.
Of course, lovely. Toxins in, toxins out. Yeah. It's good to have our own boundaries, and I definitely feel that plant medicines help us find our own sovereign path. I would just love to hear another synchronicity story if anyone is brave enough to share with us. I think I've got some things going on in the chat here. As somebody asked earlier, what do I mean by magic? Raina, there could be books talked about that. I mean, there really are, but I think it's really simple. It's when you're able to take enough passion and put that passion towards an intention, which is helping to unite your will, and using all of that intentional force to consciously shape your reality and to be able to change circumstances with your will. That's my personal definition of all of the ways that I've heard of it. And if anyone else wants to add to the definition of what they think magic is, I would love it. I felt like I saw Raina like waving her hand. Did you want to talk about magic?
Hi, thank you. Well, I'm very new to this topic. I came here because Leo is actually a childhood friend, and I connect with her on Facebook and such. And I have never tried any of the the mushrooms or anything that you're talking about, but I've been working on my own healing quite a bit. I'm in my 40s now. And I'd say it started after my divorce or my separation several years ago. And it's very interesting to hear you guys talk about your experiences and things, because I've found a lot of healing through different ways. Like Kundalini yoga has helped me align quite a bit to who I am. It's been spiritual. It's been wonderful. I wish I had found it when I was like a teenager. But anyway, and then when you talk about magic being sort of that alignment of you're creating your own reality kind of thing, I've been listening also to a lot of Abraham Hicks, which I don't know if anyone's familiar with that. And that's all about law of attraction. And it all makes so much sense to me. When I first started listening to it, it was really hard to wrap my head around it. But the more I listened to her talks, Esther Hicks, the more just it feels right. So it also, what you're talking about sounds a lot like sort of the law of attraction and how you create your own reality, and you're in, which she calls it the vortex, right? When you sort of let go of that spinning wheel in your head and breathe, basically. And I don't know, there's so much more to it, but thank you for letting me speak. And this is fascinating to hear everybody. So thank you.
Oh, thank you. I'm really happy to hear about.
Thank you, Rania.
Yeah. Thank you, Rania. I'm really loving that, you're new to psychedelics. You haven't tried any, but you have found other ways to connect to the magic. And I think it's all about, just chi, the energy in our bodies, so that, was it Kundalini that you said really started blasting you into your alignment? Awesome. Yeah, really complimentary too. It's something that I would definitely recommend for people who are on the psychedelic path to explore different branches of meditation and yoga and things that will ground you as well. Just spending time in nature is magic. And you brought up the law of attraction. I love to talk about that and how learning that made sense to me when I heard it. However, it just never worked for me. And then I started cracking the code. It was the mushrooms. And that's why I brought up, for me, how a mushroom journey really unlocked the door for me. When stuff started happening for me, even if I wasn't doing it right, like how they say in The Secret or other law of attractions, like, think of it as already happened, to raise your vibration and know that it's there for you waiting and all of this stuff. And like, you never want to say, like, I want, or I need, or I can't wait for this, because that like means lack. Like almost all of the best synchronicities I've had were like me throwing a little temper tantrum in my head. Like, I want this, and why can't I have it, and give it to me, and now, and, and all the things that they say in law of attraction are like the opposite of how you should go about it. But I don't even think it matters the words, although the words amplify it if you are using them intentionally. Like anytime I've had any of these temper tantrums in my head, I did not know I was doing magic. But what it was it was a force of nature. It was my passion, that desire, that spark that united with my will of what I truly want. And it was not divided. It was both conscious and unconscious power that put me on another path. And so what I like to say is that the thing about law of attraction and The Secret and all of that, one of the things that they're really missing out on is that we're always doing magic, whether we believe in it or not. And you don't have to believe in a higher power. I mean, personally, I just connect with my own inner truth, and I feel like that's the higher power. But if you are casting spells unconsciously, you're still casting spells. And so what I mean by that is that when we have a certain pattern and we consciously desire something, but we keep getting the opposite and it just keeps happening. Like maybe, for example, we have a desire for a certain kind of partner in our life, but we find that we keep ending up in the same situation with the same kind of person, different clothes, different face, but really same scenario. And I speak from my own personal experience with that. Until we get into the unconscious bits and find out that there is actually some kind of desire for that thing that we consciously say we don't want, we're going to keep manifesting that until we acknowledge that in our, what Jung would call the shadow, our shadow aspect is manifesting these things or these people or these situations to be healed. And so once we make that conscious, then we unite our will. So that's why I used those words earlier. So our unconscious wants things and our conscious wants things. They're usually divided. And so that's why psychedelics are really amazing, is because a lot of times the experiences that we have on them, they might not actually be pleasant at all, but are ultimately healing because they're bringing up that unconscious material to the surface to be healed. And then once that's healed, we start consciously creating, manifesting. And you don't have to believe in magic, but that's what I call magic. I would love to know if anyone else has anything else to say about magic. Rena, you have any more things to say? No? Okay. I wish Leo was on here. Is she taking a nap?
No, she's right here, but I think Sarah was here. Is Sarah here?
Yeah, I see Sarah.
Yeah, I think she was gonna speak for a little bit.
Oh, okay. I did not see your hand up, so go ahead. Yeah, please do. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Sarah, and I absolutely adore you bringing up this topic in this way. And I actually love that some people are, questioning what you mean by magic. And I have a very interesting journey with magic myself, and kind of being more of a whimsical kid and really, really liking just nature and that sort of thing. And then my parents, all of a sudden, when I was 9, decided to be like full on evangelical Christians, and everything was bad and evil and the devil. It's like this whole interesting journey that started there. And when I was 17, kind of turned my back on it. And I said, I don't know what I believe, but it's not that. And really didn't start my own healing spiritual journey until about, 12 years later, and came back to spirituality by way of shamanism. And I don't know what I believe, but the sun and the moon, the stars and the seasons are there. And it's really tangible. And I can do this part of spirituality. And it's been such a fun, meandering journey to be able to get to the point where I am and embrace all of it. I mean, I've even got to the point where I've gone so far down the rabbit hole. I'm like, yeah, there's God. There's an energy of all that is, and I can now call it God. Just, in great spirit or whatever. It's not a dogmatic version of God. And I love that you're bringing up this topic in this way, because I just see them now as different languages. And I love finding out how people come to them in their own different way, and what they're comfortable with and what they're not. And the nuance of meeting a client who's maybe CEO, just read Michael Pollan's book, and they're just no spirituality. I'm like, okay, I can meet you there. And then, the full on, woo-woo, witchy, they want all the crystals and everything, and I just love playing in the space between, and it is all magic. And we are casting spells, whether we know it or not, with every single word, actually every thought, when you really get into it. But you get some pass on naivety for a while. But once you're consciously creating, it starts to speed up and it gets really quick. And so it's starting to get really quick for me. And I don't know. I love that you brought this topic up in this way. And it all starts to really come together as you start to play with it consciously, and it's fun. So.
Oh, I think we lost you, or at least I did. It's paused. Does everyone else hear her? Oh, wait, you're moving again. Oh, yeah. Okay, you're back. I missed maybe the last sentence.
Yeah. That was probably it. I just said, thank you again for bringing me this way, because it's fun to play with it.
It is in that liminal space between, and I also like what you said about it's just a different language. Sometimes I say something that shocks people, and that is psychology and witchcraft are exactly the same thing. They just have different language. You have to go to college to learn this like certain vernacular and like witchcraft. And once you have studied both, you start to realize we're talking about the same stuff, especially Jungian stuff.
Yes.
Carl Jung would not have probably called himself a witch, but he was like one of the most badass, powerful, witches with a cult following, essentially, without even trying, because he really hit the nail on the head. And that's where, neuroscience and psychology and psychedelics, they all start to intermingle, because I find that almost everyone really appreciates Jung's work, especially the dream work. The dream work, I find, is an extremely important and potent thing to utilize for magic and for psychedelic integration, because dreams are the original psychedelic. So that's a psychedelic state. For someone like Raina, or is it Rainia? Any of you who haven't dabbled with psychedelics yet, but if you're thinking about it, I would just start working with your dreams and maybe having a really potent dream ceremony ritual with a tea that is, maybe got some blue lotus and mugwort and things like that, and making your dream world more lucid and potent. And that's very much like a psychedelic state. I really think that psychedelics are helping us dream while we're awake. So I think I saw someone else wanted to tell a magic story. Is that Lindsay Walker? You want to share with us?
Yeah. Hey, Christina. I'm also
Hi.
part of the society, but I haven't met you in person yet. But hello.
Nice to virtually meet you.
Yes, you too. I love this all about magic and intention, and I'm a clinical holistic herbalist. So there's like the clinic side of that, but then there's also the spirit side and the magic side. And like, sure, you can, give someone a sleep formula with it, whether it's a tea and or tincture, but like, it's like you can also have that magic of, how are you sipping on that tea? Like every little part of that water as you drink it in, like, this is going to help me sleep. This is magically going to help me. I'm going to want to dream about this, like we're so powerful on that front too. So, and just like if one person has more of like a whimsy brain and one person has more of a science brain, I like to connect that and to like meet people where they are and to just maybe share the other way. Like, hey, and this is also out there. This is your option. You don't have to do it, but like just sort of highlighting that. I really like to live by, but I have a magic story about intention and about connection. I'm working on getting certified in Yasai Shinrin-yoku, or wild forest bathing. So I was up in Lumbee, British Columbia this fall, and I was out on the creek with my teacher, and we were doing a stone meditation. And when you grab two like white quartzes and you're just sitting there and you tap them together, so our working brains, our cognition is going towards this tapping. So then getting into this like transcendental meditation is easier because like we're being occupied by like the stones tapping. So we're sitting there and we start doing this, but we're like sharing stories first. And he was sharing how on another one of the lands where the school is, there's essentially, there's, in BC, all like the lands rights are differently. So we were on a mining claim. they were trying to get acts like protect it from being logged, and they needed to get proof that there was like other life there on the property. So like a picture of a salmon in the stream was like an example of this proof. So we're chatting about this, and my teacher's talking about how he was just thinking and started to plant some ginger on one of the properties because the Kogi tribe was doing the same thing with the ginger. So to plant this ginger where the forest meets the creek to help the land out. And so my teacher like starts implementing this because he found out that this tribe did it, and he gets a knock on his door, and it was one of the leaders of the tribe. And they said, how do you know? They're like, okay, we heard about you doing this with the ginger for this land. And then my teacher's like, how did you know? I'm not on social media. I'm just pretty like privately working for the school and running it. And the leader just says, we just know, because he was like putting that intention out there, and they came back with that. So he shares a story about that. We're on a creek, and then we're doing this rock meditation, and we both like sort of transcend to another place and time. And then I just had this feeling to look over, and I looked over, and there was a salmon about 2 feet large, just like sitting next to us listening. So this proof that if there's one salmon there, they're going to get a picture of the salmon, which will like help save that property from getting logged on. And it was just all through this intention of talking about the ginger, and then tribesmen showing up, and then us just like vocalizing how we want to save the school on that land. And then this fish is just sitting right next to us, and I look over, and he just has tears in his eyes. And it was just like such an awesome, magical moment. And I'm sure that they've gotten a picture of that salmon since, or another salmon.
Oh my gosh, that is beautiful and potent. Did they save the land? It's good?
I think so, yeah.
Better have. That's amazing. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, sometimes I think this magic is also is for the benefit of Earth. I struggled with what should we talk about, magic or how psychedelics open us up to what we need to do to heal Mother Earth. And really, I think it's all related. So maybe that's what I talk about next time. So I got a couple more people that want to talk about magic. Let's see. We've got Lakshmi next. I would love to hear your story.
Hi, Christina.
Hi.
Hello, everyone. Hi. So I'm actually moderating at 6, so I didn't want to take up too much bandwidth here, but everyone talking about magic is what I call synchronicity. And what I think synchronicity is just being present, because I've noticed that when you're present, when you're really present in the moment, the synchronicities increase. And it's because you're literally in sync with time. You're in the moment. And I think that's a big part of it. But the ayahuasca thing, it's a very mysterious force. How ayahuasca is called telepathin. I don't know if you know this. It's called telepathin, and it supposedly has these telepathic. It awakens your telepathic abilities. And years before ayahuasca came into my life, I didn't even know about plant medicines or anything, and I was in a bookstore in Chicago looking for some book. And I had 2 things happen that were kind of like this. One was my bicycle was I had it on a post with a lock on it. And I was in the bookstore looking at stuff. And I suddenly got this hit about my bicycle that I should go outside and something about, and then I just told myself, oh, it's locked. It's fine. I didn't pay any attention to it. And then I was looking through some other books, and literally this book fell on my head, and I picked it up. And it was a book called Amazon Beaming. And the story was about a photographer who had been in the Amazon with his crew, and he got separated from his crew, and he ended up meeting up. He was lost in the jungle, and then he met this tribe. I think it was the Yanomami tribe, the cat people. And he started kind of walking around with them, and he couldn't speak the language or anything, but they allowed him to travel with them, and they were like a nomadic tribe, and they would put up their camp, and then at the end of some period of time they would literally burn everything and destroy the whole camp and start over. And they said that what they were doing was they were looking for the source, and they were always looking for the source. And so that's why they would sort of have a clean slate again, so they could reconnect with the source. And I think there was a really important idea here about clearing yourself of your preconceptions and your belief systems and your expectations and even your intentions. Even if you make an intention before you do a journey, that clean slate and beginner's mind, it really opens the way for synchronicities to happen, and you notice them, and they happen inside a journey, or your journey takes on a whole other dimension because you have a clean slate to come into it with that beginner's mind. But anyway, so I picked up this book, Amazon Beaming, and it was talking about this photographer. And so what happened was he was walking around, and after a while he realized that he and the chief of the tribe were speaking to each other telepathically. They didn't speak the same language, and they were speaking telepathically. So I think on the subject of magic, there is very little we know about it. And I think it's totally connected with our intuition. And if you think of the intuition as the word in-tuition, basically it's a teaching from the inside that's coming to you. And I think we've only scratched the surface of what you can do with that intuition. And plant medicines help us expand all those faculties, psychic faculties. And the only reason they call it witches or they marginalize it as this fringe thing is because people are out of touch with that capacity in themselves. And if we could get in touch, and psychedelics are the best thing to help you get in touch, we would definitely evolve into a different form of human being. So anyway, I just wanted to share that relative to what we were all talking about.
Thank you, Lakshmi. That it was a really potent story.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah, my bicycle was stolen, by the way. That was
I was wondering about the bicycle.
Yeah.
So you definitely got the intuitive hit and didn't listen to it. And I bet you almost everybody here has experienced that intuitive hit. And I agree, that is definitely like a gateway to magic right there. And being in the present moment, I liked how you framed that when we're in sync with time, that's when we start having all the synchronicities, as Jung called it. So thank you, Lakshmi. We have how many minutes? We've still got plenty of time for another story. So who did Aurora Divine, I would love for you to share your story.
Man, I have so many magic stories. And
then after that, Mila, we'll get to you, and then that's probably all the stories we'll get. But yes, go ahead. Sorry about interrupting you.
You're fine. You're okay. I spoke about one of them earlier, about being born into the world on psychedelics. But you can probably find this one on the Decriminalized Nature page on Instagram. As I'm an initiate of a religion called Bwiti, and that comes out of Gabon, and that is where we get the visionary herb of Africa called iboga. And my grandmother gave this to me. So I have been gifted with autism, and this is something that was known in utero, because my mom, she took a mushroom trip and she just knew that was what it was going to be. So if you were here earlier, you probably heard me talk about how I was literally raised on entheogens. And so I was nonverbal. I didn't speak until I was 16 years old. I could speak. I was selectively mute is what they called it. And so to help and assist, I come from a very magical family. I come from a matriarchal family of Bhutis, of voodoo practitioners. I am initiate of Ifa. We got a lot of magic flying around in our bloodline. So my grandma, she said she gave me this ceremony. And it's again an initiation into Bhuti, where she, when I was 13 years old, she buried me. She dug a hole in the backyard, and I got in this hole up to my shoulders. And she buried me because I've watched my grandmother heal plenty of people by burying various parts of them in the earth. It's a very healing experience. And while I was buried here, she fed me iboga. So if for those that's not familiar, it's the root bark of a vine. It's like Africa's ayahuasca, and you have to eat copious amounts of it to induce the visionary effects of it. I think in the West they have like a synthetic version now that they use to treat addiction. But I'm 13 years old and I'm like on the strict diet for 3 days of iboga and water, because you have to wash it down with copious amounts of water. And it's like shredded. And I'm still integrating this experience, and I'm 32. This happened when I was 13. But it set the foundation for 3 years later for me to be able to speak. So in my mind, the way that I've been integrating it is that every day that I was there is a year of lessons that I had to go through, because that time, time dilates with entheogen. So it felt like I was there forever, especially to my 13-year-old mind. And I'm experiencing so many things, but the one thing that stood out to me was that I watched my tongue slither out of my mouth and stand in front of me and give me a lesson and basically tell me, like, you have so much to say. There's a magic in you that you have to let, like, this is why you're here and you have to do it. And even coming out of this experience, I didn't speak for a whole 3 years, and I won't bore you guys with the whole entire story. If you want to go watch it, it's on the Decriminalized Nature page in the reels from August at the Detroit Psychedelic Conference. But I will say, even now, I still channel and I still am trying to integrate that particular magic. And I always make it my business. Like when you called us to share stories initially, I still have that hesitance of not wanting to speak, but I still get the benefits of kind of the layover of that magical experience, quote unquote, with that visionary herb. And I just blanked out because the spirit is also trying to tell me some other stuff at the same time. I'm like getting downloads, because this is what happens every time I speak. I get another download because I'm very hesitant to speak. So even me doing this, and this is from doctors telling my mom I'd never talk. I was never going to say anything. And here I am most of the time. I can't shut up. And so even then, my voice is my magic. So that's just my little magic story and how I was gifted my voice through an entheogenic herb via my grandma.
Wow, Aurora, thank you. That just gave me chills. The fact that you were buried and then your tongue spoke to you, and now you speak after 16 years of not speaking, and that every time you do, it's this powerful, potent thing where you're connecting even more to spirit. So you've got a gift there, and thank you for blessing us with that. Actually, I have a request, with your permission, with your magical voice, your gifted voice. After Mila speaks, would you say a little closing prayer or blessing for us? Okay, great. Thank you so much. So I'm going to have Mila up, and then Aurora is going to close us out because I'll be finished with this hour.
Hi. Thank you
Hi,
for
Mila.
opening the space for us to share about magic. I am reminded of my teen years when doing some name exercise, when we all went around the room and said a descriptive word along with our name. And I was like, and a movement as well. And I was like, magical Mila. And there was an owning of that name that I knew when I was sharing that, the level of being tuned in to dream work throughout my childhood, and writing down my dreams, and writing this like 20-page book on like good things being found in your dreams when I was like 8 years old. And I had no idea what kind of things I would be opening up further, being an intuitive person, and then eventually tapping into psychedelics. I'm from Seattle, so the first couple times I did, I was, I would say, young. Very young in my 20s. And I considered that a time that I got exposed to exactly what I needed to at that time. And then moving to the East Coast since I think 24 was when I moved out here, and being out here since like 2001, I have not, I've had moments of many appreciation towards other people's stories of psychedelics, but never re-tapped into what I'm calling my adult life, even though that was my young adult life. So in my adult life, I had never tapped in. And then this year, I went through something really challenging. First of all, I'm a birth worker, and I've been supporting people during their birthing experiences for 17 years now. A few hundred families. I've been witness to those beautiful sacred moments of bringing life into the world. And what was happening for me this year in my evolution of all the work that I do independently and then with others, and co-founding a coalition of multicultural birth workers who live in and serve Upper Manhattan in the Bronx, and then now working to open a birth center, and en route to opening a birth center because we're waiting for regulations to pass very soon in New York. I helped change legislation in the past year to allow us to have even a single midwifery birth center in New York State. We're en route to all of that. And this summer, a lot got shook up for me because I was in love with a person who I met at the ocean. And we were at the ocean, and something that somebody raised earlier that I thought was beautiful, when she said, what an honorable way to die, when she talked about someone getting taken out by a bear. My love was swallowed into the ocean. And that was a very challenging event for me. Thank you for being present and breathing with me in this moment. But what I found was I needed tools to manage this. And I tapped into psychedelic space again. And it's been really beautifully healing. And it's helped me really reframe a lot of this experience in the beauty of what I'm going through in the midst of all of this. And so I work with maternal health advocates, and I was felt really safe enough to be on this journey where it was not long after it was within a couple weeks after I had to be in DC at the Black Congressional Caucus. And I just was, managing working, right? But yet needing to like heal also. So I was with the people who had all experienced loss, right? And they didn't know that I just decided to go through this. But that evening, I literally started to experience magic and the sparkles in the room, and who were the people I needed to keep aligning with, which my intuition already knew, like what people I needed to keep working with, but I felt like my visual space was really tapped in to know like exactly what I needed to do. And it really just affirmed a lot of what I already knew, which was beautiful in its own right. And a lot of healing happened that weekend for me, and continues to. But what I think was also a new beautiful thing that was unlocked is, even though I've only like tapped into the usage of like my wonderful stash a couple times since, like it's unlocked something that, you know, my dream space is really vivid and clear sometimes, that when I wake up I'm like, oh yes. and a whole new space has opened up in terms of what I think is possible, because I do a lot of work where I get like, wow, how am I going to continue this work? This initiative is community led, driven, and funded, and I'm just spending away like with intention and care. But the funds are getting to this point where it's like dwindling so thin, and like, how is this going to continue? And meanwhile, everybody's like, yes, yes, yes. And then the bank account is like, haha, like, do you really know what it is to keep going in the absence of evidence, you know? And I'm like, I don't know. And I feel really vulnerable because of all that I had went through in this season that kind of broke me. And I should say also, folks, I was in the ocean as well. We were both getting swept away in a riptide. And so to come out on the other side of that does feel very much vulnerable and like a rebirth of some kind. And this stage, this vulnerable period is, I question myself a lot. And that humility, that like false humility that someone mentioned earlier, like I was being interviewed by someone and I was like, they were saying all this about me. And in all full honesty, I was not even being false about it. But I was like, you're so kind. I am just finding my way. I truly am finding my way. I don't know how I'm doing it, but I am. And I thank you for recognizing all of those things and seeing that in me. But like, I'm not the expert that you say that I am. I'm literally just like trying to do my best. And I'll close with this dream that I had last week, that I think, you know, the psychedelics has unlocked that communication with guides. I hear a lot of people talk about guides, and I'm a person who's very spiritual, but I'm not like, I don't have conversations with guides. That's not something that I'm used to personally, but I'm about to get used to it because it's going down right now. But like I woke up in that wonderful like lucid place between wake and dream, or sleep and dream, or whatever that exists, whatever. It's
the liminal space. Liminal.
There you go. Thank you. Mm-hmm. But I literally had that voice, a voice. I don't know who to refer to in terms of a name, but it was a very clear voice in making her presence known in my world. And along with her voice, and like an introduction to me, I also had like this note, like across the screen of my consciousness, like a physical note that I was reading. And the message was essentially, ask me for what you need, and I will help you. Anything that pertains to this maternal health fight that you are on, just ask me, and I will work to help you. And it had a sense of, it gave such a sense of confidence. And again, like totally opposite from what bank accounts tell me, but like that feeling of, okay, our birth center will exist. The doubts that kind of sprinkle in, and they're okay, I'll let them sprinkle in, but like that assurance that like no matter what I end up feeling with all of the swaying, that there is a force, an entity that is in full support, that is clearly a powerful enough force to let their presence be known. And other things, other magical things are sprinkling into my world. simultaneous and in the past, few days as well, that make me know and be assured of the path.
Thank you so much, Mila. That was a beautiful sharing, and you were so strong. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
My hour is up, and so I know that we've got somebody else about to come up. I know I mentioned earlier to have someone, Aurora, speak a closing prayer. I don't even see her. Oh wait, I do see her.
She's there. That would be great. Do you want to do that for us, Aurora?
Is that okay if she can do that? Okay.
Yeah,
And thank you all for joining me during this hour for Entheos Society. Yes, my blessings to you. Go ahead, Aurora. Take it away.
Modupe. Modupe is Yoruba for I am gratuitous, I am grateful. Modupe to the wind that carries the breath of all our sister stories today. Modupe to the fire in the hearts of all the warrior spirits present. Modupe to the earth that gave way to the flesh of the vessels that carry us through life and that grow these plant medicines and these teachers that guide us. Modupe to the waters that dwell within the wombs that gave birth to our thoughts and manifest our intentions. Modupe to all the siblings present for lending the energy to this beautiful container. And Modupe to the ancestors that guide our footsteps to the future. Ashe, Aho, Asi, Amen.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Aurora. We all appreciate that. So next up we have Leah Nadel. Leah Nadel.
Lee, yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Um,
Thank you.
yeah, thank you so much, everybody, for sharing all of those beautiful stories. I believe that I think I saw Georgia on here. Georgia? Yeah, you're here. I am going to pass it over to you.
Oh, thank you. Thanks, Lee. Well, welcome. I am just joining you, feeling deep longing to have already known what has already happened and transpired, and parts of me just feeling like, I just missed, I'm sure I've missed so much already. I've been parenting all day, so my attention has been very divided today, but I'm really happy to be here, and I'm sure that there's already been much that's been shared that will maybe resonate with and connect with what I'm going to speak to. I'm not sure if Lee, are you going to be kind of in conversation here, or am I just taking the stick? I'm not sure how the process works.
I think we can do it however we want. So what would you prefer?
I would love just a conversation and collaboration, and yeah, that would be great. Organic,
great.
Unfolding, and yeah, maybe I'll just introduce myself to the community. Let's see, what's important to know. My peoples are from the American South. I was born in Alabama, and my family, that's where my roots are. And my ancestors came from the lands of mostly Irish and French and some German lineages there. And so I'm a Seattle native in the sense of growing up in the Northwest since I was about 4 or 5. My family moved here, and also very much the only people who left the South from my family. So a real sense of disconnection from my Southern roots my whole life has been kind of a big part of my journey of discovering and reconnecting with the roots that I came from. And so I guess in my professional life, I'm a certified IFS therapist, internal family systems, which is a trauma model developed by a man named Dick Schwartz. I don't know who's familiar with it, but I'm a licensed marriage and family therapist, and I specialize in serving folks with complex PTSD, developmental trauma, and couples who have also complex PTSD, as well as focus on neurodiversity in my practice and working with neurodivergent and mixed neurotype couples. And my been trained in family constellation facilitation, so I do that work. And then I also am a student of shamanism for the past 15, something like that, years. I studied with Betsy Bergstrom in compassionate depossession and curse unraveling, and many other teachers. And then I am also a member of a legal U.S. ayahuasca church for the past 13 years. So that's been my main spiritual path for a while now. And in that path, I am a trained medium in the Umbandaimi lineage. So, in the work of incorporating the ayahuasca plant medicine for the purpose of channeling spirits in service of spiritual charity. So that's my kind of bio stuff. My passion is really about bringing just the intersection of shamanism and psychotherapy, and that intersection of those worlds, and the way that altered states, extraordinary states of consciousness and psychedelics have the power to transform the profession of mental health, and which has caused a lot of harm, a lot of damage for a very long time. And with the pathologizing of things like hearing voices and near-death experiences and visions and all of those things. So that's really where my focus is right now, is helping to move that field along in its growth, and in particular in the IFS world, where the idea of working with the multiplicity of selves, the multiplicity of the mind, and the impact of ancestral burdens and transgenerational traumas, where all of that has started to become normalized in the field of psychotherapy. In terms of IFS, has really opened the door to allowing the very left brain academic mindset of the psychotherapy world to really begin to contemplate these realities, and to be able to start to make sense and welcome them, rather than pathologizing. And so I guess that's my ramble about who I am and what I'm most interested in. And I'm curious, I maybe you've already shared, Lee, about yourself, but I'm curious what you want to bring.
I haven't, no, and I find everything you just shared totally up my alley and fascinating. I found that for myself, working with plant medicines, that what's the best way to say this? The average therapist has no idea how to deal with that. So I think that it's fabulous that, someone like yourself has that experience and has that understanding, where you can really work with someone to the depth where they need to go. Because I think that there really is a huge gap right now, where people, they might go and sit with the medicine, and it might be a safe container and all of that, but then there's nothing that supports them afterwards. And I think that that's really the most important critical time. That's where the real work gets done, in my opinion, is when we go home, and then we have to integrate everything that we've experienced and everything that we've learned. And, you know, do we have a support system? Do we have someone we can talk to about that? Because, I mean, everyone's experience is so different, but I mean, I've talked to many people about this where there seems to be a common thread of having your reality completely dissolved. So everything you thought you knew, everything you thought you were, it just gets totally broken down. And so then you have to build it back up again. And you know, if you're expected to go back to normal life and go back to your job and go back to your family and just, you know, just operate how you were before, it can be really difficult. So thank you. Thank you for the work that you're doing. It's so important. Yeah.
Yeah, great. Yeah, I love that you speak to that and the need in the void, the need and in the mental health field and the lack of knowledge. I mean, I know it is changing rapidly. There's so many therapists who are seeking out training and you know, on the cutting edge of learning about psychedelic integration work and so on. But yeah, it is still very much a small percentage compared to the vast majority, right? And the training that we get as therapists is extremely lacking in the academic world. The training that we get is so devoid of that in all areas and extremely limited. So yeah, I mean, I think I saw a question in the chat. I will try to keep up with the.
No, it's okay. Colleen was just asking about. She had a question in the chat.
Yeah, right, about IFS and parts work and its. So excuse me. So you know I have a different story than a lot of therapists in that I went the opposite direction, kind of, which really actually is not surprising considering who I am and how I do everything, kind of backwards, opposite. Excuse me. The vast majority of therapists who, you know, are exploring shamanic states or psychedelic integration work, they started as therapists and then went in the direction of shamanism or psychedelic use. And then I went the opposite way with many years as a shamanic practitioner and then felt the calling to go back to graduate school and get a second master's degree in counseling, primarily for the purpose of really wanting to help transform the field of mental health. And in particular, well, my original calling was really to work with couples and families and in a more systems transformative way. And then as I re-entered graduate school and went through all the harm of academia again, I realized like, oh, wait, I'm here for a much bigger purpose, which is to actually help heal this field from the inside out and in the small ways that I can. And so, you know, for me, IFS is, there's a way that in IFS, the therapist is not the healer, first of all, when in internal family systems work. And if, you know, I will say there's a whole range of people who are doing IFS work with different levels of training and different levels of experience. And so there may be therapists out there or practitioners who are using IFS because they read a book on IFS or they did a 3-hour intro class on IFS, right? And so there's lots of varying degrees of knowledge about IFS. So you just want to be aware of that. And then, and also because there's in the IFS Institute, there are very limited trainings that are available, and the wait lists are extremely long. The lottery to get into the trainings, it's like you have to put your name in over and over and over and over. And some people have been trying to get in for years, right? So people might really be wanting training and can't get training. So that's a big part of the problem. But just knowing that that not everybody has the same training who's working with IFS. So I have done level 1. I've been fortunate enough to be able to do level 1 and level 2 training and to work towards certification in IFS, which means a lot of hours of consultation and supervision. And I got to really handpick the consultants and the supervisors who I really wanted to learn from. And so from my perspective, and this is my knowledge and my training in IFS, is that anybody who's doing IFS well and doing it in alignment with the model will be working with the idea that the therapist is never the healer, that the self within the person is always the source of the healing, right? So that's a huge core part of the model. And that the therapist can always, and it's really essential that the therapist is offering and lending as much self as possible to the process. And that is a very important part of what can make the healing possible, is the self of the therapist is available and accessible to the client, but that primarily it's the self of the client themselves that is the source of healing, right? So that's the foundation. And I think that for me is at the root of a lot of shamanic lineages, right? That it's the inner shaman, it's the inner healer within us, right? That is the source of our greatest healing. And that we might need some support and some assistance energetically to be able to shift our attention away from the things that might be blocking, or to shift just enough to be able to receive and open to the source of connection and the source of compassion. But that ultimately IFS is what I think is called a what's the word? It's the difference between a deficit-based model where we're missing something versus a model where it's a constraint-based model, right? Where this idea that there's something constraining us, but that there's nothing actually missing within us, that we have everything we need within us. But we may have constraints on our ability to access our inner resources and our inner connection to our essence and our self. And the other piece about IFS that to me is highly shamanic is the multiplicity of selves and the truth of, that we are not one specific persona, one specific individual identity, that we actually are made up of many multiplicities of selves that often are in contradiction or in polarization with each other. And so the internal conflicts that can arise from parts of ourselves. Some of the other aspects to me that are highly shamanic have to do with the understanding that that many of these constraints that we face in our work are actually ancestral inherited burdens that come from our legacy and our lineages, right? And that they can be specific to our ancestors, and they can also be specific to our culture. So cultural burdens that are much bigger than just our ancestral, our DNA, right? And that these legacy burdens and these cultural burdens are just as important and just as real as personal burdens that have occurred because of our own individual experiences in this particular lifetime, right? So those are things that are also very shamanic and have roots in indigenous cultures all the way back, right? That we are a part of a much larger web, and that this idea that what we experience is somehow this isolated individual thing, right, is an illusion, and that in fact it's all connected. And so let's see, what else did I want to say about that? Oh, and I think of myself as a member of the kind of the fringe world of IFS, which is, it's becoming less and less fringe, but it's still pretty fringy in that I'm one of those people who will talk about, not just the ancestors and the ancestral field, but I will also talk about possessing spirits and the unwell dead and unattached burdens, we call them in IFS, that aren't necessarily connected to our ancestors. That could actually be just random hitchhikers that, so there are those of us in the IFS world who will talk about these things, and Bob Falconer is one of the kind of champions of that territory. If you are interested in learning from people who are studying that on the fringes of that, but Robert Falconer and his work, he has a new book coming out soon on unattached burdens and possessing spirits and how to work with those in IFS. So, but this is stuff that that in some psychotherapeutic circles would be an absolute what they call profession killer, right? Like it would absolutely destroy your reputation as a psychotherapist if you started talking about these things, right? And especially years ago. But we still have to talk about them. We still have to push the edges of that envelope open.
Yeah, some people would be like, well, that's too woo-woo for me. I'm not doing it. But that's fascinating. And ISF kind of reminds me of psychosynthesis with, all the sub-personalities. And I think like what you're talking about is really important to consider, how complex and multifaceted we are, where, we have our individual personal experience of our lifetime. We have, our past lifetimes. We have our ancestors, epigenetics. We have the collective. There's so much going on there. So I have a question for you. I'm curious what your thoughts are, because I've kind of wondered this myself. I studied psychology. Do you think that there is a benefit to doing therapy work prior to working with plant medicine and entheogens? And if so, do you think there's a certain amount of time that someone should do that, or do you think that could be beneficial?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, I think it's highly individualistic, and I think I would always add that it depends on the therapist, right? It depends on the model of therapy that you're working with and the therapists themselves. There are many models of therapy that absolutely have no business going anywhere near the world of psychedelic integration work, in the sense of that they are not at all oriented to the kinds of experiences that people have under psychedelic, and in fact they would likely cause harm and damage to someone if you try to apply certain models. You might even experience somebody essentially gaslighting your and really a therapist could do a lot of harm to someone if they were applying specific models, right? So very behaviorist models, cognitive focus models that are so very much based in the idea of the logic rational mind is the supreme authority on truth and reality, and so somebody could do a lot of that work, and actually, I would think maybe even end up in a worse place in preparation for plant medicine work, right? So it's very much, unfortunately, that's the case. That's the truth of the field. And that I would say the discernment of really finding not just the specific models that you're interested in, and that resonate either, I heard somebody in the previous hour talking about Jung and depth work and dream work, and there's lots of different models or areas to explore, but also not just the model, but also the person themselves who's doing the therapy, right? Whether they've done their own work, and whether they have essentially unburdened their own system of all these cultural burdens that we have around white supremacy and colonialism, in colonial thinking about plant medicines and extraordinary states of consciousness, right? Like these highly problematic pathologizing beliefs that we have, that the therapists themselves really has had to have done that work to unburden their own system of those limitations and those blocks in order to make sure that they're not causing harm to their clients. So that would, it's not an easy thing, but that's the truth of it, right? Yeah. And as much as people, I think somebody's comment about having a local community of support is important, essential, very much so. And also it has to be the right support, right? The right, the kinds of supports that actually are going to be truly supportive in that process. Yeah,
it can be really tricky. And, on discernment, I found that, through my own personal journey, that discernment is something that continues to be fine-tuned. It's almost like I have to have these experiences to further strengthen my discernment, to show me what I don't want so I can see what I do want. So, I just have to laugh at it now. But what would your advice be for people in trying, if they want to find someone to work with? Like what should they look for? What kinds of questions should they be asking?
Yeah, that's a great question. I would say, one of the criteria that I had for my own most recent therapist that I worked with after I was having some postpartum depression symptoms and stuff was, did I feel really met and held by this person? And at the end of the session, did I feel like I walked away with a sense of there's nothing wrong with me, that what I'm going through is normal. What I'm going through is I have what I need to get through it, right? And that as challenging as it might be, as burdensome as my system might feel at times, that and as limited my support systems might feel at times, that I personally have the resources and the strength within me, and the inner wisdom within me to navigate it, right? That was when I first started interviewing her, I always tell therapists right up front, and anybody actually, and supervisors, consultants, anybody I work with, I tell them right up front that my range is likely going to be way outside of your comfort zone. And I'm like, because you're if and this is of course especially kind of white-bodied middle class folks who are raised in Western dominant cultures, where the range of what you have been socially conditioned in our culture to believe is normal and typical and well adjusted is not at all what I was raised with, and also is not at all how I've led my life, right? Like I've led my life in a direction that is not that. And so I kind of warn them up front that if you're experiencing me as kind of working outside of your window of tolerance, then I need you to let me know that you're maybe not the right fit for me, right? Because I do believe that therapists, practitioners have a responsibility to know what their own limits are, to know who their clients are, who they have the resources and the skills and the background, the knowledge to work with, and who they don't. And so I would put that on them like immediately, right? Like, you have a responsibility to tell me if I'm starting to kind of push you outside of your range of what you're comfortable with, right? And if I'm going to be one of those clients who stretches you too far or too much, or, who you dread coming to sit with every week, because I'm too emotional, I'm too whatever, I'm too loud, I'm too, I'm neurodivergent, I'm not going to be in this box, right? And if this is your box and that's your comfort zone, then you need to let me know right away, right? Don't waste my time. Don't let me get attached, right? So I will tell people that right away, and that helps with weeding folks out. I'll interview people also. I'll say, I want 20 minutes of your time. And I try not to do it over the phone. I try to do it, face to face or Zoom if possible. Because I want to see their reactions and I want to feel their energy when I start talking about, I drink ayahuasca, I do this, once a month, I'm a medium, I see dead people, when I start naming these things, I want to see their reaction, right? And I want to know, are they cool with it or not, right? Or do they start sensationalizing it? Right. That's the other thing that can happen is it looks shiny and glittery to some people. Right. And I don't want that either. I don't want the golden projection just as much as I don't want the shadow projection. So, and then the other one is, how do I feel after I've explained to this person some of my history, which I have a very intense trauma history growing up. And it's the kind of story that makes for a really gripping tale, but I want to know that that they're not going to get pulled into the kind of that fascination with trauma, where you can kind of get pulled into somebody's trauma history and get fascinated by it because you want to figure out. You want to figure it out, you want to fix it, you want to, I want to see that they're not doing that, and you can kind of feel when somebody's doing that. And then you start to feel othered, right? Because you can tell that they're looking at you, they've got their lenses on and they're kind of like, oh, they're trying to get into your head, right? And yeah, so those are the things I look for.
Yeah, there can almost be this like curiosity around like the drama, right? Like you're in entertainment now. And it's like, no, that's not what this is. You need someone that can, probably has wandered into the depths beyond what you have, so that they can actually hold space for you like that. And it's fascinating to me because I do the same thing, when I'm trying to find someone to work with is, I want to go on an interview first, like I'm not just going to go on a blind date and pay you. And I'm amazed at how many therapists want you to just go to a session with them, like just, fill out all your paperwork with all your personal information and just start. It's like, no, you need to make sure that you're a good fit for somebody. So yeah, it was interesting recently. I had one of these interviews with a therapist, and I told her, I've sat with ayahuasca, and she said, "Oh, okay." And I said, "Do you have any experience with that?" And she says, "Well, no, I personally don't, but I've worked with clients who have." And I'm like, "Okay." And she said she actually started telling me, this was a huge red flag. She started sharing with me. She didn't share their name, but she was sharing one of her clients like a story that they had shared with her about, ayahuasca. And then she said, "Well, but I think she was just imagining that." And I was like, "Oh no, see, this is why this is why if you sit with plant medicines, I think it's really important to work with people who have also sat with plant medicines." Because there's just, you're traveling to a different space and you can't really explain it to people. They just have to experience it.
Yep, that's right. I absolutely agree that there's an ethical responsibility there. If you're doing any kind of psychedelic integration work, that you have experience with what it is that you're helping people integrate. Yeah.
Absolutely. I'm curious too, what you think about, because I've witnessed this.
Obama, you fucking nigger! Niggers! Obama, you fucking nigger! Niggers!
Sorry about that. I got him.
Thank you. I've witnessed this in the plant medicine community that, sometimes people will have psychotic breaks. I would love for you to share your thoughts around this. What people might be susceptible to experience that. Do you think there are certain people in which, maybe there are contraindications where they shouldn't sit with plant medicine? Are there precautions that can be taken? I would love to know all your thoughts.
Yeah. Well, I will say there's certainly some truth to the vulnerability that some people have. I think there's a huge amount of controversy around that, what that means, and the screening processes that are need to be in place or not. I'm not. I don't want to get too far into it in the sense of that I'm not an expert in that. I would say I'm somebody who leans more into. I don't. It's not my job in my church to be a screener of who gets to come and who doesn't. So I haven't taken on. I'm familiar with the criteria, but I haven't taken on that role, and I don't imagine I ever will, because I come from a lineage of people who had schizophrenia, and I have a real strong connection to the hearing voices community, and so I'm the controversy around it being like, are we gatekeeping who gets to access healing work? And there's just a lot of different concerns there, and I am not technically a voice here myself, and so I wouldn't want to speak for that community. So I'll just say that. I will say that I have my own, I have, well, I guess maybe what I'll share is a story about my own family system. And I think of myself as somebody who was highly protected as a child by my father's trauma, that he was raised by a mother who, when she was 13, had her, was married off to the farmer next door because there were too many mouths to feed. And so it might even have been earlier than 13, I think, because she got pregnant and miscarried her first child at 13. And then she had my father after that, and then 3 more children. So by the time she was 17, she had 4 children, and was growing up in severe generational poverty and all the symptoms of alcoholism and addiction and violence and domestic violence that come and crime that come from that part of the country where she was living, and in that kind of poverty. And so the trauma of all of that, essentially, and in addition to being raised in the highly evangelical and like Pentecostal Southern Baptist churches, the intersection of all of that, she ended up being diagnosed with schizophrenia, which essentially, at the age of 17, 18, and then institutionalized for most of her adult life from that on forward, and undergoing electric shock therapy, and really living out the last of her days in an institution. And so my father, from having experienced growing up with her mental illness and the impact of her mental illness, the way that my grandmother's schizophrenia, her name was Opal, the way that her schizophrenia manifested was in hearing the voice of God, and essentially proselytizing, right? And so in my house growing up, God was like a 4-letter word. Like, we were forbidden to talk about God. And so I was highly protected from anything spiritual, anything religious. There was this way that my father's PTSD from having experienced all of that, really that legacy ended up, I knew very early on, very young, that talking about anything that had to do with anything esoteric at all was very dangerous. It was very triggering for my father. And yet I was a child who saw dead people and heard voices all the time, and had horrible nightmares, night terrors, and was visited by spirits often. So I had this major split for a very long time, and I kept it very split until I masked a lot. I really heavily masked anything, I kept all of that really pushed down in my unconscious and dismissed it as much as possible, until I was in my 20, 21, and then I hit my own psychological crisis, which if I had gone to the right professional at the time, I might have been diagnosed as psychotic. I might have even been institutionalized. Luckily, that didn't happen, and I found my way to the right supports, and that's when the world of psychedelics opened up to me, and I started to begin to be able to access these extraordinary states of consciousness, which in fact were my actual reality as a child. right? Like I began to experience what I had been experiencing all of my childhood in a way where I could access it with my conscious mind. And there were times when it actually began to feel like I couldn't tell what reality was anymore, which one was actual reality, right? And in terms of what we think of as reality, where the lines were very blurred for quite a long time. But, and then luckily I had lots of kind of synchronicities that lined up that supported my integration for periods of time where I was able to not get super fragmented, but at the same time begin to make more sense of what it was that was happening to me. And so I would say I spent about 10 years doing that, like kind of going in and out of medicine work and psilocybin and my first actual psychedelic experience was an accidental LSD trip when I was 11 years old. My brother, who's older than me, was throwing a party and my parents were out of town. And his friends dosed me. And so I was 11 years old and I found myself sitting on the living room floor by myself with the blinds closed, and I had a really horrifying visions and images that were happening. And it wasn't until the following year when in middle school, when we studied Anne Frank and we read her diary, that I began to understand what it was I had been seeing in that vision. And I started to make sense of the images that I had seen in that journey, and knew instantly that it was some past life experience that I had been connecting with, or a being from that experience that I had been connecting to. And so those are kind of the experiences that I had on and off, was that I would have this experience and then later in another psychedelic experience realize, oh, that was actually part of my either my karmic or my ancestral or my own legacy, right? Part of a legacy that I was connecting to, or it was some being that I was connecting to that had those memories in its system. And then that experience would help me make sense of my actual lived reality, right? So I find myself, even as I'm naming it, how not linear it is that I'm describing this, right? It's not, there's no way to make it linear, right? But ultimately, in the end, up until working through this legacy of my father's trauma, really, I would say all the way through until where I would go to ceremony after ceremony with the intention of healing my grandmother Opal, and bringing her into every ceremony, right? Writing her name down on the list and putting it in this prayers, and honestly, and many rituals and many ceremonies of mediumship work and all kinds of experiences where I really was connecting to the healing of that ancestral line. And surprisingly, the very last piece that I feel ultimately got my grandmother the healing that she needed as a being was working with an IFS therapist who is also trained in Daniel Foer's ancestral lineage repair work. And she was, her name is Daphne Fatter. She's amazing IFS therapist. She was able to help me connect with my grandmother in a way that allowed me to finally be able to release the burdens that I was holding in loyalty, out of love for my grandmother, and to finally be able to release the last piece, which ultimately had to do with my own fear of being crazy, right? Of being ill, being mentally ill, and being able to finally release that burden, right? Which I had inherited through, through her, through my father, and for however long she had inherited it from all the way back, right? And so, so that's part of why I come back around to IFS, right? Is that for me, it has that power to do that level of unburdening of our system, but I would say I had brought that intention of that healing to countless ceremonies, right? And had worked with it in every aspect of my being, every part of my system. But that was the magic piece that kind of came together for me, was that combination of IFS and somebody who knows ancestral lineage repair and knew how to connect me with the guides that that I needed to connect with, that would be the ones that could support my grandmother in receiving her healing and transitioning on.
That's fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. That is so
Yeah.
fascinating. I think we only have a few minutes left, so I'm going to open it up to anyone who has questions for Georgia. I know you guys do. No? Okay. Well, that last part you shared, that resonated with me a lot, because I had also, I think towards the end of I haven't sat with ayahuasca in a little while, but towards the end of my work there, I was really interested into diving into ancestral work, which people have warned me about. And I got a little glimpse of it, and I decided not to. But that's a story for another time. But yeah, that resonated with me a lot. So thank you for sharing all of that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course. You're welcome. Thank you for talking with me, and thanks everyone. Good to be with you all.
So I think Lakshmi is taking over now.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for all these fascinating stories, such varied and diverse backgrounds everybody comes from, and the journeys themselves are really fascinating, our stories. So I just wanted to tell you a little bit about who I am and where I come from in this, how I come into the psychedelic world. I'm not a psychologist, or I don't actually take people through journeys, but I myself have I've done 300 or 400 psychedelic journeys, high dose journeys with ayahuasca, which was my first psychedelic medicine, and then acid. For like 2 years, I journeyed almost every weekend with acid and psilocybin and 5-MeO-DMT and San Pedro and MDMA. And finally, in 2015, I did Ibogaine. And Ibogaine was kind of the capstone to really a lifetime of journeying with psychedelic. But Ibogaine was one of the most powerful journeys I've ever done. For me, it's experiencing a direct experience of God is what has been the most powerful thing in all the journeys that I've done. It always came down to that direct experience. And I remember one time I was in Sedona when I was in the 1990s, and we were doing LSD every weekend. And I remember one weekend after I had done this journey that was just like, what would happen is we would during the week, we were doing all this research and reading things and finding references to the Egyptians or the Greeks and this, that, and the other. And then on the weekend, we would take acid. And what would happen is all of this stuff, this linear knowledge that we had kind of, gleaned or talked about or researched during the week would suddenly come together into this hologram of meaning. And it would connect in this way that just would completely blow our minds. And this happened every week. And we began, this is my partner, Jack, and I, we began to see that there's this archetypal journey going on inside of this. And this experience, these plant medicines or any psychedelics are kind of catalysts for that archetypal experience. Somebody talked about Jung and psychology. And so I think that archetypal experience is really more in the realm of metaphysics than it is in the realm of what is today's psychology. It's psycho-spiritual, it's metaphysical, and that's where the healing happens. And so that's what my interest is in how I come to psychedelics or communicating about psychedelics is talking about the God experience. And so I started to think about this as I've been listening to people here, and I'd really like to kind of open it up to, if anybody wants to share, I'll share too. Like, what has been your experience? What has been a God experience that you've had? And could you describe it? Could you articulate what it was and whether you had it with psychedelics or anything else? So would anybody like to share?
I can share.
Who's that? Oh, hi.
My name's Colleen. I was actually hypnotized with my therapist, and she put sound waves, like she had different sounds hitting different sides of my brain to get me into like a theta, like an imaginative headspace. And she walked me through my introduction with core self, with self, or source rather, and it was she just walked me through what that would look like, what they look like, and they ended up being just this like form, this free form thing that was like just glowing. There was no form, or it was very important that it didn't really have like an end or a beginning, but it had some semblance of form for my own like conceptualizing. And yeah, it was incredible experience.
Yeah, sounds like it. So you weren't on any drugs. It was just this kind of a visualization experience.
Yeah, in the hypnotized state, I would say like I definitely have visited that space on psychedelics as well, and that form has visited me in the psychedelic space after the fact, like that memory of that. And in that theta space, it's like I just feel like my brain was like firing in a million different directions. So I find it really comparable, actually.
What does that do for you? I mean, afterwards, like, well, what is the actual impact of having an experience like that in your life?
First of all, it introduced this like childlike creativity I thought I had lost, that I didn't realize was accessible to me anymore. To be introduced to allow my muscle, my brain to like create things. So with no limitations, that was important. So what I walked away from it is like this, like knowing that that's accessible to me, and to that God is accessible to me in the form that this being holds inside of this muscle. So
in you, right inside of you, right? Yeah. Well, would anybody else like to share an experience?
I can share something about that. For me, I would say all the experiences that I've had of God were they're actually all highly relational. They're this experience of a being, whether it's a a nurturing being or a protective being, but a guide or healing or helping spirit of some sort. That there's this sense of that this being is connecting to me, I'm connecting to it, and it is the closest thing that I can actually viscerally experience as maybe a mediator between the energy of God or the universe, the collective conscience, whatever it is, that the mystery, that there's this mediary that's there, but it's a relationship that actually ends up being the thing that I can connect to the most, that I can feel, and that one of the elements of it that is the most powerful is that it is greater than me. And that's really a huge aspect of it for me as somebody who was highly parentified as a child and kind of grew up with what I would call a very big, like, God complex type of, I'm the one who has to heal everything. I'm the one who has to, save everyone and fix everyone. And to realize that, oh, actually there's something so much bigger than me, right? And I can't even and the thing that I'm experiencing is actually only a facet of an aspect of the actual bigness, the actual greatness of the the larger source, right? That it's actually so much greater that I can only really experience it in this intimate relational way. So
yeah, that's interesting that you would say that. I guess if you're looking at things in a relational way of me and something outside of me, then that is how you would see it. And the way that I've experienced this is, there's this phrase, be still and know that I am God. Are you familiar with that phrase? I don't know whether it was Christ or I don't know who said it, but is it Christ? I don't know. But that phrase came to me once. It's come to me several times. But the first time it came to me was when I was feeling a lot of grief and a sense of separation. And this phrase came into my head, be still and know that I'm God. And I started saying it. And after a while, I realized that it wasn't saying I am God is clearly saying you are God. It's not pointing to a separation between yourself and this other energy. And unfortunately, our religions have created God as being in the body of Jesus Christ or in Krishna or in the Buddha and not in you. And so that separation kind of is very strongly embedded in our cultural biases. And so we don't tend to see that. But that, if you just accept that idea that I am God, and you're in a psychedelic journey, and you really, it's like you surrender to that idea. It's a surrender. It can take you out of any bad trip you're in, anything. It just takes you into a whole other dimension of wholeness because you understand the truth of it. And the dialogues that are going on, the psychological conversations and the mental health conversations, I really feel like if you looked at psychedelics as a way to reintegrate yourself with God, with divine consciousness, or with metaphysical understanding, the soul, whatever you want to call it. If you use it as a way to reintegrate, then a lot of the problems that you come into it with, psychological or spiritual or depression or what, they sort of fall by the wayside, because suddenly it gives meaning to your life in a whole other context. The meaning of that you're not just this body, that you're not just this personality. It changes the nature of death, because you don't die then. You clearly don't die if you really melt back into this greater consciousness. And maybe you feel a sense of separation from it sometimes. We all do. But when you don't, it's glorious when you don't. And so, well, I think that's really that's a driving force for me in talking about psychedelics, is redefining religion, redefining, there have been times on 5 grams of mushrooms where I felt like, oh, religions came out of this experience. This experience doesn't define religion. They came out of this, that the temple that they're talking about is this temple right here. And then they objectified it into these domes, with all of these kaleidoscopes in it, like, and that's trying to describe the beauty of what you see in your own consciousness when you have an experience like that. And so I want to tell you a little bit about how that has impacted my life and what I'm doing right now. So I had an experience once where it was on psilocybin, and I sort of woke up in Buddha mind, and and my heart chakra was going, and when I closed my eyes, I began to see this lotus, and it was this purple lotus, and it didn't have a boundary. I would keep like moving forward, and when I reached what seemed to be the edge, it would extend out again, and it kept happening and happening and happening, and it was, the image was conceptually telling me this idea that it's limitless and boundless. And I found myself automatically sitting up straight, because I could feel the energy moving up my spine, and I wanted to sit straight. So that I sat in Buddha in lotus position so that the energy could move up my spine. And that's when I understood that, oh, this is where that came from, the tradition of sitting like that. Because when you're in a really, the energy is moving up your spine all the time. You just don't feel it all the time, because we're dense most of the time. You just don't feel it. And so I sat up like that, and I felt it. And then a little bit later in the journey, I saw this Buddhist wheel of life, like those tankas, and they have those wheels. And I could see all these compartments in the wheel. And I would look into one of those compartments, and it was as though there was a whole civilization in it, or a whole lifetime, a whole thing going on. And I would realize that some of them were my lives, that I had some relationship with those things going on in those little, they were like movies, and once in a while it would just burn up. The whole thing would burst into flames and burn up. And I would realize that I had just expunged some karma just by looking at it. And this is the kind of thing that is actually going on in a psychedelic journey. You can access that. And so then I saw some really ugly things, and like the war and famine and children being hurt. And I was like, why does it have to be so ugly? And the response that came was, well, you have to make it beautiful then. It's up to you to make it beautiful. And that's the kind of the classic bodhisattva vow, to make life beautiful. And so I think this is what you come to when you have journeys like that over and over. You come to realizing that the greatest good you can do is to help make the world a better place. And suddenly you know that there is a reason to do it, that it's true what they say about the nature of reality and the nature of yourself. so anyway, I came out of that, and then when I did Ibogaine in 2015, Ibogaine was showing me the nature of what they call this ancestral stuff. So does anybody want to share something before I talk about this Ibogaine journey? Would any questions or anything? Okay. All right. So in 2015, I did Ibogaine. I did a weekend psychospiritual retreat at Crossroads Ibogaine. Now, for those of you who don't know what Ibogaine is, I think somebody spoke about iboga a little bit earlier, but Ibogaine is a root bark extract from this plant, the Tabernathy iboga plant, which grows in Africa or originates in Africa. And what's amazing about Ibogaine is that it can interrupt opioid addiction in a single treatment without withdrawals. And it can interrupt other addictions too, like alcoholism, crystal meth. It works for a lot of things. So I wasn't addicted to opioids, but I was designing the website for Crossroads Ibogaine, and he invited me to do the journey, so I decided to do it. And it was in his clinic. So Ibogaine has a cardiac risk. So it's really not a recreational psychedelic drug. I wouldn't recommend anybody do it at home because it slows down this QT interval in your heartbeat. And so if you have any kind of cardiac issues or you have an already slow heartbeat, it could stop your heart. And so there is a risk of fatality there. So it's that powerful a medicine. But for that same reason, it's able to interrupt as powerful a disease as opioid addiction. It literally resets the brain to a pre-addicted state physiologically. So not only does it deliver a kind of metaphysical journey, which happens in like the active phase of 12 hours, but it also does this reset. So for me, I before they did the journey, they did a blood panel test to see if everything was okay, and they told me that I was diabetic, and I didn't know it. But my father had died of diabetic neuropathy, and so it wasn't like a big shock or anything. But still, I went into this journey having just found out I was diabetic, and in the course of this journey, I was shown the screen on, so Ibogaine is like it's really not like psilocybin or ayahuasca. It's not a visionary state. It's more like a lucid dream. It's just like you are right now, just normal, except your third eye will be open. And whether your eyes are closed or open, you see the same thing. And you see these images that are shown to you on a screen in your mind, like a slideshow. And so on the screen of my mind, I would see these images that look like code. And it looked like there would be something wrong with the code. And I would say, well, what's that? And I would get this response in my mind saying, well, that's your ancestral genetic code that's giving you the diabetes. It's in your code, but you don't have to, you can just kick it out. You can just kick it out. I said, well, how do I do that? And then suddenly this cartoon figure of myself would appear on the screen of my mind. And this cartoon figure would go up to the code and literally kick it. And the code would slide off the side of the screen, and then everything would rearrange and it would look right. And this kept happening over and over and over again. And finally, I connected it with epigenetics, which is basically the idea that your genetic code doesn't have to express the way it is, that the environment and your consciousness as a part of the environment can impact the expression of this code. So this very complex way, Iboga was trying to show me this idea that that healing can be more instantaneous, more self-directed, and for even really big diseases than we know. And I don't understand it all, honestly. I don't understand. I mean, I've had my moments of instant healing, but I don't know how to turn that on at will. I don't know how to do that. I think there's a lot for us as humanity to learn about that idea of disease. But the one thing that that does tell you is that you're the shaman, you're the healer, not somebody out there. And the truth of it is, especially with things like addiction, or if you're having suicidal ideation, or you're depressed or whatever, you're not going to heal unless you really have a desire to heal. You want to, and somebody can push you into some program or something, but it's not going to heal you if you don't want to do it. And so that idea that you're really the power, the shamanic power to heal comes from yourself. So anyway, I came out of that journey, and what had happened during that 12-hour journey was that it had taken away my addiction to sugar. And so I came out of it, and I stopped eating. I had no problem. I just stopped eating carbs completely, and I went on a juice fast, and later on a keto diet, and I went on a 3-week juice fast, and I lost 30 pounds, and I kind of reset my body. And so after that, I still don't take any medication or anything for diabetes, and I'm good. But I came out of that saying, wow, why doesn't the world know about this? Why isn't it being used for opioid addiction when 109,000 people died of overdose last year? So I started a nonprofit organization called awake.net. And I have this, awake.net is a social impact network for the entheogenic community. And you can go on there and you can create a free profile, and you can create a group, and you can have a crowdfunding campaign or host a website. There's a bunch of things, but it's only for the entheogenic community. And inside of that, I've created this program called FEAT. And FEAT is the Fund for Entheogenic Addiction Treatment. And so I want to show you this thing. So basically what FEAT aims to do is to give people grants so that they can do an ibogaine treatment outside of the US, somewhere where it's decriminalized or legal. And then on awake.net, I have a 9-month integration program, which is going to start in March, and it's going to be taught by over 63 mentors and masters from the psychedelic community. And the reason I did it this way is because integration is not a one-off thing. It's an ongoing thing. And a lot of times you need a lot of different tools. You need other modalities. You need other teachers. You might need hypnotherapy or a massage or somatic therapy, or do a mushroom journey, or do a cannabis journey, or do something else in order to continue to grow whatever healing or insights you had from your psychedelic experience. And so that's kind of where I came to after doing ibogaine, is creating a way for other people to take ibogaine and have integration. So I invite all of you to join awake.net and put your profile up there, because it's a nice community. It's growing day by day. And so does anyone have any questions? Would you like to?
Yes. Like, I have so many questions. So I've worked with ayahuasca a few times, and I've heard of ibogaine and iboga, and to be completely honest, it scares the shit out of me. Excuse my French. So I guess it's helpful to hear you share your story about it. And I know it's so individual and subjective, but if you were to compare like your ibogaine experience to like an ayahuasca journey, but how would they be similar or different?
Well, they're both really deep. So that's one way in which they're similar. Both of them can take you into a very deep, profound, altered state. Ayahuasca is definitely feels more like a feminine frequency to me than ibogaine. Ibogaine is like it's like a grandfather spirit. I would definitely call it a grandfather spirit. This kind of stern. A lot of times, the way that things are delivered is stern. Ayahuasca they both have a physicality to them, but a different kind of physicality. So ayahuasca makes you throw up, and it can be quite uncomfortable during that initial phase. But then once you've gotten over that and you're in the visionary state of it, it's not that. It's more you're inside of your visionary experience. But ibogaine has these physical side effects, like you get ataxia, so you can't move. If you move, you feel like throwing up, or it's like you have to be really still. And ibogaine has, for me anyway, I think I don't know if everybody has exactly the same thing, but I had 4 episodes where this energy would start at my root chakra and would just shoot up, and I could feel it. Like it was like my spine was being flushed with this energy, which would go all the way up to my head, and when it reached my head, the visions would start. So it was like that. So more physical, I guess, more visceral than ayahuasca is. Well, in terms of differences, I personally find that all psychedelics deliver me to the same thing, which is my higher consciousness. And sure, there might be phenomena, there might be geometry, there might be archetypal beings that I see in that, but they all deliver. So I find them to be more similar than different in general, all psychedelics. And I don't really subscribe so much to this idea that it's a spirit in the plant that's having this conversation with me. I think it's a spirit in all of us that's kind of manifesting and communicating, inside those situations. So I have found very little difference in terms of the actual depth of insight between ayahuasca and ibogaine. Differences in the way the images look, or the way you experience it, but in terms of the sum total of the wisdom or the insights, not much different.
Thank you for sharing that.
Sure. So is there anybody else who would like to share a story or experience you've had with any medicine, really? As someone putting, that's not, she's got her hand up in her photo. That's not a hand up. Okay.
Melissa, come on, guys. You can really open up your throat chakra here.
Yeah.
Someone, take the opportunity to share when you usually wouldn't.
I'd be happy to share in a little bit. I just hopped on because I'm so curious to listen in, but I'm not quite settled yet.
Okay.
I'm getting my kiddo to bed, but thank you.
Well, I'll share another story, another experience that I had. So my first experience with psychedelics was ayahuasca. And I think earlier in the afternoon, somebody was talking about magic and synchronicity. And I was talking about this had this book fell on my head. It was called Amazon Beaming, and was about this photographer who got lost in the Amazon, and he was with the tribe. He traveled with this tribe, and he found himself talking telepathically with the chief of the tribe. And this tribe took ayahuasca, so I'm pretty sure that they were taking ayahuasca when he had this experience. But that's what clued me into the Amazon. And it was literally the Amazon beaming at me, because like a couple years later, I was in Iquitos, and I didn't know anything about ayahuasca, but I went there to go to the rainforest and stuff like that, and go to Machu Picchu. And ayahuasca came into my life in this really weird synchronistic way, where I was I had this like tour, I was going there by myself, so I had a tour guide, and I'd set up this whole trip, so I knew where I was going to be at every moment. And then I canceled a portion of the trip because I didn't want to do this thing, and suddenly I had a gap, and it was in that gap that ayahuasca came into my life. And I was sitting in this cafe, and I had a book I was reading The Mists of Avalon, and the waiter came over and he saw the word mist, and I think he thought it said mystic. So he said to me, "You like it, the mystic?" And I was like, "Sure." I know what he was talking about. And then he got up and went and talked to this white guy at another table. The white guy got up, came over, sat at my table, and said, "So I hear you want to do ayahuasca." And I'm like, "What's that?" And he said, "It's a medicine plant that gives you visions." Now, I was really conservative. Had he said it's a hallucinogen or a psychedelic, I might not have wanted to take it. But he said medicine plant. I was like, well, okay, well, I'm having a lot of visions already. I was having all these dreams. So I said, I don't really need a plant to have visions. So we just started talking about other stuff. But then he took me to the market and showed me the ayahuasca, and introduced me to these shamans. And I just got curious about the whole thing. And so I decided to take it. So he took me to a slum. It was literally like a little slum mud hut in a very poor neighborhood. And the shaman was sitting on this crude bench. There was this one guttering candle in a coconut shell. And I was sitting on the other bench, and he gave me the ayahuasca. But as soon as the ayahuasca hit, I was like, it was such a familiar feeling. I was in this familiar space. I knew this space, and I felt so good. And I was like, wow. And I was telling my friend, when can I do this again? It was so fantastic. And then I threw up. And then, so what happened here was so amazing, because I didn't even know that one could heal from something like this. So my father had died 5 years before, and I had missed seeing him by 8 days. My flight arrived like 8 days after he died. And so I missed everything, missed his cremation, and it was really a big loss for me, but I didn't really know if I could heal it. It was just there, this grief that I had missed it. And my father came to me in the ayahuasca ceremony, and it was just like his head, floating in this galaxy. It was like Spock in Star Trek, literally like that, his head. And as I saw him, this love passed between us, like this, just love, and was silent. And all my feelings of, my anger that my family hadn't told me he was sick, and, all this stuff just went away, just completely disappeared, because I realized that we were connected forever, and this love was real, and he was real. Whatever it was, he was real. And so then we just like looked at each other for a while, and then he said to me, he said, "I'm going away now to another galaxy, and we probably won't see each other for millennia." And then he just zoomed off. And I was left with this really profound statement that he had given me, that I'm going away now to another galaxy. So basically what he's telling me is that whatever we are, live on other galaxies, and we live for millennia. And then plus that the fact that it was my father who came into it, it kind of blessed me. It blessed the psychedelic experience for me in a certain way. So that was my first one.
And you said you've done it. I think you said you've done it many times.
I've done ayahuasca maybe 5 or 6 times, but I've done psychedelics many times. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. Gotcha. I'm curious, have most of your ayahuasca experiences been positive? Have any of them been difficult?
Well, so this is interesting. You know, people talk about trauma, and my experience with trauma, I had childhood trauma, but I had amnesia about it for 40 years. And part of the time I was doing psychedelics and having all these amazing journeys, but the trauma never came up. It didn't come up until like when I was 50, after I had been journeying for 15 years with psychedelics, no trauma, not a sign of it. And then the trauma came up. And I really believe that sometimes we have this amnesia and then it comes up later when we're able to, where we're old enough or mature enough to be able to deal with it. So that was an ayahuasca journey. So when I realized that I had some trauma because I was doing hypnotherapy with someone and I was on this juice fast and like cleanse. And a lot of times you start to do a cleanse like that, it'll start to open up these blocked areas of experience. And then if you do a journey after you've done a cleanse, you can really pass through it and shepherd it yourself. And so I realized that there was something in my childhood. I couldn't remember it still, but so then I went to a ayahuasca ceremony that was being led by a friend of mine, maybe 8 or 10 people, just a small circle. So while I've done a lot of journeys by myself, I do think that if you're dealing with a big issue and you know you are, it's really good to either do it in a ceremonial way, have some support, you know, or have somebody sitting, you just to be prepared to deal with the emotionality of it. So you know, we had to make this intention when we sat in circle, and I said I want to release what's bottled up inside of me. So that was my intention. Now, talk about a hologram, you know. So as soon as I took the ayahuasca, and a little bit later, I started to feel like, literally the feeling was like I had excuse the language, like I had a cork in my butt. That's what it felt like. And I was like, why? My stomach wasn't upset. I had gone to the bathroom, but suddenly I felt like going. So I went to the bathroom and I thought I better do this before the ayahuasca hits. Well, that was the ayahuasca hitting. And when I sat on the toilet, I started to have these flashbacks of what had happened to me. And at the same time, I had this incredible constipation, like I couldn't go. And it was painful. I was like, what do I do? And I said, how do I release this? And then I would get this kind of message in this way that I needed to forgive. And I started forgiving, you know, forgiving myself, forgiving the perpetrator, like this like really, I was passionately forgiving people and myself and forgiving. And as I would do that, and as it became real, the forgiveness, I was able to poop and all this stuff left my body. And I was like releasing whatever was held in my gut from all these years ago. And it was really profound, but it was also one of the most difficult journeys that I have ever had. It was scary because when I came out of it, I was really shaken up. And when I went to sit down, I suddenly started to feel this kind of pressure in my heart, like something was trying to take over. I felt like there was this energy that was trying to take over, and this battle going on inside of me. And I was in this kind of detached witness state, and I'm looking at this and thinking, I don't know what this is, but am I dying? And I thought, well, if I'm dying, there's nothing I can do about it because I can't move. I literally couldn't move. And then the shaman came over and he told somebody, step aside, she has an entity. And then he started singing and he started doing this feather up and down. And I'm still like like frozen. I can't move. I can't talk. I can't do anything. And I'm watching this happening, and I can feel this battle still in my chest. And then suddenly, and this was honestly the strangest thing that's ever happened to me. I heard my voice inside my head. I didn't speak out loud. I just heard my voice inside. And I didn't know that I was going to say this. It wasn't like saying, get out. This is my body. I want it back. It was just like that, very soft, just like that. And as soon as I said it, as soon as the last syllable left my lips, the whole thing stopped. The feather stopped, the singing stopped, the battle in my chest stopped. It was all finished. And that was a huge lesson for me in autonomy, sovereignty, and dominion of oneself.
Yeah, and I think that also highlights the importance of sitting with those who are experienced.
Yeah.
I had a similar situation, but unfortunately, the person I was sitting with was not attuned to that. So, yeah, that was interesting.
What happened?
Well, I remember feeling that my intention for the ceremony was to cleanse my sacral. So, in an earlier part of my life, I did not understand the sacredness of sexuality and the energetics and potential attachments and all of that. So the intention of the ceremony was to cleanse the sacral. And I remember I was, as I'm purging, there was just like this, I can't even describe it. It wasn't even a voice. It was like just a knowing that there was something that didn't want to come out. So, since I was the person serving the medicine was not attuned to that. So I pulled them aside and I explained to them what was happening. And there really wasn't anything that they could do for me. And it maybe like a year later, I had a different shaman pull it out. But that was terrifying. And I had to sit with that for a few hours. That was just like mental anguish. This is how I could best describe it. So.
Yeah, I know some psychiatrists who say that I'd be interested to hear if Georgia has heard anything about this, who say that in their experience, some of the schizophrenic hearing voices is really entities who have inhabited their psyche. I don't know if there's any truth to this or not, but it seems plausible.
Yeah, I think there's so much about all of this that we really don't understand and that we're still learning.
Yeah, catching up on 2,000 years of prohibition.
Right. Unlearning the other stuff.
Right. So somebody said she was putting her kids to bed and was back. Are you back? No, I guess not. So anyway, we have another 15 minutes, and I'd like to share with you our first FEAT applicant. I've got a little video of hers. Do you mind if I share screens and show it to you?
Go for it.
So I created these feed grants, and I videotaped their stories before they've taken the ibogaine, and it was really important for me to keep it anonymous, because afterwards, you don't want that story to follow you around. But at the same time, hearing what people are caught in is really important. So this is.
My addiction issues started way back when I was 12 or 13, not with opiates, but with alcohol and marijuana. And that went on until I was about maybe, I don't know, 19 probably. And then at that time I was, my stepmom introduced me to pain pills. She was addicted to pain pills.
Can you hear this, by the way?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. She was a mortgage broker and pretty successful, but she was addicted to pain pills and alcohol. She would drink wine every night. And she, I think she would get bored at home, or I don't know. She would always encourage me to drink with her and to do pain pills with her. And I didn't get physically addicted to them at that point. Then I had my daughter shortly after that, at around 20. And then after I had my daughter, a couple years later, I somehow was reintroduced to the pain pills. And I always had pretty bad social anxiety. And I noticed when I started doing pain pills that it sort of like, it helped with my anxiety a lot. And so that's what the attraction was, I think, for me. And then before I knew it, I was physically dependent on them. I didn't even know that there were withdrawals. I didn't know anything about that. I was laying in bed one day and all of a sudden I felt withdrawals. And so I pretty soon after that found a doctor and got on Suboxone. But Suboxone was just another part of the addiction, because you become dependent on Suboxone as well. And so I lost my insurance at one point and found heroin because I was in withdrawal. And so,
what did you experience when you were in withdrawal?
Well, the first time when I was in withdrawal, I remember, like, it's hard to explain withdrawal. It's like no other sickness. I don't think it's, a lot of people compare it to the flu, but I don't compare withdrawal to the flu at all. I think it's much worse. It's like any negative feeling you can have, physical and emotional. You get anxiety, irritability, your body aches, nose is running. When I was in withdrawal the first time, I remember I was laying in bed and I just couldn't sit still. I was like, kept turning over and over and over, back and forth. And I felt like I couldn't feel my arms and my legs. Withdrawal is horrible. It's really horrible. And
how long does it last?
Depends on what you're withdrawing from. But typically, if it's not a long-acting opiate like methadone, then it lasts probably the 4 days, 5 days, the worst part of it. But the anxiety, the low energy, and the stress, just irritability, all of that lasts a lot longer. And lack of sleep or not being able to sleep lasts sometimes a couple months. But it's a kind of pain I can't describe. It's intolerable. Yeah, I've been through detox a number of times, probably all the way through, probably about 3 times. And then I've been in and left early, maybe 10 times. I went to 11 months of residential treatment. And I stayed on Suboxone after that for about a year. And then I relapsed with my stepmom. So, because I was living with her. And so I started drinking with her, and then it ended up, I think I lost my insurance again, and I ended up using heroin. Or no, not at that time. I didn't do heroin. It was pain pills. But so I've wanted to get clean for so long, and I used to think that Suboxone was a miracle. That it was a miracle that Suboxone was there, because it's something that could get you through the withdrawal. But now that I've learned about ibogaine, Suboxone sounds like poison to me, and ibogaine is a miracle to me that there's something like ibogaine. And so I've wanted to get clean for many years, and I've tried many different ways, many different times going to detox and I've gone to treatment, all of that. And it's been a lot of pain on my family, my daughter. I haven't had my daughter since she was about 7 or 8. I have a 7-year-old son who I haven't had him since he was 5 months old. And I was nursing him at the time. I was clean after I had him. I relapsed for 4 days or for a few days. I don't remember how long I relapsed, but not very long. And he was taken from me, and he's now in Missouri with his father's parents. He was actually in foster care for a while too, when he was really, really little. And if I get clean, there's a possibility that I could get him back too and raise him. And he's half American, half Ukrainian. So he speaks Ukrainian and English and some Russian. And so that's another part of the motivation for me to get clean, both of my kids. But I do understand that ibogaine is not a magic cure. You know, I know that takes work and changing my environment, and that's what I want to do. That, you know, I want so bad to live my life. You know, I want to start a business. I want to be around my family, and I want to, you know, do the things that I've missed out on for so many years. So changing my environment, you know, I know it's not easy, but it's definitely what I want to do. So, and I know it's not going to be just, you know, a magic cure, but I think it'll give me a good chance, you know, a fighting chance, to probably the best chance that I could get out there.
So well, that is moving. Every time I listen to it, I'm moved by it. And if you all can donate to her cause in any way, please go there, and it's a crowdfunding page. You can just donate right there. If you know anyone who would be willing to sponsor her treatment, just reach out to me. I put my email here. So my goal, so what happened with the feet thing, I started out to making a documentary, but as I was filming people, I would hear very often people would say, I would love to do ibogaine, but I can't afford it. And so I realized that people can't afford this treatment. There's no insurance, doesn't cover it. And it's not like other psychedelics. It's a good chunk of change to do it. So that's why I started feet. And also what I was thinking was, you know, having a lot of anecdotes about what's happening will wake people up to the real situation, because addicts are stigmatized as being weak or this or that or the other. But a lot of times addiction and trauma are connected to each other. And, you know, they don't deserve the stigma, because some of these medicines are wickedly addictive. So that's my goal too, is to bring the stories out there and raise awareness. Yeah, somebody said, Kiki, that trauma and addiction are always connected to each other. Perhaps, I don't know. I just, you know, it seems like there's definitely some of that. Gabor Mate.
Yeah, I was just going to bring him up. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love his work. I would agree with what Kiki said. I think that addiction is basically just a coping mechanism, and probably something that was needed previously for survival, that helped us to get by in a previous situation or environment. But now, you know, we're still trying to use that coping mechanism, and it's not serving us anymore. And a lot of times it's distracting or numbing to avoid feeling things that we might not want to feel. So it's usually just a coping mechanism, I think, for emotional pain.
Yeah, that's for sure. I think it definitely is what that is. They call us inhabitants, like inhabit. We inhabit this planet. Uh, there might be some relation between how we are and this habitual, like we like habits. We like habitual patterns. And then you have a system where both the legal and the illegal sectors are profiting from our habits, from our addictions. So we're being exploited for that. Anyway, we have 4 minutes left before my hour is out. Is there? I would really love to invite you all to, especially if you do work with integration, to put your profiles up on awake.net, because I'm creating a directory of integration providers there. And I'm going to have this 9-month program. So I'm a student of the I Ching, and I've been studying the I Ching since I was 19. And there are 9 hexagrams in the I Ching that are for character development. So I've created this course, and it's called Change Your Character. And it's on awake.net. And it's going to be a 9-month integration program. And each month we're going to study 1 hexagram. And then for the rest of the weeks of the month, I'm inviting people from the integration community to give a breakthrough lecture in their area of expertise. So if we can have like a whole bunch of breakthrough lectures happen, not only will it expose people to the integration community, to the individuals in it, but we can create a kind of a gift, a collective gift for people to heal. So that's kind of what I'm doing there. So again, I really would encourage you all to go check it out and put up your profile there so people know who you are. So Leo, who is the next person on here?
So I believe Kiki is up next.
Okay.
Hi.
Kiki, there you are.
I am up next.
Let me see the messages here. Oh, well, good. Thank you. Thank you everyone for having me and for your time and attention. And thanks, Leo, for putting this on. It's just such a great idea. It's such a great format. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thanks for having me as well. And I guess it's my hour now. I'm actually going to invite everybody because we're getting close to like the half-hour mark. And I've been personally popping in and out, as I'm sure some of you are, but I'm going to invite everybody to actually move and shake with me. This is both for my own self, because when I start talking to a room full of people, I get really nervous, and shaking is a way that I can drop into my own body. And also for some of you who've maybe been sitting or not moving around, this is your invitation to shake with me or move around or do whatever is going to feel good for you in your body. So I will talk you through what I'm going to do. And be that not many people are on video, I think it's just going to be me shaking with myself. If someone wants to join me on video, I definitely invite that. It's a really good way to get you back in your body. After listening to people over and over and over again, it's really quick that we can get really trapped in our mind, contemplating all of the different things. If you want to join me, you can stand. If you want to just sit and shake, you can shake your wrists or shake your arms, whatever. But if you do want to stand with me, what I'm going to invite you to do is bend your knees a little bit. So that your knees aren't locked. It'll also give you freedom in your pelvis, so your pelvis isn't locked. Try to let your arms be really heavy. Look down if you want to, if looking at a screen is scary. And then what you can do is just up as if you're on your toes. I'm kind of like lifting your heels up and down so that you kind of just drop. And Yamuna, I see you and you have crutches. Oh my goodness. Thank you for joining me. You are a sweetheart. Oh. But if for those at home, what this actually does, so I was a yoga teacher before I became a coach, is it actually shakes out the layer, it shakes out your skin, it shakes out all of this tension. If you do it for about a minute, you can even close your eyes, just let your body sink into the little bit of the shake. If you let your heels pound the ground a tiny bit, it creates a reverberation through your body. You can even bring a little bit of vocalization if you want to. And it just really helps alleviate the way it was taught to me at a fascial layer that starts to alleviate the adhesions, and our fascia get connected. And instead of being in like a nice lattice shape, they can get adhered to one on top of the other. And this is a way for that to actually slowly shake back into a more symmetrical lattice position. Doesn't mean it's going to fix any issue in your body in a minute of shaking. But for those who do it, after you get to about a minute, you can slowly let the heels kind of soften, come to a slower kind of maybe rock back and forth on your feet. It'll feel kind of natural. And then just let your body find stillness, or maybe you're going to balance back and forth a bit. Even close your eyes. Just notice what that does for your system. I do this pretty much every day. At some point in the day, it is a tool I use just to get back into my body really quickly. And if for those of us who maybe work at an office or something, I invite you to sit back down. I'm going to talk at some of you for a while now, but I'm going to try to make this interactive. So I do really want people to kind of interact as much as you feel like you want to. Thank you, Yamuna. I'm so happy you got up, and I forget someone else came on. Nadine, I think that was you. Thanks for coming on and shaking with us. So I'm Kiki. I'm Kiki Grace, also known as Christine, but recently just started going by Kiki for a plethora of reasons. Mostly because Christine was obviously my birth name, but not a name that ever really resonated with me. And through relationships, someone kind of gave me the name Kiki recently, and it just dropped into my body in this way that was amazing. And so I'm trying that out. And so I'm going by Kiki. And I'm what's actually called, what I'm now calling myself as a relational authenticity coach. When I used to call myself a psychedelic integration coach. And I worked at a big psychedelic company for over 14 months, helping people integrate their psychedelic experiences. And through that time and my own process, I really started to shift the way I even conceptualize integration in a way I'm going to share with you in a moment here. Actually, I'll just get right into that now. So often we think of psychedelic integration as this thing that we have to do after we have a psychedelic experience. I'm actually going to put forward the idea that life itself is actually an integration process. From the day you're born until the day you die, you are in an ongoing process of integrating all the lived experiences, all the phenomena, all the things that happen to you in your life, with or without psychedelics, with or without help. Most of us have some help along the way, but we are actually on an ongoing process of integration. And I now have seen psychedelics be a catalyzing tool in our ongoing integration process. So instead of conceptualizing this little maybe 3-month time that you're working and integrating the psychedelic experience, we now have a lifetime that we're integrating our lived experiences, where psychedelics might come in and out of a tool that we use on that journey. Like yoga is also a tool. A few hours ago, I heard someone talking about how they hadn't used psychedelics, but had worked with Kundalini yoga. It's a total different tool that's going to help you integrate your own lived experience. And when we think of even just the basic definition of trauma, that's often given by Gabor Mate or other people in the trauma network, trauma is unintegrated experiences or unintegrated material that live in our emotions, in our memories, in our bodies from a traumatic experience. So it's unintegrated experiences that we are then using a psychedelic to integrate. And once I started looking at it from this bigger landscape, instead of like this pop-up thing that like, oh, I have this experience I need to integrate and do something with, my whole story started to make more sense. Instead of having these little blurbs of this happened and this happened and this happened, I started to see how all of this was a thread that weaved through from the very beginning until who I am now. And my own story started actually becoming more integrated in my being, because I wasn't looking at it as these fragmented events. I was looking at it as the whole picture of the 33 years of life that I've lived on this planet. Part of what has helped me with that is I've been on a plant diet, which is a whole other kind of plant medicine based thing that doesn't necessarily have a psychedelic component to it, but is part of a tradition where we work with plant material, plant spirits. I believe in them actually having a spirit that we commune with and that we interact with, that then come in and help inform us. And it's through a lot of her guidance that I've really been able to solidify this viewpoint of what I have around integration at this point. So then why am I calling myself now a relational authenticity coach instead of an integration coach? Is because of, well, one of the main things is in integration, I've used a relational lens for everything that I've worked with in integration, because ultimately we are in relationship. We are relating to the world around us at all times. You're in relationship with yourself. It's one of the first relationships we have. You're in relationship with your coffee in the morning. Do you depend on it? Do you rely on it? Do you love it? All these different things, you're actually in a relationship with it. You're in a relationship with your husband or your partner or your girlfriend. You're in a relationship with your parents. You're in a relationship with the work that you're doing. And so everything in life comes down to the way in which we relate to it. And when I started to bring in authenticity, authenticity is basically genuine or an undisputed origin. And so I'm trying to get people to learn how to relate to life from a way that is authentic to who they are, not the paradigm or the conditions that were told to them as kids, or the traumas that create patterns in how they relate to life. And so through psychedelics and actual integration of our lived experience, we can choose and relearn how to be more authentic in how we're relating to the world. So that's why I call myself a relational authenticity coach instead of a psychedelic integration coach, because I feel like it is more broad ranging to what we're actually doing when we work with psychedelics. The other thing that I try to explain when I'm talking about relational authenticity is that we're relating to the world from our own autonomous choice, not from something my mom told me I should do, or not from a fear-based trauma response that I've lived with since I was a kid. It's that I've worked through that. I've integrated that way of being in my system. So I can now choose, is that how I want to relate? Or do I want to relate in a different way because I've regained autonomous choice? And that autonomous choice is basically the biggest gift that I would say psychedelics have given me in my 14 years working with them. And that's why I also say that they're more of a catalyzing tool instead of the end all be all. I think sometimes I've seen a really big issue in the industry in general, where the way that we talk about psychedelics leads it to being this magic pill or this end all be all experience that's going to shift everything. And it might take 10 years of working with them to really shift something, depending on a whole lot of things. And so if we look at them as tools, like yoga is a tool, like journaling is a tool, like astrology is a tool to learn oneself, it starts to put the psychedelic medicine into actual perspective that's more workable and integratable actually into someone's life, instead of being this massive thing that's going to happen and you're going to have to do all this work on the other side. And while there is truth to that, and I don't want to negate that, I just think the way that we talk about them needs to expand a little bit. I'm going to stop there for a second and just see if there's any questions or anything coming up for people now. before I continue and just tell you all a bit about my integration process. We have a quiet bunch today. I definitely didn't come prepared to talk for a whole hour, so we'll see how this goes. I can fill an hour, but definitely not my plan. But that's okay. I will keep going. So I've started to basically say life itself is an integration process. We're learning, we're growing, we're taking new information in every single day and learning what to do with it. And the most basic definition. So a few months ago, I was really like looking up what is integration. It's this massive word. We have a kind of innate way of understanding it, but I was like, what is it? And I got the most basic definition that someone would tell to a child, and it is connecting things that are different. And so I immediately went to relate it to my own story. And one of the first, so going back to my own story is how do I want to start with this? I was born a twin. So I have a twin sister who, through challenges in the birthing process, she has a few different, I guess you could call them disabilities, that made it that her needs were what we call special needs, that she had extra things in life that needed extra attention. I, on the other side, was quite a capable person. School came easy, making friends came easy, all the things came easy. And then on top of that, I had an older sister where she was a little bit more challenged in life as well. So there's 2 parents, 3 kids, 2 have more challenges than me. And so I grew up in a way that while I have amazing parents, emotional capacity, energetic capacity was very limited for me. That's one part of my story. Quick little bubble there. By the time I was like 20, because I'm going to get back to another piece that I only recently learned of. By the time I was 20, I was in a deep, deep, deep depression. I knew I was in depression by the time I was 12, but by the time I was 19, 20, I was in a super deep depression, anxiety disorder, couldn't function in life. And so I did what everyone does. You go to a therapist, you get put on antidepressants, you think something's wrong with you, basically. And I did that whole process I was in therapy for about 2.5 years, twice a week for about a year and a half. Then I went down to about once a week for about the next year. And one of the first things that I remember learning about learning in therapy, that was the biggest breakthrough that ever happened to me, was learning that my brain had the capacity to misunderstand things, to create a story about my life, about my lived experience that was misintegrated in a way, if you want to think about it. I connected the things that were different in a way that wasn't true, that created a whole gamut of the story around who I was that wasn't real. And so when I had that clicking moment, what then happened for me is I started to question everything that I thought was real and everything that I thought was true, because if I had the capacity to make up a story that I wasn't loved, that I wasn't wanted, that I wasn't worthy, that I wasn't all of these things, what else was not true? So that led me to trying, I was raised in a Christian household where cannabis is not a good thing, but alcohol was. So I'd been drinking since I was 15. But don't you smoke that cannabis? And that was one of the first things. And I realized, well, wait, not everything is true. Therefore, not everything someone else has told me is true. I tried cannabis for the first time. And people often forget that cannabis is a psychedelic, which I find so hilarious because it is exceptionally psychedelic, and completely altered the way that I was able to think and process life. So that at 19 was the first psychedelic that I ever worked with. And up until 3 months ago was an integrated part of my life. And so then I started relating and having a relationship with cannabis. That then opened up cannabis isn't bad. Cannabis is helping me. Then all of a sudden I'm like, well, what about all these other drugs that I've been told were bad? And that led me down, down the train of trying a bunch of different things, and ended up getting fairly heavily addicted to MDMA and fairly heavily addicted. I mean, I was completely addicted to cannabis for a really long time. And the reason I use the word addiction, and what we talked about just a second ago, that addiction is is basically a coping mechanism for trauma, is underlying all of this stuff. There was trauma that happened from being like the child that I mentioned, but there's also a whole layer of trauma that I never actually had even gotten to up until recently. And so I'm basically a drug addict, an alcoholic at this time, trying to cope, trying to learn, because they are tools as well. But all of this is unguided. I'm not in therapy anymore. I'm just working by myself. And I'm stumbling quite hard because, in my opinion, psychedelics do need guidance of some kind. They do need somebody to help you parse it out because, as I mentioned, our own mind can make up stories and can be incorrect. So unless you're getting feedback from someone else, things can get a little squirrely. And I can just say my life got a little squirrely for a while. And then I landed in about 2016. So yeah, about 6 years ago, in an ayahuasca community. And I finally had guidance. And I had guidance from a tradition that psychedelics are actually an integrated part of their tradition. So I worked with people who are trained in the Shipibo-Kanibo tradition, which is one of many traditions that use the ayahuasca brew. Santo Daime is another tradition. There's a few others that I'm not as familiar with. So I'm going to only talk about the Shipibo-Kanibo tradition. And all of a sudden, I had a medicine that was actually helping me at a different level when I had guidance of people who knew how to work with it. And everything started shifting for me, because instead of just having these fun, amazing experiences, which are great, and I love psychedelics for the fun that you can have with them, I actually started to go into looking at the trauma that I had had, looking at the experiences that had created the pain and suffering that were leading me to numb with cannabis, or leading me to use acid to feel happy in a way that I didn't know how to outside of the psychedelic experience. And I worked with ayahuasca basically every 2 to 3 months for about 2.5 years. And then it backed off a little bit and COVID hit and things kind of shifted. But during that time, I was really devoted to the whole path. And there's a whole lineage of how you work with the medicine. You do start to do plant diets, which is a whole own thing. I'll talk about that if there's time. But I started to actually look at what had happened to me in my life from the lens of trauma, from the lens of spirituality, from the lens of relationship, from the lens of viewing all of these different pieces in my life in a way that started to piece it all together. And it was through working with ayahuasca, as well as a couple plant diets. I don't know if people know, but there's a plant called Sananga, which is an eye drop medicine that one of my personal favorites. I was working with that and Hape, and was actually shown all of the deepest trauma that I had had as a kid, which I don't necessarily want to talk about just because I don't really want to trigger people or anything like that. But it was just really embedded abuse that happened as a really young kid that I had repressed back into my memories. But once it came through, all of a sudden, everything else started to make sense, because it made sense why I had this deep pain that I didn't understand, why I was always nervous, why my nervous system was ramped to a level 10 all the time, why all of these things just started to make sense. And I continued to work with the plant diets. I continued to work with ayahuasca. And then I actually ended up working with 5-MeO-DMT, which I'll talk about in a moment as well. And they all started to integrate the story of my life in a way that I could actually understand. I've now started working with a therapist again, a somatic therapist, because we need them. And I think it's really beneficial to use somatic therapy to get back into the body, because the psychedelics can't do it all, in my opinion. Like I've been working with them for 14 years, and I say them meaning like 7 different ones on a semi-regular basis. And they give me information, they give me insight, they give me a wider lens to work with. But ultimately, I need to bring that back into my body, back into my nervous system in a way that's integrated and functional to actually shift the way that I'm interacting and relating to my life. And so that work has been with mentorships with a therapist, as well as working with different medicines. Where do I want to go from here? That was my 20-minute spiel. Yeah, I'm curious if there's any questions now. Anything that this has brought up. How do you think of integration? How have you worked with psychedelics for your own integration? Anything like that?
I think of integration as it's almost like an awareness. I think that's kind of the first level, an acceptance,
Mm-hmm.
and then an embodiment of something. Because I think so often that we want to deny or reject things like trauma and shadow. And so that's what integration means for me.
I liked your 3 parts. It's the awareness first, acceptance, and then embodiment.
Yeah.
It makes so much sense.
And like detaching yourself from the story, because we get so like tangled up in that story, what happened to me, the victimhood, all of that, the blame. Like we have to release that and let go. So that's what it means for me. And it's a big task. And like you said, I mean, I think that's so beautiful in the way that you worded it, is life is an integration, and it's not just what we have to integrate from an ayahuasca ceremony. We're integrating our whole entire life. We're integrating our past lives, generations, ancestors, the collective. So, yeah, we do need support. I like, whether it's a therapist or a community or journaling, talking to a best friend, absolutely. I don't think we're meant to do it alone.
No, not at all. I mean, it's only recently that we lived in independent houses, back side by side. We used to be in community. We used to be with each other all the time. And in a lot of indigenous traditions that work with ayahuasca or with other plant medicines, they are in community, and it's an embedded part of their community. And it's only since they were really introduced into Western culture that we started to have this, oh, you need to integrate the experience. But I often think of like the psychedelic is the disintegrating tool. It basically takes the story that you've had and like spreads it apart and is like, wait. It's not that concrete. It's not that simple. There's all of these things. And then you have all this other material to reconnect in a different manner. And other psychedelics, I find sometimes can actually help with the integration process. Like I listened to a story once of a guy who did an Iboga journey. And he fell apart. His entire being had fallen apart. And the next day he did 5-MeO, and he was like, and then everything got put back together.
Interesting.
And so we can pair these in a really unique way to have both elements as part of it. And if there's more time, I'll get talking about 5-MeO. But I saw some people come on their camera for a second and then left again. So if you have questions or anything, please come on in. I like discussion. I don't need to hear myself talk for an hour.
Yeah, if anybody has questions or wants to say anything, just pop in.
Yeah,
I'd love to jump in here if I can. Kiki, thank you for this. I absolutely love the way that you describe the relational authenticity. That really resonates for me. So thank you for bringing that. And I resonate with certain parts of your story, and particularly the somatics part. I found that I did the whole similar process with depression in my young life through traditional therapy to now psychedelics and somatic therapy. And so I'm wondering if there's any certain, like, how has the somatics helped in your daily life? One of the things, I'm very new to the psychedelic space. So I've had 3 experiences now, but I still find that the 2 worlds live separately in a way. And I'm working with the somatics to help with some of those insights that I had using those tools. But yeah, just wondering some of your thoughts on maybe some of the ways that you've used the somatics in your conscious life to kind of help tap into those subconscious realms that aren't always available to us.
That's a great question. For me, a lot of my process of working through trauma and working back into my body is to actually not be scared of being in my body, and not kind of dissociating or letting the psychedelic just exist in my mind. A lot of psychedelics do take us into the body, but for people with trauma, sometimes will innately dissociate or will innately kind of separate from that. And so a big part, one of the main psychedelics that I worked with for my own trauma recovery is MDMA, because I find, because it helps calm my fear center, which is massive, massive for everybody, but anyone with trauma, that's like one of the most active parts of us, hyper aware, hyper vigilant type people. I was able to actually be in my body. And so I would spend parts of journeys dancing, moving, feeling, letting, I'll ask, and I do this when I work with clients too, I'll ask them to go into a sensation and then literally ask that sensation, if you could give that sensation a voice, what does it have to say? And that sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But for me, it's a way of being able to tune into the body with vocal resonance, or with, it can even be, do you need to scream? Like, what does that part of the body need right now? Does it need pressure? Does it need movement? Does it need to just be recognized? Just bring your attention to it. And so those are things that I've started bringing into my own, in my own sessions, but I'll also bring in with clients if I'm working with them. And then the other thing that I've recently done, and this is a newer thing for me, is tracking my own nervous system. So I was somebody who I didn't know for a long time. I just thought it was my personality because trauma happened so young. It was just a part of that existed for me, is I would get up into this really ramped state. And anyone who's worked with somatic therapy or any type of trauma recovery knows that there's kind of a window of tolerance that our nervous system is best suited to be in. And anything above that is kind of hyper arousal, and anything below that is hypo arousal. And hypo arousal tends to lead into people with depression or more kind of tired, fatigue type states. And hyper arousal are people who have more like anxiety or like anxiety, kind of PTSD type states would be more in the hyper arousal. And so one of the big things for me with somatic work is realizing that as I start to get ramped up, I can actually take control of my system and help train it to come back down. And that's by tuning into different subtle things, working with breath. So I'll work with my breath or just different presencing processes. But that's a newer integration thing I'm doing outside of psychedelics, but I actually bring it in. The last time I was on a psychedelic with friends, a friend of mine just asked me, like, how did your trauma reveal through psychedelics? Like, she was a newer friend. And as I was telling my story, I was monitoring. I was like, oh, I'm getting up right now. Give me a second. I got to let my nervous system come back down. And I was retraining myself on the benefit of the psychedelic to not continue to be in that hyper aroused state. So those are other things. That's another way I really like to work with psychedelics, is you're in this state of neural plasticity. Sometimes it's great to just let yourself be in whatever's coming, But sometimes it's great to just use that state of being to retrain your nervous system or retrain your pattern of being, because the mind is so permeable and open and ready to do that. When people first start working with it, I don't necessarily think that that's a great place to start. But as you continue, there's a little bit more interplay that you can have with the psychedelic. Instead of just kind of giving yourself over to it, you can kind of take the reins back a little bit, and it becomes this relationship ultimately. So I hope that that wasn't too much.
No, that was perfect. Thank you so much. I appreciate all that insight. Thank you.
You're welcome. My pleasure. Anyone else with a question or your story around integration, or what authenticity means to you, or anything? And if not, I'll talk about fiber meal.
Hey, it's Yamuna. I just wanted to jump on, and I resonated with what you said about, stories, and about kind of how the things that you believed about yourself weren't always true. And I'm a storyteller, and I work a lot with the idea of like being able to rewrite our personal narratives, through changing our beliefs about ourselves. And so that's one aspect. The other is about the integration. And as you saw, I'm on crutches. I recently broke my ankle. And one of the lessons that I received from breaking my ankle was how for many years in my life, I've been a spiritual seeker. I think, been experimenting with psychedelics since I was 12, and I'm 40 now. So it's been a really large part of my life. And not only a seeker of spiritual experiences, but also highs, in the sense of traveling for most of my adult life, and, always being on exotic adventures, chasing love stories and those kinds of things. And I realized when I broke my ankle that there was this sort of imbalance in my life, where I was very much sort of up here, always looking for these sort of high experiences. And the material realm side of me was not figuring out how to make money to support myself, the livelihood, the material aspect, the embodiment, the health stuff was sort of on the wayside. And so I think in that experience, I kind of realized that, a big part of my integration of all of the spiritual seeking that I'd been doing in my life was actually integrating into the material world, because I am in a human body living on this planet, and it needs to be fed, and I need to have shelter and clothing and all the things. And I see that a lot around me in spiritual communities and in medicine communities, that, and I'm guilty of it myself, where it's where's the next ceremony, and where's the next massive epiphany that I need to have so that I can, catapult myself to the next whatever. And I think it's exciting sometimes chasing these big aha moments. But then I've noticed that integrating that into the real life, everyday ceremony, if you want to call it that, is more challenging for me, especially because I kind of like to live more in the epiphanies and the ahas than I do in the oh, I've got to make money so that I can actually pay my rent this month. So it's been a really big lesson for me with breaking my ankle, how to integrate the spiritual and the material and have that balance. So that's kind of been my experience of integration lately.
That's love it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing. It's a big one. As spiritual seekers, I feel you listening to your story. I was like, yeah, I understand. Because my friend and I have a friend, we call ourselves kind of growth masochists. We love that next experience, that thing that's going to get us that next aha or that next high. But sometimes if we're not doing all of the work, it can feel really challenging. That's why we call it almost a masochistic way, because it's harmful to our being to not give ourselves that time to catch up. I'm curious, do you feel is it okay if I ask you a question?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Do you feel like the ankle came in a way to kind of force you to slow down, or have you noticed that there's a slowing down and needing to ground in type experience?
Yeah, I think, slow down and also focus on the material, like focus on my body. And actually, like, while I sat on my ass for 50 days after surgery, I actually built a little business online, and I made more money than I ever did before I had my accident. And, you know, it was, yeah, it kind of like gave me nothing to do but really focus on the things that I was avoiding all the time, because I was always on the adventure. And so there was never time to write the stories. There was never time to do the web work or build the website or build the business, you know, because there was always something else to do. And I'm from Canada, so I'm currently in Mexico, and I live in Mexico, and I broke my ankle in Mexico, but I went back to Canada for the surgery, and I was there in winter. And so winter, for those people in winter climates might know that it's also a massive gift, because you can't really go outside, and, you know, you don't have like FOMO in the winter. You're just like, well, I'm going to do my work inside on my computer right now, or whatever that looks like for every individual. But for me, it was like, okay, here I am. I can't walk. I can't go out. I can't drive. I can't visit friends. I can't travel and all the things. And so I'm just going to do all of those things that have been on my long list that I have always said, oh, I don't have time, or there's this other thing and I'll get to it. And I finally was like, there's nothing else to do. So it turned out to be a really massive blessing. And I was able to see, like, God's spirit, whatever you want to call it, was like, all right, girl, you got no excuses now. Like, do the work, and, you know, no more adventures and hives. You just got to sit there and do the work. And yeah, so I would say that's it.
That's awesome. I'm from Calgary, Canada. So when you said that, I was like, oh,
I'm from Calgary.
Oh my gosh.
What? I was just there. Oh, that's so cool.
That is
okay,
so cool.
Calgary connection. I'm from Calgary too. I'll message you later. Thank you.
Good. That's hilarious. I put my email in the chat. Feel free to email me. I love it.
Thanks.
Thanks for sharing your story. I find broken bones can be such a teacher. So you're pretty close to recovery, I assume?
Yes, I'm on crutches now, and
Okay.
I haven't walked like on 2 feet yet, but I came back to Mexico because, you know, I was like, I'm good now. I need some sunshine. So
Get away from the cold.
Yeah.
Awesome. Hey, Rick, I saw you pop in. Did you have anything you wanted to share?
No, not really. I guess Leo asked me to kind of watch the thing. I think she stepped off for a break or something. So I'm incredibly shy. I thought I'd just like poke myself out there. Gotta start at some time. I'm gonna be like co-hosting and moderating like all through the night. I've got this uncanny ability to pull all-nighters. So I'm in for the long haul with you ladies, and this has been awesome. It's really like it's an honor. I'm so glad that Leo asked me to do this, and I've been listening and learning, and it's been an amazing day. And I'm geared up for an amazing night. So
Awesome. Thank you for doing.
I may not always be on camera, but I'm definitely like here.
That's awesome. Yeah. I wondered those of you doing the all-nighter. I made sure I I was like, I want to choose one that's like doable. I'm not an all-night type person. So
yeah.
And then I think Sonata, earlier I saw you come off mute. I just want to invite you in if there's something you wanted to say. And if I'm calling you out, just, yeah. Okay. The other thing I could talk about is 5-MeO-DMT. That's the substance I probably work with the most at this point in time. That and MDMA. MDMA is a forever love of mine. And then I work with ayahuasca when I'm called back to it, which is a language I like to use. Instead of it being a mental, I think I should do this, I wait for it to feel like I know I should do this, which usually comes from more the heart center or the body versus the mental sphere for me. But 5-MeO-DMT is a medicine I was introduced to in January 2021. I used to work with it in the form of Bufo. So that's coming from the toad, for those who don't maybe know so much about 5-MeO. And it is a medicine that, in my personal opinion, is somewhat actually misunderstood in how to work with it most effectively. Because a lot of people think of these really kind of, they're not big doses necessarily, but they're bigger than I think is needed, in that there's this idea that you have to blast off and you have to break through something to gain what's on the other side, is kind of typical language that people talk about with 5-MeO. And that's when I was first introduced to it. That's how it worked with me. I definitely, the teacher teaching me incrementally started to dose me at higher and higher things, because that's part of your training, is be able to take a lot and integrate it and learn. And then I started working with it by myself with my partner at home, starting to just create my own relationship with it, because that's what these medicines are for, is for us to learn how to work with it from our authentic place, not necessarily just from the ways that we are taught. And it kept teaching me to like dial back the dose and dial back the dose and dial back the dose, which with 5-MeO is hard to do, because we're talking about like milligram dosing here. So like a 10 milligram of pure 5-MeO, or let's say like a 25 milligram of Bufo, is a pretty big dose already. So dialing back the dose gets to be pretty challenging. I ended up finding a teacher who taught me how to work with vape pens, which is basically creating, you can only do it with synthetic. You can't work with a vape pen, as far as I know, unless there's a chemist who knows chemistry more than I do. You can't work with them with Bufo. But I started working with synthetic 5-MeO for two reasons. One, it is definitely easier to source. And two, I didn't want to keep being part of the destruction of the frogs and just what is happening down in the Sonoran Desert and where the frogs live, because the increase in demand for 5-MeO has skyrocketed in the last few years. Thus, the way we are treating the frogs has become less and less humane and less sustainable. So I didn't want to be participating in that anymore. And I started to figure out that, honestly, the experiences are very on par. Some people would say that when you work with Bufo, there is more of a spiritual component to it. I personally don't feel that way. When I work with pure 5-MeO, the spirit of the molecule, the spirit of the experience is very tangible, is very similar. And I'm not harming anything when I work with it that way. But when you work with vape pens, what I now do is I make them into different concentrations. And so I would start people with a 1 to 12 vape pen. So it's basically letting you learn how to microdose 5-MeO-DMT in a way that you get to stay fully present in your physical body, but be tapped into I call it the frequency of 5-MeO, which I compare to the frequency of unconditional love. And so you can tap yourself into that, slowly train yourself to surrender, slowly train yourself to let go into the experience, and then titrate and move up in different dosages of vape pen. I'm not going to go into all the differences in that. But what it actually does when you work with tapered vape pens is you walk yourself into the depth of the experience that is going to benefit you, while letting your nervous system be on board with it. So coming back to that idea of like somatics and our nervous system and trauma responses, for people with a lot of trauma in our nervous systems, our nervous system is on high alert. Then taking 5-MeO, blasting yourself out of it, you're just like taking your nervous system and just like shaking it. Like it's just like, you come back into your body. And it can feel like that you're blasted out and come back into your body, and your nervous system has to readjust to such a big experience. And I worked with some clients when I was in training that I would watch this happen and just watch their nervous systems go into like a full hyper arousal point. Sure, they would get a release because 5-MeO does work on receptors that downregulate and really help with anxiety. but their nervous system just went through like its own new trauma that they had to learn how to unravel and unpattern. But when I started working with the vape pens, you only take more when your nervous system is settled, when you're able to be with it without a ramping up. And there's lots of ways of looking at it. And you slowly can walk yourself in. And then you're also in the experience, because for those who don't know 5-MeO lasts about 10 to 25 minutes, depending. The peak is about 5 minutes, if that. But when you do it this way, where you're slowly walking yourself into it, the length of time you're with the medicine ends up being 1.5 hours to 2 hours. So you get more of the mental processing, more of the downregulation of the H1A receptor, more of the attunement to that. I call it unconditional love, or people call it the God experience, which is very that is unexperienced with 5-MeO-DMT. But I just tap it into unconditional love, because that's what I think of with God, is this unconditional loving being, but it's an energy of unconditional love. You can be in that experience of unconditional love for longer. And one of the biggest things that I love with 5-MeO is it starts to let you unconditionally love different aspects of yourself, different aspects of your being that you've maybe pushed away or forgotten about or hated or didn't even remember was there. And my partner has totally repatterned his time, because he got blasted really, really badly quite a few times in training, that his nervous system was terrified of working with it. And through the vape pens, he slowly trained himself to just really surrender and be in this loving relationship with 5-MeO that has helped completely pattern the anxiety in his body, completely just shift his whole orientation in a really beautiful way. And I didn't get so much agitation in my training. I think being a woman, I just wasn't maybe hit as hardly as maybe a man was, because his doses were quite high. But it's one of my favorite substances to work with now, and also, in my opinion, somewhat misunderstood. But it's a really, really, really amazing integration tool, because it takes it in the experience itself. You get to have this bird's eye view and look at life through the condition of unconditional love. So when you're looking at your life through the lens of unconditional love, instead of judgment or hate or fear or all these other kind of glasses that we have put on through our life, when all of a sudden you're looking at your whole life through the lens of unconditional love, naturally things start to shift and come back together. And while it's a substance that still needs some integration on the other side, it's really fascinating to me how much the integration process happens and the returning back to the body and the settling in the system in a way that I haven't really seen in other psychedelic experiences. Yeah, so I'm curious if anyone has questions about 5-MeO, because I don't like just listening to myself.
Not to be the person that's always talking, but I love that. Like, I've never heard that before, that that method that you just described, because I've had the blast off dose, right? And then, but I've also had it served to me in smaller doses, but I still felt like it was too much, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I was still very like aware and in my body, but it still felt like too much. So I really like that idea of what you're talking about. I think I'm definitely going to look into that.
Yeah, there's check out Arrowwood. That's what I can say. Arrowwood has a cool description for it. I feel like it might be breaching a thing if I put it in there, so I'll just say that. Yeah, Google can figure that out. It honestly completely shifted my understanding of 5-MeO, the way I work with it, and the way it is with clients is we don't give them any more until their nervous system is settled with it, until they themselves are ready. So that might mean that they're working with a 1 to 8 pen for that 1.5 hours, and they just take a little bit and a little bit more, and that's enough for them. Because I also really, when I'm working with people, really get them to break out of that idea with DMT, which is like, it's the same with NN-DMT when people are smoking that you have to break through, that you have to get somewhere.
Mhm.
And I remember I was smoking it with a vape pen once too. And it wasn't necessarily a tapered vape pen. It was a vape pen that you went in fairly strong, but I was in the experience and I was just like, have I broken through yet? And they joked with me. They were like, is this not an experience? Like, like, what is this idea that we have that it has to be this level of something to be something, you know, this idea of more is better. I need to break through. And they were just like kind of laughing at me, even though I would open my eyes and I would be back in this realm. Like I wasn't ever in a different realm per se, but I was definitely having this totally different experience with these beings that were joking around with me. And it just totally shifted this idea of the breakthrough dose or even the hero's dose with psilocybin is not something that it's not a paradigm I definitely adhere to personally, because I think it can be really damaging that we think you have to have this massive thing to get somewhere. Most of my best experiences with every single psychedelic I've done are in the moderate range, the lower to moderate range, always for me personally creates a better experience. Not that bad experiences are negative, because a bad experience is still a teaching experience. And I want to do this, make sure I say bad, because I don't think any experience is inherently bad. But I really question this idea of like more, better, all of that, because I think it's actually coming from kind of aspects of our Western kind of theology in general, Western philosophy, that more is better. And I really push against that idea in general. And I think that's bled into the way that we conceptualize psychedelic dosing. So.
Yes, I absolutely agree.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, my pleasure. My pleasure. My pleasure. Anyone else? Seven-gram pot of tea 90 minutes ago. Awesome. Oh, Rick, you will definitely have a fun night. And yeah, Stefania, the medicine does find us. I agree with you there. Sorry, just kind of going through some of the comments. I have 7 more minutes. And I don't really know what to talk to y'all about. If anyone has questions, I'll do a little self-plug. I'm a coach for people, and I work through a lens that really helps people tap back into trust instead of fear is one of the main paradigms that I work with. And I work with and without psychedelics. I definitely prefer when people are open to using psychedelics as a catalytic tool, but it's not mandatory. And I'm definitely keen to just help people learn how to live a more authentic life based on curating a life that you want for yourself, not necessarily one that has maybe been trained or programmed for you to live. So yeah. Hi, Leo. How are you? I don't know if she can hear me.
Sorry, Kiki, were you saying something to me?
I was just saying hi. I saw you come back in, so I would just say hello.
Okay, no, I apologize. I was away for a few minutes, so I missed some of this. But we've been having like a wonderful day thus far. Sean, do you mind turning off the water? Because it's making a lot of background noise. It's just been very moving overall. It's been emotional and educational and inspirational. And so we're here in Canada right now, and we're visiting with Doc Z, who his company just went on the stock exchange, but he just created this drug that helps people feel satiated after 1 drink of alcohol. So it has enormous implications. It just went on the NASDAQ for people struggling with addiction, because the 12-step model is built on 1 drink and you're done, buddy. So this would revolutionize kind of addiction, because people could drink 1 drink and then feel satiated. And so it just has enormous implications for addiction. When I think about addiction to gambling and just like other types of addictions, so he's been showing us his lab and so forth, but he invited us up here after the last 24-hour microdose mushroom sit-in that we did. And he's friends with like the former head of MAPS Canada and so forth. And so two of the women that we met last night here, one of them came and moderated for an hour today. Kim, for those of you who were here when she was speaking, an amazing speaker and moderator. And I just feel so grateful to have met like such powerful, strong women that I think really are weaving the way to kind of like a new future in the psychedelic space. So I'm just so grateful for everyone. So thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, thanks for posting about it. And I think it's so cool, just these events that you're putting on, these 24-hour sits. I popped into the Microdose one for I think an hour or two, and it was just, there's a little bit more discussion in that one. I think I noticed it was a little bit more, there was a little bit more discussion, but this one is, I just love the themes. And what is the next one again? I remember I heard it on Monday, but there's...
I really appreciate you asking about that. So the next one, and I was just mentioning this to my husband today, I said, honey, like the next one is going to be really exciting and really maybe a little fun and rowdy, because we're delving into conflict in the plant medicine community and how conflict is dealt with. Just kind of like from the perspective of, for all of us, conflict can be traumatizing, especially if we come from childhood backgrounds where we were abused or neglected and trauma happened. And so conflict was like a dirty word. And then imagining that a lot of us are bringing those issues with conflict into these plant medicine spaces. And in Zoom culture, we don't always have a chance to like work things out with people. We kind of live in this like cancel culture where people are like, well, I'll just block them on Facebook or whatever. And so we're just very quick to react. But I've also seen the other extreme where it feels like people are saying, this person's like my best friend. And you're like, well, have you ever like sat with that person or eaten food with that person, broken bread with that person, spent time with their family, played checkers, gone camping, those things that we like kind of used to do to build friendships. And so sometimes I find that like we'll meet someone we thought we knew on Zoom culture, and then we find out we didn't really know them. Mm-hmm. So it's delving into conflict, but people, it's going to be vulnerable. And so we're just trying to hold like a therapeutic space for that in terms of like, it may get uncomfortable. And how good are we at feeling uncomfortable? So it just feels really liberating.
That's awesome. I'm very, very curious about that one and how it's going to go. I imagine there'll be more maybe back and forth kind of dialogue or that kind of thing. I'm super curious.
January 14th. And it's interesting because I've met some resistance from people that I thought was fascinating, where they're like, oh, I don't want to go there. That's like bringing up negativity. And I've just been like, well, if we're having these plant medicine experiences, like what would the plant medicines have you do? Like, do they want us to do healthy conflict? Are they encouraging of healthy conflict? So it's just an interesting conversation to have, kind of like a Dr. Phil with the plant medicine community. But every family is kind of dysfunctional in its own unique way. So I think it's really beautiful to kind of embrace like, hey, maybe we're kind of our own culture of kind of dysfunction, but we're a family in a way. So like, let's look at how we communicate with one another and how we treat one another. Because I don't always see people treating each other in the nicest of ways.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I agree with that totally. It's interesting that people would say, oh, you're bringing up negativity. It's like, well, that's the shadow. That's the shadow side that we have to look at. That's the whole point of, maybe not the whole point. I know there's like the joy and the love and light portion of life in psychedelics, but the other aspect of all of that is truth. Like if you're love and light without truth, you're not actually in love and light. Like love and light only exists when truth is there. And part of being in truth is knowing how to be in conflict resolution, knowing how to work through differences, because two people can both be in their truth and have differences and create conflict. How do you navigate through that in a way that's going to create more harmony? I love it. I think it's needed, it's needed, and figuring out how we can respect each other's differences, That's awesome. That's awesome. That's awesome. So I'm curious, is there another person here at 9 or?
Okay, so Foxy is supposed to be next. So just 1 minute, let me connect with her if she's not here yet. But maybe we could just kind of have some folks introduce themselves. Mandy, did you maybe you just want to take over for a minute if you can, and then I will I don't know if Mandy's hearing me. Maybe we could just kind of talk for a minute and I'll find out where Foxy is.
Totally. I don't mind. I can fill space.
Hi, my name is Inaruti. I'm a medicine woman born and raised in the Bronx, New York. I'm currently in LA. And I'm a little tired. I just came from serving all day. So I'm just, I'll keep the cameras off just to preserve my energy and things like that. But I had a beautiful day today. So I'm also a colon hydrotherapist. So this, in where we're located, we offer many things, but we do like soul ciphers where you'll get a colonic and then you'll sit with combo and then you'll get a microdose of bufo. And we call them the soul ciphers. And then, and then you'll get the one more colonic to end everything. Some people get it all at once, and some people do it throughout weeks. We cater to what people want and what people need, and what spirit is, calling for. But it's really interesting hearing you talk about the 5-MeO. I personally love to be blasted. I've done the slow, gradual, meditative. I personally love my blasts, and I don't do them often. It's like once a year, but over the years, I've really learned how to control my nervous system so I can allow myself to really go. And the same with other plant medicines as well. And I also understand the panic that happens in people when they enter those spaces. So that's why I also appreciate and know the need for the more like gradual, slow dosages. So I've seen, I've supported in both. I'm not a bufo practitioner only because as much I've supported so many ceremonies, like I supported so many ceremonies, but there's still something about the medicine that makes me a little nervous in like the reactions and where people go.
I hear you.
I'm being real. I'm like, whoa, I have a great respect for the medicine. It has helped me so much. It's part of my practice, my personal practice. Both the microdoses, gradual, three sittings, and then the blast. Like I'm overdue for one. I'm really calling that in, and I've just seen where it takes people, and it does make me a little nervous. There's a respect that I have for it. But my medicine is combo. So I did the colonic and then I served the combo afterwards. And then my partner took over for the bufo. So it's been a long day, but it was really beautiful. It was very profound. I just love what I do. In many ways, I feel like I'm a doctor and nurse. Like that's how I feel when I serve combo. So it's very medicinal in the sense of like, let's heal your body and let's heal, So the bufo, what I love integrating the bufo with the combo is because, and you're right, I believe that bufo is most definitely an integrator. But more than that, I actually think would be mushrooms. So combo, bufo, and mushrooms, I call like the Holy Trinity. But that's like some deep work.
No kidding. No kidding.
Yeah, so I definitely hear you. It's very powerful, and living this life is kind of like you have to be. It's all about being able to control your nervous system and soothe and ease your nervous system when you're in those states, so that you can fully receive everything that the medicine brings. So I appreciate all the work that everyone is doing to keep safe spaces and to create spaces where real healing happens. And so, yeah, gratitude.
Thank you. And I will say, I too like a blasted dose every now and then. I just don't think it's where people should start. And that's me. And I have friends who started there and loved it. But they don't have nervous systems that are already kind of haywired. So I definitely hear you. When you're somebody who how to like calm and like fully surrender into the experience, a blast off can be amazing. And awesome. So Foxy is here. So I'm going to pass it over to Foxy One Feather. Come on in.
Can you hear me? Hi, everyone. I'm not sure how to start since I just now came in, but okay, so my name's Foxy One Feather. I grew up in Oakland, California. I'm the daughter and granddaughter of field workers, of farm workers, and along with that came colonization and forced assimilation and all that other kind of stuff. So I didn't know any of the truth from the history books as far as like what really happened in the United States, but I always had like this really kind of deep thing within me that was really rebellious from everything that I was trying to be taught. So where I was supposed to be like ladylike with tights and stuff, I was always growing plants or in the dirt. And so that's what I do. I create gardens for people, low-income people, not just indigenous people, anybody who can't afford to create their own gardens, whether it's in an urban setting with pots in an apartment window, all the way down to the prairies in South Dakota. And so that comes along with environmental issues, which is like the pipelines and, fossil fuels and stuff, which the soil, water, and air, it's all intertwined. And when it comes to like the microdosing with mushrooms, I actually don't do it because I've had a really bad experience with mushrooms when I was younger. And it's not to say that it's not like, oh, it's not good, because I actually think it does help. I know people who it's helped. But unfortunately, with me, I think at the point when I had like the really, really, really bad experience, the thing that I didn't like was not having control of myself to bring myself out of that space. And no matter what, like my friends and everybody were trying to do, I was stuck in like this horrible space. And then I cry about it when I think about it. Because how do you go back out? No matter how much my friends try to stop me from like freaking out on them, I myself knew it wasn't them. It was like I was seeing their faces like devils. And no matter what they did to try to calm me, I just was like, and this was my birthday. This was supposed to be a beautiful experience. And it traumatized the hell out of me. And it made me feel like, and from that day forward, actually to have never taken anything that I felt like I could not control my body. Like that's all the way down to like, I grew up poor. So that was even being exposed to like heroin, meth, cocaine, all the other kind of stuff. So I think I'm kind of a little more susceptible to medication in a different way, regardless of what kind of medication. And this is why I don't even take opioids or prescription drugs, because I think my body just naturally has like this deep, and I think it also could be because when I was 12, I attempted suicide. and I almost succeeded. And I think my body kind of is like, phew, it just rejects almost everything. Like my mind and my body are traumatized from it, I think. So the only thing I can do is smoke cannabis, but it helps tremendously. But I think hearing your stories and hearing stories of even people that I live with here who say like microdosing has actually saved their lives, and I can witness who they are today. I think it's a beautiful thing, and I think that it needs to be talked about a lot more, because people who do use it are like, they get stereotyped for it, and you can't really like be out in the open and say, oh, well, have you tried this? Or I'm actually doing this. I mean, it took a long time for us to even get cannabis, for people to not say, cannabis, oh my God, you're smoking weed, And so now it's finally being spoken about, like the whole, it's not like, so I was telling my husband this, because a lot of medicine has actually, so way back, wherever these medicines originated from, the people knew how to harvest them, the medicine people knew how to administer them, and when and where, and a lot of that was taken away. And then what happens is it gets abused, like peyote and even tobacco, things that were just kind of natural started becoming something like shrooms. When I was younger, was like acid. It was just something we did. They had nothing to do with, oh, let's learn what this is about. We just took it to take it. And I think nowadays, now people are really starting to talk about the medicinal properties of it. And that's really important. That's really, really important. Because I come from a very like Catholic family, that if I were to ever tell them, like my daughters are proud of me, but if I tell my aunts and everybody else, they're like, oh my God, no, you're gonna die, like, please, it's medicine. So I think colonization has a lot to do with people not wanting to even hear about it. They instill a lot of fear in people. So I don't know. I just kept going.
I just want to thank you for your share and your vulnerability. And I was thinking about what Kiki had shared about the DMT, and I think that was a great technique with the vape pen, and you mentioned the somatics, and then Foxy, you had mentioned that you have a lot of trauma, and that your nervous system, it sounds to me like your nervous system really has a hard time with letting anything in, and it's very scary for you, and that really resonates with me. I have a lot of trauma in my background, and I actually went to do a somatic experiencing with a somatic experiencing coach, and their recommendation was that I not macrodose any psychedelic medicines anymore. And obviously that practitioner really believes in their practice. Mm-hmm. But it's been in the back of my mind that maybe I am pushing my nervous system. And so I think for people with extreme trauma, that makes a lot of sense, that, you had a negative experience, and it just made a lot of sense to me and resonates a bit with my story. I have done macrodoses since then, but I'm just more mindful. And I've noticed that it requires me to, like, I have to take larger doses of any altering substance, because my nervous system is pushing back hard. And then I kind of wonder, like, is that great? I don't know. But I just wanted to thank you for your share, and
thank you.
I understand where you're coming from.
So Foxy, being such a huge environmentalist, could you talk to us a little bit about environmentalism? Because I think there's a clear correlation between women, psychedelics, and environmentalism.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think when it comes to environmentalism, it's always, for me, it's, well, whatever is being done has been done and is being done now is not only affecting us here, but it's going to affect our future generations, like our great grandchildren. Like, I don't care if it's my great grandchildren or if it's yours or if this woman on the other side of the world. It's going to affect all of us. And when I say this, I'm talking about like the soil, the water, the air, everything, our trees, everything. The mushrooms, people don't even know how important mushrooms are to the whole entire ecosystem. And if we continue to poison the soil and we continue to capitalize on, it's so weird because the spider web is so big, the special interest is so huge that we would literally have to step back when we say, okay, I'm going to decolonize. I mean, we cannot ever fully decolonize, because I'm not going to lie, I want my cell phone. You know, like right now, the lights are dim because we still live in a tent. We live in a tiny home right now because our landmates are like, no, dude, you cannot be in the rain in a tent. You have to come stay in the tiny home. But I honestly feel like stepping away from society in that way has actually helped me to be able to heal and see things the way my ancestors have always. My grandma, my grandpa, I am my grandparents' like granddaughter for sure. And I think because I was one of the only ones who didn't, it was always like, go to the etiquette classes or, you know, do all of this. And I was always the one that was sitting on the ground and like touching the earth. And I'm still like that. And I think part of that has to do with us learning about all of the plants that are around us and what medicines they provide. Because something that people turn around and are like, oh, look at that weed, and they're spraying it. Hold on, wait a minute. That's actually food or medicine. You know, and then you really start looking beyond like the green stuff or the dead stuff, and you look at the logs and there's the mushrooms. And so people don't really, I think they're so used to going to grocery store. You have to be.
Mandy, do you mind taking over until she comes back on?
Sure. I just would suggest maybe, Foxy, if you turn off your camera, as much as we would love to see you, it might help with your bandwidth and your audio, because it's freezing a little bit. Although might be totally frozen. So yeah, I can go ahead. My name is Mandy. Let's see. I'm an integration coach. I'm also a teacher. I'm a mom. I'm the events committee secretary for the Portland Psychedelic Society. I no longer live in the Pacific Northwest. I'm on the East Coast of Maryland. So I work with the Baltimore Psychedelic Society. I run women's circles for both Portland and Baltimore Psychedelic Society. My primary group is my weekly Sunday evening integration circle through, we're sponsored by the Portland Psychedelic Society, and it's called Empowering Voices. It's support and integration for survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, childhood sexual assault, and really all kinds of trauma. It's a great group. I'd be happy to share the link to that if anyone is interested. And then I also, since I'm living in Maryland, now I've become connected with the Baltimore Psychedelic Society and I co-facilitate the Sacred Women's Circle. So you can find both of those on Meetup, but I'll put the links in at some point. And yeah, so I'm also a survivor of many things. And psychedelics have been just really a really profound tool that I have found to be just a great catalyst to really heal deeply rooted traumas. Yeah, so I'm just really grateful for them. I was on here. I was asked by Leo to be kind of on call or backup for a few hours tonight. So I'm not super prepared with anything to talk about. Anyone can welcome to ask me questions, or Leo, you know a bit about me, you can.
Yeah, I'm curious, why is it necessary to have the group that you do, empowering voices?
Yeah, well, a few reasons. Personally, I love women only spaces. There aren't enough of those at all. I mean, we need more of those. The world needs more of those. But empowering voices, in terms of psychedelics and women only spaces and healing spaces, psychedelics can have really profound, benefits to healing trauma, particularly the dissociatives, and even just microdosing if it's not macro, but dissociatives can allow you to kind of go back into a traumatic experience and see it from a removed perspective. And also the empathogens, where you can go back to a trauma from a place of only love, which is not really a place that most people can conceptualize if you haven't done psychedelics or empathogens specifically. And so MDMA is the primary one there to help with trauma healing. And it's really exciting to see that these things are becoming legalized. I personally wish that it was happening in a bit of a different way, but it's okay. It's considering the patriarchal capitalistic society we live in, it is what it is. But yeah, empowering voices is it's critical. I mean, I never imagined myself I never imagined finding myself in an abusive relationship. I had some pretty severe trauma before the age of 5, and then I was adopted when I was 5, and had a really great life from age 5 to 30. I was an only child, and I was a bit of a know-it-all, I guess. And I thought I knew everything. I wasn't naive. I didn't understand domestic violence. And I had friends in my 20s who were in abusive relationships and wouldn't leave. And I left the friendship because I just couldn't understand how someone would do that until I was that person. It wasn't the violence, it was the psychological abuse. So that's a little bit about, thanks, Kiki. Yeah, so that's a little bit about me. And I found Empowering Voices during the pandemic, and it was, I was not running the group at the time. The founder of the group, Sari Bedeneski, she had started the group about 6 or 9 months before I stumbled across it on Meetup. And it really the timing was perfect. You know, I have severe attachment trauma, and I was left in a not a like I don't know, like a drug dealer's home as a 23-month-old. And so the isolation during the pandemic was really hard for me. And Kiki, I'll put a link in just a minute for Empowering Voices. But yeah, so I came across the group and I was like, this is great. And Sarah Badaneski was ready to move on to some other projects. And so I've stepped in and increased it. We used to just be a monthly thing. And I found a lot of women needed more of a weekly circle community. So we meet weekly and we have a Signal chat group. And, I'm not a huge fan of support groups. I wasn't finding any help with those before I found Empowering Voices. From my experience, people in support groups online especially tend to be really stuck, and it's just like a swirl of more of the same and not much progress. And so something about Empowering Voices, and maybe it's the psychedelic aspect, is I see people making progress and I love it. I see women that come, and maybe they don't come every week, but like a few months later, they're just transforming. It's beautiful. So I'll go ahead and find that link. Leo, did you have any other questions for me?
No, I know that Foxy's having a hard time getting back on, and I'm wondering if we could elicit more. Oh, never mind. Here she is. She's back.
So here's the link to the Empowering Voices meetup. It is a women-only space. We often have men that show up, which is understandable. I mean, men need a similar healing space, but I don't know if I know of one. I wish I did, but it's women only. And so that's the meetup page. And I'll put another link in there when I have a moment, but thanks for letting me share.
Foxy, you're back on if you can hear us and we can hear you.
Yes, I think I am.
Right on. So this is your hour to make it what you will, and Mandy's here to support you, but whatever you want to kind of tell us about your life or any kind of conversation you want to elicit with the group in terms of natural healing and plant medicine or culture or your life and the traumas you've experienced, because I think a lot of women, when I hear women talk about trauma, like Mandy was talking about some pretty hard subjects around domestic violence and things like that, I think a lot of women can resonate with that. So anything that you decide to share about your life story is probably going to be meaningful. So I'm going to hand the microphone over to you.
Okay, thank you for that, because it gives me a little more perspective of like what I can share or what I feel comfortable sharing. And I definitely feel comfortable here sharing. But yeah, so it's pretty sad because I always tell my husband, he's such a patient man. I always tell him like, oh my gosh, you married such a damaged woman. But the good thing is that I might be damaged, but I'm a fucking warrior. And I'm not letting the past experiences take over my life anymore. And it actually all comes from my mom. It all comes from my mom and the colonization, and I think the Catholic Church and the boarding schools and all of that. It was like she was very physically, spiritually, mentally, verbally abusive. I mean, from the time when I was younger, it was like, you are not lovable, you are not acceptable. I was groomed to supposedly I was supposed to So I took etiquette classes, which I sucked at. And then she would have me wear like pumps or high heels with nylons and like these business pencil skirts with the business jacket. And I was going to marry this man and have picket fence. And it was so crazy because this lady would put makeup on me and do my hair. And this is how you're going to carry yourself. But it was always in my mind, I was like, yeah, probably not. Probably not. It's not going to happen because I hate pumps. I hate freaking skirts. I hate nylons. It's not going to happen. So I think in her not being able to control me, it made her even more abusive. And she was abusive towards my brother too. And I protected him. But like, there was also sexual abuse in the home from her boyfriend. And it was for a long time. And I don't know, I just kind of felt like having your own parent, the only parent that you have, tell you that you're not shit and that you're not worth shit, and then beat the hell out of you and then make you feel like, okay, well, this is the person that loves me. This is how I'm supposed to be treated. So throughout my life, I let people treat me that way. And it was pretty hard. It was pretty hard. But I think what happens is that because our parents had to go through forced assimilation, it was like, you don't want to look brown. I was always told, wear a hat, you're going to get darker because I'm dark. And she always would cut my hair short. And it was always like, try not to be brown. And I didn't know how to do that because I was so proud of being brown. And I was so proud of having long hair. And so I think when the older I got, when I was 16, I just took off. And I kind of always felt like there was more to me than what society was trying to force me to be. Like, I was like, hold on, this is not me. This is like, I can't do this. I can't be fake. And no matter how much my mom tried to silence me, it was just like, no, I can't, but this is wrong. And how come? It was always like, how come? And well, show me, prove it to me. And so I was considered to be like mouthy. And it just kind of, it just went on forever. It went on forever until I went to Standing Rock. And Standing Rock was the place. Sorry. Standing Rock saved my life. Because I lived a life of just chaos. I lost a lot of people in my life. My brother committed suicide. I lost a daughter. I lost this person I was with that I was supposed to marry. It was like I had lost so much shit in my life. And I had no one to comfort me. I had no one to show me, this is what you do. My grandma and grandpa were gone. So it's like, how do you continue in this chaotic fucking world without like good medicine and without some type of spiritual healing? I don't care if it's a god or if it's a plant or if it's people have to have something that is positive in their life. And when I went to Standing Rock, when I was getting ready to go to Standing Rock, my adoptive mom was like, you know, if you go, you can't drink. And I was like, okay, well, I don't know, my spirit's calling me out there, so I have to go. She's like, okay, well, you can't disrespect if she's Pomo. And my people are Chichimecas. We're from Guanajuato, Mexico. And I believe I was raised in, even though we were colonizing Catholics, we were still raised somewhat in our traditional ways, but I didn't know it. And so my adoptive mom was like, you can't drink when you go out there, and you can't be a burden, and you have to be as self-sustainable as you can, and you need to do everything you can to help people. And I went. with just initially I had her buy me a one-way ticket there and just had somebody from Facebook pick me up. And then I went, and it was one of the most beautiful experiences because when I was there, I remember hearing the drum and being by the fire, and it was just like, I didn't even know what the song said. All I know is that I could feel the prayers there. And for the first time, I think in my life, like I literally just freaking got down on my knees and just let it all go. I mean, I just completely let it all go. And something, I don't know what it was, but something was just like, it's not your fault. And then understanding the way that it was almost like I ended up going all the way back to like my indigenousness, my brownness, my beautifulness, because it helped me to reconnect with what my spirit was trying to reconnect with my whole entire life, that my mom just tried to beat the hell out of me so I couldn't be who I am today. And Standing Rock and the way that I saw them when they mourned their loved ones, and how it's a celebration of life and not like this dark place where you wear a black veil and put a black wreath in front of your house to show that you're mourning. Like Standing Rock did it showed me to heal in a way where, you know, it's okay. It's hurtful when we lose people, but it's okay because we have these memories of them. And then it takes me all the way back to like my grandma and what she would do. And then it was just like burning sage and copal again and palo santo and going back to all our indigenous ways, our traditional ways. And in that, then it started going back to like, oh my gosh, I remember she used to make this tea. And I remember she used to do that. And then I started remembering the plants. And now that's what I do. I harvest medicine. I get all the seeds from the medicine and I just spread them. And it's amazing because people don't realize how easy it is to actually grow our medicine that's around. When it goes to seed, you just do exactly what the plant or the wind does. And you spread the seed, and then there goes the medicine coming back again. But I feel like it is going to take us to reconnect with, it doesn't matter where we're from, we have to reconnect with all of nature, all of the elements, with everything. And this is how we're going to be able to heal our children. We're going to be able to heal the earth. We're going to be able to heal everything. But we have to all make this conscious decision to consciously do it. Because our plant medicine is going to go away if we don't. If we keep just cutting everything off, or I don't know, sometimes I get really sad when I think about that, because I'm an earth person. I sit on the ground when whenever possible, you'll turn around and I'm sitting there touching something, like, I don't know, making a tree house out of some bushes. But I really truly believe that we need to start paying close attention to all of our plant medicines around, no matter where we're at, including the mushrooms, especially the mushrooms, because the mushrooms are the ones that are helping to protect the medicines that we're harvesting. In a lot of places, there's mushrooms where you go harvest medicine. Sorry, Scooby. I think when it comes down to it, and then I think about how like Standing Rock helped me heal, I think about my own people, and I think about where other people come from and the medicines that they use. And we all have similar traditions, and we all have similar medicines, like mugworts. We use mugworts, and there's so many other people who use mugworts too, like turkey tail. And that's what I started doing. So what I do now is I don't sell any of my stuff, but what I do is I harvest medicine, and a bunch of our friends, we trade. We get together and we make medicine together. And there's some who know about mushrooms. I know nothing, like when it comes to harvesting in the area that we're in. But there's other people who do. So then we just get together, share medicines, and we're going to have a tincture class. and we're going to try to keep each other healthy, because throughout the whole COVID, we made our own medicine teas, including with osha root and turkey tail and other, my friend put some other stuff in there, and I caught COVID. I have asthma. I smoked for a lot of years and I was terrified to get COVID. I got COVID and I'm not vaccinated, and I had mild symptoms. And I do believe that if we all continue to harvest our medicines and drink our own medicines instead of the pharmaceuticals, we're going to survive a lot longer than the people who are taking pharmaceuticals. And that's not to say that people who got the vaccine is bad, because my brother's a doctor, and the other day I actually had to have a steroid infusion, which I really thought I would never, ever in my life do. But thank goodness for Western medicine sometimes. And I think that's all I have to say for now. If anybody has questions, I think I'm kind of better at that kind of stuff.
Mandy, do you mind helping with some questions?
Sure. Let me think. Your story is really moving. Would you mind sharing? Would you feel comfortable sharing more about Standing Rock, and why you chose to go there, and what your experiences were there?
Sure. So Standing Rock, in the beginning, well, I think so. It's really Facebook and social media, because so we all know that our media outlets are all censored. Everything's censored that they show us, and it's all bullshit. So anyway, Standing Rock, when that happened, is the first time that Facebook actually had live feeds. And I was friends with Indigenous people. My like I said, my adoptive mom is Pomo from Northern California. So I was still always down with my Indigenous roots and my Indigenous people. And then I started seeing these live feeds. And I started seeing, like, really, I didn't know anything about the DAPL, which is the Dakota Access Pipeline. And so I started doing research, and LaDonna put the shout out that they needed people. I remember seeing like them they got bit by dogs and they were getting hit by water cannons. And then I remember them saying they needed help. They needed people to go help them with food. They needed people to go help them with like wood, just boots on the ground, people who are willing to help, but who would not be a burden and be as self-sustainable as possible. And I watched a video, and I remember seeing this lady, and her name was Rachel, and she was cooking in the kitchen and she needed help. And I thought, you know what, I'm going. If I can't do anything else. At that moment, both my daughters were moved out, and I had empty nest syndrome too. So I was like, okay, let me talk to my daughters. I wasn't doing good. I was drinking a lot. And so I was like, dude, I think my spirit's telling me to go. And they both were just like, Mommy, you did your job. Like, we're productive, responsible adults. So go do what you're going to do. And I did. And it's so crazy because I went to go help them the lady in the kitchen, and then I couldn't find her once I got out there. And I ended up doing something completely different that I would have ever thought. Which I can't really talk too much about that. But it wasn't anything illegal, but I would rather not talk about that part. But anyway, so I ended up helping in a different way and stayed all the way until the very end, when they literally kicked they're face to face with the National Guards, with these men, actually not even National Guard, it was just all militarized. So we would have to sleep with our boots on and our coats on and everything, because they had planes and drones that would fly over all day 24/7. They had these super bright lights, and they had this, like, I don't know what it's called, but it's like this thing that makes noise. And so it's done so that way it almost can drive people crazy, or it makes you want to just leave where you're at. And then they also would scramble the phone. So people's phones would literally just die or like that. So they tried to make it to where we couldn't post or do the live feeds anymore to show what was really going on out there. And at the end, everybody says we lost that fight because we did end up having to leave. But I think that we actually like those ambers from the sacred fire went with everybody who was there. And it was a big awakening as to how the government treats people who are actually fighting for things that are unjust. You know, when that Dakota Access pipeline originally was supposed to go through Bismarck, I believe it was Bismarck, which is a predominantly white town. And the people of Bismarck said, fuck you, you're not putting that oil pipeline in my town. Put it over there by the res. If it leaks, it'll be in the water over there by them. And that's what they did. And that pipeline, in fact, leaked. And so they think, okay, well, we're only going to poison these people. No, dummies, you guys are poisoning everybody who's downriver, because that water is going to go all the way downriver. Everything around that pipeline is going to be saturated, and it's going to take thousands of years for that soil to actually recover. And so after the after the DAPL thing was over at Standing Rock, there was a whole bunch of us who still just kind of like, this fight's not over. And then I ended up at different reservations there and actually saw how people were living on reservations, because California history books don't teach us what's going on in Pine Ridge. They don't teach us what's going on in Rosebud. They don't teach us what's going on the Lower Rural Reservation. They don't teach us what's going on in the Standing Rock Reservation, none of it. And once I got there, I was just like, you know what, that's it. I'm helping these people in any way that I can. And my way of helping them when I got there was creating a garden. I got lucky, got blessed, and ended up on some land and created this huge community garden where I met my husband before that, but we got married there. And for 3 seasons, donated all of our food to the local community and canned everything, fed the community, and was able to actually start like really just that's when I really started just reaching out to anybody who needed gardens and who needed help in creating them. My husband's he does carpentry, so he'll do the raised beds, and I take donations throughout the whole entire year for seed, pots, like anything that I can. And I just kind of feel like we can change, we can help. And me personally, in my lifetime, I don't think I'm gonna change the world, but I know that I'm gonna set an example for some of these kids. And these kids, if it's not my own kids, it's some other ones that are standing with me right now, like, oh my gosh, how do you do this? The EPA, do you know what the Environmental Protective Agency does? I've gone to go speak with them. They don't give a shit because it's not in their backyard. And so we need a lot of our young ones to understand what we're fighting for, to be educated, to run for office. So that way we can start seeing change. We need to have our young ones step up. And I think that's actually what helped my healing. Was I felt like, oh my goodness, I'm important. Actually, you know what? I can actually, because at one time, and it was this older white woman, and she's my Auntie Maria, and I love her more than I love my mother at the moment. And she's the one who said, I didn't even know what permaculture was. And she was like, oh, you do permaculture, dear? And I was like, what is that? She was like, you're a gardener. And that's a fancy word for gardener. And I was like, what? She was like, I have a lot to teach you. And it was just so great. So to this day now, I have a food sovereignty campaign with the Great Plains Action Society. Had to sneeze. And we're me and my husband are the head of the food sovereignty campaign. And we ended up, I just like this little brown girl that resisted all freaking assimilation, like now is just doing things in Iowa, South Dakota, Oakland, like wherever I can do it, I'm there. And I honestly feel like putting my hands in that dirt is what helps me heal. Being in the soil is what helps me heal. And I really appreciate this space and all of you for giving me this space to just be open and vulnerable and feel safe.
Foxy, thank you so much. You are truly inspiring. And I remember when the Facebook feed was a new thing and the Dakota Pipeline protests, and then all of a sudden they were gone. And that explains, you've just explained why. With, you know, if they were interfering with the phone signals, and yeah, I remember that.
Actually, it was actually Zuckerberg who did it. So Zuckerberg was the one who was making sure that those videos were not shown, because even before I went out to South Dakota and I started sharing all of the information, everything that I could share, I had my name on there as Foxy Jackson, and they threatened to shut my page down if I did not show them my ID. And this was way back in 2016. And I refused to do it, and they shut my page down. So then I had to show my ID. But then I started looking at other people's names. I'm like, especially in 2016, they really were not worried about what people's names were.
Nope.
And there was a lot of fake names. And so at that moment, I knew, I was like, okay, so he's going to shut it down. He's going to be part of like all these news people who are not going to let the United States know that there's domestic terrorism going on here within our own government, and our own police, and the National Guard was there. Like everybody was there, but not too many people really knew about it. So this is why it's really important for us to have spaces like this where people are not censored. You know, you don't have to be worried about being censored.
Yeah. I love too how you just followed your instinct, your true self. You were called to go to Standing Rock, and like the direction that sent you, you took that leap, and you're just doing amazing work now. Very inspiring.
Thank you.
Yeah. Does anybody have any questions? Any questions for Foxy? Any comments?
I do. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Estefania, go ahead.
Yes, and kind of similar, I think, to somebody else that was sharing earlier. I've been on screen a lot for most of my day, so I'm just going to keep my camera off. I just wanted to say, Foxy, thank you for sharing. You had me smiling throughout a lot of your story of just how you've been connecting to your ancestors, and despite all the challenges that came with it, it's truly an inspiration to hear in your voice that conviction that you have to not only reimagining, but setting or almost opening that path again for people to truly connect to the land from a place of intuitiveness. So it's very inspirational, and I hear you around that calling when it comes in. I mean, you can see my photo there, but I'm actually come from Chihuahua, so that connection to land is huge, and I now find myself in Canada, and it's been a very interesting. I think earlier they were talking about winters, and it's been an interesting learning lesson around the ancestors that probably lived here and the ones that I come from.
The South Dakota was the same way.
So I really appreciated just your honesty and how you've been able to reconcile those parts of yourself, and through that, bring in your ancestors with you. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Estefania. And I feel for you. I remember when I moved to the Pacific Northwest, when the sun started to set around 3:45 in the winters, and then it was I was coming home from work in the dark and going to work in the dark and got hella depressed. I recommend a sun lamp and also just kind of learning to hibernate in the winter. Took me years, but anyway. And yes, psilocybin is helpful too. Great. And we're coming up on, it's about 5 of the hour. Solana, I'm wondering if you are ready to.
Oh, we have a few more minutes, so maybe maybe we could just I just wanted to say that I was crying for a lot of what you were sharing, Foxy. This is Leo, and you know, I just get really emotional sometimes, and like what you were sharing was really impactful, and what Mandy was sharing about the domestic violence and women not talking about it, or feeling scared to talk about domestic violence, or judging other women for not leaving, and then realizing that it's hard to leave. Like just all of these stories have been so moving. So I just want folks to know that sometimes, even when people don't have their cameras on, or they step away from their screen, like I really feel that energy of women listening and men listening. And I just want to give a shout out to the dudes that are here, and, you know, like my husband's here. And so there are men that are out there that are really excited about this conversation. And I've gotten lots of little like messages throughout the day from men and women saying that they appreciate this event is going on. So anyway, Foxy, I just want you to realize that your words have powerfully affected me. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that because, and I do want to say this about the DV, about domestic violence, is that please, like that's one thing we need to do as women and men, and my husband's here as well. And my husband's Lakota from South Dakota, from Standing Rock, and he is an Akichita, and he has vowed to protect women and children, or anyone else who needs protection. And so what I do want to say is that I don't even want to say a survivor of domestic violence. I just went through that shit, period. And I walked away, and I'm still here. And I think that if anybody is going through this, please, if you need to reach out to me, reach out to me. But please understand that there are other people who don't know how to walk away, and just try to find someplace safe. That's all I can say, is just try to find someplace safe. And if you need anybody to talk to, I'm here, because that's what I do. I vow to not ever let any of my relatives ever hurt again if I can help it. And my husband's the same way. And I appreciate each and every one of you. And I went to the ocean today to pray for all humans on earth. And so you guys were all in my prayers. I enjoyed this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Foxy. Yeah, you know, it takes the average woman, or it takes an average of 7 attempts at leaving for women who are in domestic violence, interpartner or intimate partner violence and abuse situations. 7 attempts. And I tell you, if I didn't have a newborn, I've thought a lot about this. How did I do it? Like, I made a decision one day, and then carefully planned my exit. And I don't know if I would have done that if I hadn't had this newborn, because she was all I was thinking about. I wasn't thinking about my own safety. I was thinking about if he kills me, like he said he would, this baby, I can't do that, you know, my child. So yeah, it's one of those things that we as humans, you know, a lot of times it's hard to really understand another unless you've been in a similar situation. So we're just about at the hour. So honored to be here. Okay, so is Solana, are you ready to hop on and share, Solana Booth?
Solana's here. Yeah. Hold on one second.
Sure. Does anybody have any questions for me in the meantime? Anything they'd like to share? Silence used to make me very uncomfortable. I used to talk a lot all the time.
Oh, I talk at 9. All right, so I'm gonna go.
Hi. Welcome, Solana. I'm going to hand the floor to you. I think you're still muted.
Oh, sugar. Hi. Hi, Mandy. Am I ready to go?
Yeah, please.
Okay, perfect.
The floor is yours.
Right. All right. I'm going to wake us up a little bit. I'm super stoked because I was decorating for the babies at my house, and a dear friend of mine is over, and a lot of conversation around healing, a lot of conversation around mental health and connection, in a good way. And I just first of all want to thank you for this invitation. Thank Leo, my sister, for organizing all of this and bringing all of us together in a good way. Now, qualis cloak alcm, iskutachi si ISM, Solana ishtene waji, Lechlin blue, Nooksack Mohaka Bay Quint, Simsian Delawanu, Beatrice Anderson, Chief Sim George, Chief Joe Ortiz, YL House of the Wolf, Chief Shakes, William Booth, Violet Atkinson, Raven Ganhado Delwanuth, Tima Kochi Chante, Tanakuts Nalak Suwaida, Lani Limina Utsu, Guznulak, Awamiam, Dimgalt Walton Noon. So being a mother of 9 and grandmother of 2 granddaughters, I like to say they're like grandmothers in training. It's in radical humility and prayers to be with you all today. I have a lot of Ayurveda docs, some ancestral tellings about my relationship to plant medicines or psychedelics, which I call mother's breath. I just, first of all, if it's okay, I just wanted to check in to see how people are doing right now, just like one word, or if someone has something on their heart, I would like to hear it.
Inspired.
Connected.
Honored.
Supported.
Awesome. The chat says happy and open.
See.
Grateful. Sorry, Karina, can you repeat that at all?
See.
Oh, seen, yes. You had to say it twice. That's awesome. Yay. Thank you, everyone. Okay, so first I want to share my how I got to know these medicines was through my sister Leo. She initiated the physical orientation And in my heart of hearts, I've always been able to listen to our plant helpers, listen to our medicines, like the root medicines, how to process them, which ones are safe, which ones are not safe, and be able to really work with them as if there was an induction happening, as if I was able to induce their power by partnering with them, or they were able to induce my power by partnering with me and giving me that that medicine that's already in us. So the Remember When story that I want to share with you all is there is a plant ceremony going on, and at the end of the plant ceremony, there was a conversation that was had, and it was through the conversation and being able to answer questions that things just aligned, that like the knowings became crystal clear. Some people say downloads. Some people have a special relationship with trees or flowers or plants or other people or other animals. And this ceremony just so happened to be by the river that comes from Mount Rainier, or one of them, the Puyallup River. And the day was super magical because there was all those little, oh gosh, I forgot what the name of those little cottony things floating around in the air. It looks like wishes everywhere. It's just escaping me right now. But all of those were all over, everywhere. So it looked really magical and it looked really beautiful. Some of the things that the medicine told me, that mother's breath told me, that I heard also while having this conversation, was about the visibility, and how good it feels to have visibility, for all of us to be here together and seeing each other as women in psychedelics, or women in mother's breath, or our powers. There was an earlier call with Kim Haxton. It was before Kim Haxton, and it was right after Mother Leopard left the call. There was a lot of magic. The speakers and the people that would come on would say the word magic. And then in the chat, there was questions about, like, what is that? What is magic? Or what do you mean by magic? And what I love the most about, so now I'm talking talking about this call that Leo's hosting, and then I'm talking about my Remember When story of a ceremony. And what came up today for me during this call around visibility is being able to give each other that visibility and how powerful that is. And like Leo said, support. Karina said seen. Other people are saying happy and connected. And I just want to shine light on these simple things that we're doing just by gathering and sharing our Remember Whens. The important thing about storytelling for me is that every creation story starts with the Remember When. So every creation, every medicine, every strength, the way eagles relate to the star people, the way people relate to plants, being of the lineage that called the plants back, the way we relate is most important for our emotional sense of being, for our emotionally relationality sensing, right? So again, like I'm going back and forth between my ceremony and this call, what this call is doing for me by seeing all these women and hearing their voices and hearing their stories and seeing how the medicine shows up on the Zoom, in the chat, when I step away from the computer and I can't quite hear, I'm still carrying on the conversations in my heart and my mind, even when I'm not directly listening to the speakers, and how powerful that must be. How powerful, and also how disturbing. And the disturbing part for me is, look how long it's taken. Like, look at all the hurt we've had to go through. Look at all the pain and suffering. Look at all the women that can't be here. All my Indigenous sisters that don't know our medicines as well yet, that aren't reoriented with our plants in that way yet. All my Black sisters that don't know their medicines as well yet, that aren't as orientated as they once were, right? Like the big gap, that big sacred space of time, that big sacred space of like all these terrible things have happened. And then it just circles back around for me into being radically humbled, to be able to say, this is different, to be able to say, I will honor this relationship to mother's breath. I will teach my children and my sisters and my grandchildren and their grandchildren how to partner with mother's breath in such a way. And I probably won't even have to say it because they see me doing it. Like how humbling it is to have Indigenous relationships being played out in this space. People call the psychedelic space a certain kind of space, right? Like it's about integration and it's about relational sense making, really, is what it comes down to. For historical trauma recovery, for any kind of trauma rehabilitation, be it direct or indirect, accidental or injury or mental, right? Which is all memory. So it's also humbling for me is to notice and see that when all these women are on this Zoom call talking about psychedelics and talking about healing, and there was a different call about like hunting narcissists. Like, how do we find these beings so we can transform them or what have you? You know, it's like we want to get to work right away. And I just want to notice, Leo, that to me, the work that everyone's talking about on the Zoom call and the work that I see you doing is more like Indian politics, because you're honoring and talking about the metaphysical space. You're honoring and talking about your emotional and relational sense making. You're honoring and talking about spiritual. You're honoring and talking about Mother Earth as if she's a being, you know, and I would just want to thank you for that, because this is like Indian politics at its best. Like working our magic, talking about how strong we are. What can we physically do? How can we spiritually and metaphysically co-create as we're healing? How do we heal when we're wounded? How do we keep that momentum? Well, I have some news for you. What came to me the other night, looking at this discussion that's happening, that this 24-hour Zoom, love you, is this healing energy, this power and the strength that keeps pulling us back into it, that keeps like opening our hearts and opening our hands to receive more from Mother's breath, more from this plants, more from the space, is already got its objectives. It's already got the goals set. There's already energy and momentum turning that way. So it's going to happen whether or not we do it or not. So rest assured, if you have to take a break and fall back, take care of yourself and go heal, retreat, get stronger, whatever it is, it's going to happen. My problem is I want to be there. I want to be the one in my canoe, skipping my family there. I want to share horses with my sisters. I want to share canoes, and I want to make paddles with all of you. I want us to pull towards our healing, pull towards our future in the strongest way ever. So that's my problem, is that I want to be there too. Like, so then, you know, you end up working really hard. You end up, for me, I end up taking a lot of hits. I end up taking like punches, like taking hits. I learned to slip it and not let it get me, and be able to counter it, or be able to like wash off, like roll off. And I'm just sharing that because I'm so inspired and encouraged by this gathering, by all of these women, by all of you. And going back to this ceremony that set me up and reoriented, for me, it was a lot of generational trauma healing. For me, it was a lot of, you know, metaphysical, biophysical, spiritual, emotional, recycling and regenerating. And it keeps showing up. So one thing about that plant ceremony and this call also is the effects of it, and how strong and beautiful it is that all the love from that ceremony, I still feel love from just thinking about that ceremony. I still feel connected. I know what the river looked like I have that in me now, forever and ever. And what's amazing and funny is all the pains and the traumas are also very easy to remember, are also very easy to have around. And I'm just mentioning that because my dear sisters, this is my indigenous way of interpreting relational sense making when it comes to historical trauma recovery, plant medicine work, mother's breath or psychedelics, and being able to heal that is mother's breath and wisdom and knowledge are allies, right? Like how these psychedelics or mother's breath can induce emotional responses, can induce love, can induce purging of like releasing and letting go of these things that aren't serving us anymore, of these things that are like holding us down, that aren't letting us do our skip, like that aren't letting us want to blow bubbles and like cuddle. Be gentle. You know, I really liked all the talk earlier about like being warriors and being kind of like fighting it out. Like I love that as well. I've always been more masculine until probably 20 years ago. But so I understand that part of it. And what I do know about when you're held, like when you're really just held, all the strength that comes. And right now, like as these women doing this work, like I want to invite you to consider these questions about like, how can you hold more than one sister up? How can we all hold hands in a way? How can we all make sure that no one stays down for too long, or else let's all sit back down. Like, let's all sit down together. Let's all go back to earth together. Let's all even go in the dirt a little bit together. How can we do that and also co-create different healing ways to not just partner with psychedelics or mother's breath, but partner with each other and help each other realign, right? Because number one, we can't see the picture when we're in the frame. Number two, we are a collective, we are a community. And I will, like, I'm an ally, I'm an advocate with you. What I want for us is to not disassemble or deconstruct the psychedelic space right now. I want us to have our own space. there's enough for all of us. There's enough for women in psychedelics. There's enough for the divine feminine to come back in a big, big way. The thing about women from my perspective is that we have the ability to create life in our bodies. Like we have that creation, reproduction possibility. And because of that, we have different ways to find strength. We can create ways to get stronger. Like that's how strong we are. Our bodies were made a special way, just like how Mother Earth is made with all the same elements, and just like how she creates, and how for some reason these plants, they respond to us and what we need, like exactly what we need. Like a mother can, right? Like not like my mother did. I know that, you know, I grew up doctoring my own mother from the age of 3. And so I was, you know, very much neglected, didn't have her support, or my dad's support, or and so on. And so the truth of the matter is that we all are deserving of love, and these plants have a special way of inducing that in us, like automatically. And when I imagine my childhood, and like, whoa, what if my mom was like mother's breath? Like, what if I could be held by her? What if I could have been shown how to get stronger by my own mom? What if she was able to teach me those things? Like, my life would have been completely different. I know that. I know I wouldn't have suffered so many things. I know that I also might not have as many sisters as I do. I also might not have as much wealth in relationship to the plant people, to the animals, to hunting, to foraging, to being a canoe skipper, like to be able to story tell. Like, so I also know that I probably wouldn't have that. And my goal is not to discourage anyone, rather just invite folks to consider how Mother Earth takes care of us, and how through her agencies, through her allies, through her breath, we have more of a collective too. Now, because I'm talking to all of you, and if we were to all go outside, we'd all be looking at the same sky. Like we'd all be looking at the same moon. We might not have the same weather, but we're all looking at the same sky and the same moon of those stars. Those stars have the stories for us. And that's what they're doing. They're doing exactly what we're doing. They're gathering in constellations, like we gather in Zoom groups, and they share stories. And they share stories about remembering when certain things happened for Earth beings. Remember when there was struggle. Remember when they didn't look up as much. Remember when, after the last great flood. Remember when all of a sudden people started having to move because of violence. Like remembering when people are able to finally gather to help the salmon, finally gather to mourn loved ones that didn't have proper memorials for decades. Like, so the stars, they have all of those stories, and they're doing, oh, somebody's saying something.
I think it was just an echo, but everyone's muted now. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, thank you. So just like how the stars are sharing those stories together and gathering into constellations, lighting the way for us to navigate, lighting the way for us to, like my tribal peoples, they like to honor the stars and what the stars are saying so that we know what we're supposed to be doing. Like in the springtime, there's certain constellations that tell us what we're supposed to be foraging and gathering at that time. For the medicine to be at its strongest, right? You need to gather it and forage at this time. And my sister is like, that's what it feels like we're doing. That's what it feels like we're doing. So I hope that we get to figure out more ways to get stronger, to do this wounded healing, to do this womb healing, all of it. And so if there's no questions for me, and I do have different professional associations and affiliations in this space. I don't know if I want to talk about that right now, because I'm really feeling the story, unless anyone has any questions. Oh, nice smile, Leo.
I'm just happy to see all the faces. Yeah, I mean, I'm fascinated by where you're at in your own kind of rebirth, if you will. But yeah, I mean, I'm interested in the professional associations that you're part of, but I don't want to shift you from storytelling mode.
Okay. Okay, I will share just to, because what if the story gets too caught up and then I'm not able to share that part? So yeah, let's take care of that first. So I'm the co-chair of APA, which is the Association for Psychedelic Practitioners of America, and also the co-chair of the Jedi team. And what we're doing is we're writing the standards of care and practice guidelines and standards of training for psychedelics in this space. We just had like 2 town halls in the last 2 weeks online. And let's see, I can put the website in the chat after I'm done. I was an advisor for Decrim National, mostly for not like the constant ongoing operations, really just like, hey, phone calls or Zoom calls, like how can we want to hear from a Indigenous feminine. So that kind of guidance, not quite operational or technical. And then I thought there was, I support Leo's Adapt Washington, of course. I don't really have a role there though. I guess that's it. That's it. And so I invite all of you to, look at APA. It's free membership for 6 months. And there's some really good work happening. The goal, again, is not just the standards of training and care and guidelines. It's also making sure that it is in equity, making sure that it's equitable for POC, for lineage keepers, for folks that need more support. Is there any questions about that?
I don't have a question, but I will just say I happened to write the cover letter to apply to the accountability working group like earlier today. Yeah, I can't actually talk about it too much right now because I'm at my friend's house. But I'm in an extensive program right now that introduced me to this group. So I'm gonna keep digging. So yeah, really cool to meet you. Yeah.
Yay. Nice to meet you, Annie. That's so cool. Thank you. I love that. Yay. Yeah. So I just put our website in the chat. And then I also have a YouTube channel. I'll put that. It's under Teacher Solana or just Solana Booth. Where I do talk about facilitating plant ceremonies and relational sense making from an indigenous perspective in regards to mother's breath, in regards to this multiverse ecosystem that's happening as well. I'm just putting this in the chat to get that done. Okay. And I also want to just give some shots out to all the women that have already spoken today, all the people that have already spoken. I'm super stoked about tomorrow's sessions in the morning.
Do you mind going into a little bit of your work as far as like doula, lactation, motherhood stuff?
Yes, of course I could. Yeah. Yeah, so my first degree is in education. After Head Start directing, after Head Start teaching, after operations of Head Start, after all that, there's this big resurgence for Indian babies. And so I met Leo at Daybreak Star working with Indian babies. And my goal, right, is to always find the antecedent. I want to find the roots of this pain or this acting out of trauma. Like I want to help correct it. Or I want to help give a choice, because one thing I know about trauma is when your voice, choice, or power was taken. And so sometimes it's traumatic to just not have a choice, especially if you haven't had choices, right? So my goal was always to find that. So that brought me to, teaching Head Start, directing it, operations of it, being a family advocate, learning about family systems. And then I got to do a bunch of work with Canoe Journey and elders. And then that brought me straight to birth work. Right. And so the story of the canoe is the canoe is a woman, it has a woman's spirit. How the canoe holds people in water, how the canoe gets you to your destination, gets you delivered. It delivers you. The relationship and the safety and the connection on the ancestral highway. Like there's so many teachings in that. So that the canoe journey work and being trained, by the ones who kept our canoes going when they were outlawed. The people in the chief lineage that trained me were the ones, like, they remember when it was winter time and it was too stormy on the water that the Coast Guard wouldn't be out. That was their time to go potlatch. That was their time to take their canoes and go keep our ways going, make a fire, sing our songs, pray. So after being trained by them and also experiencing, by that time I already birthed my fourth child, my son. Through each pregnancy of mine, I was also learning. I have a medical background because of my mom first, and then the birth work. But my medical background always taught me to be aware of sensing in my body, and also sensing the symptoms, sensing what could be going on with the baby. Like where's the connection of the birth outcome, a speech apraxia, like not being able to say words correctly, or not crawling and just going straight to walking, and like all the different connections and relationships. So I'm talking about the perinatal and prenatal psychology and developmental health of gestational health, not just for the baby, but for the mom. And being trained as a canoe skipper, being trained by those ones, is what was inducing that in me, that birth worker. So I went and got trained, and then I started doing generational trauma recovery as I was learning how to work with pregnant people. And I immediately wanted to train Native people. I immediately had to train. There was 6 Native women in my training in Seattle in 2016. Through that, I was able to really indigenize our birth work collective. So we didn't do something that the general healthcare or like the westernized medical system, we didn't do that and just call it Indian because we're Indian. I was always very much against that because I feel like the Western medical system is very segregatory and trauma inducing in a synthetic way. So I feel like when we induce trauma synthetically, we get synthetic responses. We get people losing their minds. Like we get people really acting out and not having a pulse on anything, right? Like it can really go sideways. So training the native doulas and then getting like lactation educator training and generational trauma recovery facilitation and training mental health care providers and healthcare providers throughout Washington state and entire tribes in historical trauma. There's not one part that gets left out. So for me, when I'm talking about canoe work and canoe journey and experiences, I'm also referencing being a mother, birth work, death work, because there is no separation. Because if I have all these relatives, if I have all these practices, then we all do. All of us, I'm sure, has at least 5 to-do things. All of us at least have 2 alarms set for something. All of us have some chores that need to get done. All of us have been around hungry bellies. And some of them for me, some of those hungry bellies, it's like they're not just aching for food. They're aching to be held. They're aching to connect. They're aching to be seen. They're aching to cry like out loud. They're aching for all these things. And throughout the native doula training and breastfeeding and generational trauma recovery, there's a lot of constant triggering and healing that happens in those circles, in those groups, because the goal of training native birth workers is to give us more choices in how we want to deliver our babies and give us more ways to care for ourselves. That's the general. And then my goal with Indigenous birth working and death working is healing the generational traumas either before pregnancy or during pregnancy, to prevent more birth outcomes, to prevent, or even to be able to be in a relationship fully, to really honor what your body is doing to grow the baby, to honor for you to somehow share with this being that you created them, right? Like you want that visibility. You're their mom, and that means something. So again, it's like going back to the visibility of Mother Earth, of how, there's a reason that the flowers are so beautiful. There's a reason that they smell so good. Like she knows how needy we are. There's a reason that these psychedelics or mother's breath is so powerful, is like so powerful that you can be integrating for the rest of your life, the same journey experience. Like you could be reintegrating the same one over and over because it's so full and it's so abundant. Like her love and her wealth of knowing how to love, her wealth of knowing how to create, her wealth of knowing how to kill things that aren't working anymore, like set her own fires, the geysers, the eruptions, the earthquakes, like the flooding, the freezing, the ice ages. Like she knows how to take care of herself. She knows what she's doing and knows how to take care of us. So how can we as mothers emulate that if we're not cared for, if we're not able to do that for ourselves, if we're not able to honor ourselves and each other, no matter where we're at? So there, I just see it as, you know, we have a lot to do, sisters, and I want to fall back with you. I want to like retreat with all of you. I want to just like go into this big nest, and just like, and be able to be lovey and be able to drink tea and walk on rose petals and like have a few cats and, or maybe dogs like Leo's dog, and just like enjoy that silence, enjoy that calm, enjoy our breath work. I really liked what Kim Haxton was saying about our breath earlier. And I mean, for me, that just reinforces mother's breath. That reinforces the name mother's breath for these plants, because I know that the better my breath is during ceremonies, and when I'm having trouble in myself, when I'm having an emotional crisis, a spiritual crisis, my breath is the most powerful tool. Like I can totally labor and like actually make myself sweat from labor breathing, right? Like your breath is so strong. It also helps us to move the water. And again, if we go back to pain and trauma being of an agency, and wisdom and knowledge of an agency, in both of those places, time doesn't exist. In both of those places, like when you get hurt or shocked or surprised at something that doesn't feel good, all of a sudden, like you're not really keeping track of time, or it's going too fast, or it's going too slow, or like something is going on with the time. That anxiety, that nervousness around, oh my God, like, what am I going to do? The immediate isolation, like interpersonal isolation, the lack of visibility, just even in that moment, can be shattering. And then the same thing happens with wisdom and knowledge, like with the downloads or with the knowings that come through these ceremonies, through breath work, through integration, through counseling, through a conversation with a sister. You can lose track of time. It can go too fast or too slow. Like you just don't know. You're just not on it. You're not in time, because you're in that agency of truth. You're in that agency of transformation, that agency of love that is not even from this time. It's from eons ago. And you're acting that out. You're acting out that same love that brought Mother Earth to this universe. You're acting out that same love that caused the ultimate brutal separation of birth. Like how much it hurt to be born. Like we all forget about it, but our bodies remember. Our bodies know about brutal separation. And that's why when a relationship ends, or the job ends, or something ends that we're like investing in, it's crushing. It's crushing, as if we get carried away and thinking like this is forever. and you know, and how boring that would be if it was forever. How boring would it be if there was, if there was only smiles and bubbles and candy and like, it's like, would we have depth even? Would there be any differentiation if there was no healing to actively engage in, to step into, if there was no agency of pain and trauma, or the wicked, or or even that microaggression, or taxes. It could be so many things, that pain and trauma, accidents, injuries, ailments, addictions, depression, just having melanin, just not having melanin, like all the things. Every time they meet and collide, like when it happens to you, when it happens to me, it feels good to be able to identify where in my body am I feeling it, number one, and then how can I move my breath? How can I notice what my breath is doing? The same as you notice during a ceremony, the same as you notice relatives, whether it's pets or plants or loved ones at special times. See, we're made to notice those things. We're made to have a deeper relational sense-making experience, a deeper honoring of emotions experience. And something tells me, as an Indigenous person, it's not only, you know, like I said, it feels like some of these calls are just Indian politics, which is really comforting. But something tells me that we are not only rapidly evolving and transforming at the time, like at the exact moment right now, but the other agency is pulling. So there's a pushing and a pulling happening. And if we go back to the laboring and birth work, there's the pregnant person that's pushing, and then you can call it a number of things. Gravity might be pulling. The spirit of the baby might be pulling itself to itself, right? Like, just be delivered already. Just have that brutal separation already. Just get your umbilical cord cut. Like, there's already a plan. And the fact that each of us are on this call right now proves that the plan works, because all of us have some kind of belly button. All of us were born. All of us suffered the two most brutal traumas, which is being born and having your life source cut, like severed. And if we can practice story sharing, if we can practice this remember when at the beginning of the creation story, then we could only heal, because that causes reflection, and that causes that induction of healing, that causes the induction of oxytocin, that causes the induction of relationship or motivation or incentive. So I love, love, love talking about birth work and laboring and lactation and first foods. And yeah, I'm not sure if there's anything else about the birth work, sister, that you wanted me to mention.
Well, I mean, we're kind of in this interesting spot because I think it's getting into like the darker hours. Sorry, we're having some background noise, but the reality is just like the whole 24-hour experience is supposed to be about just allowing ourselves to kind of sit in the space. So a lot of times in Zoom culture, it's like, you know, everyone's like, oh, this will be over in an hour, but this goes on for 24 hours.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if someone were to ask me, do you want people to be more involved in asking questions and having dialogue? I would say yes. I would say a giant yes.
Okay.
We had 100 people sign up for this, and then we had even more contact us saying that they wanted to come, and we had sold out of tickets. So we are live streaming, so people are like listening to us with the live stream. And last time we posted this in Reddit, and we had over 8,000 people interact with the post that we shared of the last 24-hour event. But part of my job, I feel like, in leading this is to allow self-governance, if you will, like just to allow the natural flow of things. That's hard for me because I'm a control freak. So we are about to leave from here, from staying at Doc C's apartment and going over to his lab, where he's creating new entheogenic plants, where he's splicing and dicing and creating new entheogenic plants in his lab. Darren is the tech person who's our backup host while we are navigating the city streets of Vancouver to get over there. But I'm just grateful you're here. And when you were talking about the umbilical cord stuff, Sean and I were just kind of having a private conversation about the significance and how powerful that was, the imagery you used. But I'm just so grateful, you know, that you were here, and we have 10 more minutes. So so even if I'm not on the call, Darren's got it under control.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. I would like to open it up for questions or any kind of responses. Thank you for saying that it gave you guys a good visual. Like I said, these things, even just talking about the birth work and talking about the death work, how close they are, but they're so separate. It's different when you die and when you're born. It's just different, right? Like we know that, but they're the same, like they come from the same place. So definitely the deeper we can go in discussion, if we can take a minute to pause and notice what's happening in our body, you know, the more visibility, the more the resources, the more, you know, you can totally sense a problem in your body and you can take care of it. You can use your breath to take care of it. I also practice somatic archaeology and generational brain spotting, and those are domestic healing modalities. So when I facilitate plant ceremonies, there's a lot of that gets involved in it too. There's different medicines that we have inside of us that we're able to be more intuitive. We're able to sense even more things. And I'm just going to stop talking because it looks like Sonata has the mute off. Were you going to share something? And then just open it up to anyone, everyone.
I noticed that's Sonata's note taker, and the mute has been off for a while. Just throwing that in there. But Isabel,
okay,
looks like her mute is off.
Oh, I just joined. I'm so sorry.
Oh no, no problem. No problem. Solana Booth just finished a wonderful share. I don't have host permissions. So Isabel, if you wouldn't mind muting unless you'd like to hop in, that'd be great. Thank you so much.
Well, how do you feel about it, Mandy? You just gave me a really nice compliment. So thank you for that.
Yeah.
I did see your head nodding a couple times.
Yeah. I think it's interesting that your comparison and your journey, your work with as a birth doula and a death doula. It made me think about, so I realized after a journey with psychedelic medicines that I was terrified of death. And I thinking back, I was like, yeah, I just didn't realize it. Just thinking back to like the handful of funerals I'd been to, and as someone who was raised Jewish, they don't do the open casket, which is the other funerals I'd gone to were open casket, but relatives was not. And so just thinking about how disturbing that was for me. And when my best friend's brother passed from an opioid overdose about 4 years ago, just over 4 years ago, you know, as the family has started to talk about him again, I remember one day finding myself just trying to change the subject, and it was just really bizarre. So it's a scary thing for me. I like that you've kind of explored both the birth and death doula side. And I had a labor doula. I kind of wish I had had a postpartum doula, but I'm incredibly grateful for my labor doula. Just to be an advocate and a voice. I had no idea how women, when in one of the most vulnerable positions of their life, when you're giving birth, the treatment. And I was at Swedish Hospital in Seattle when I gave birth to my daughter, and they had recently obtained some international accreditation for being a baby friendly hospital. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that.
And
it was a big deal.
I got that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I felt a little bit more at ease, but when it comes to they may have been baby friendly, but when it came to the mother, it was not a pleasant experience. So thank God for my doula.
Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a very sad system that's in place right now. Oh, Chelsea Naraya?
Peace. Yes, Naraya.
Okay. Beautiful.
I just turned off my video. I'm like, I might want to speak. I'm thinking about it. So now you just called me. Now I have to. So I've been listening on and off for a couple of hours. I want to say, Mandy, I'm sorry I just jumped in, but I definitely feel you. Like, as far as being afraid to die. So it's kind of hugely ironic that I'm on a Zoom talking about psychedelics, and then here you are talking about birth and death. And the very first time I took shrooms, I knew I was pregnant that same night. 5 months later, I lose that baby. You know what I'm saying? Now, it has caused me to want to be a doula. When I was finally able to cry and let it out, it was as if spirit had told me, like, you have to be the support that you wish you had. Because I feel like had I have had that support, my baby wouldn't have passed away. I wouldn't have given the doctors the permission. It's so much more to the story. I don't know if I have time. I know everybody has a specific time or whatever, so I don't want to go over anybody's time. But like I said, it's just very ironic, that like it comes full circle that my spirit was just like, you have to say something, no matter how shy you want to be, it's just deep, it's just deep. So like I said, I don't want to speak too much if I don't have the time, but yeah, man, like I'm definitely grateful, for this moment,
Chelsea, I'm hosting next. Why don't you go ahead?
Okay. Oh, cool. Okay. So I'll tell y'all the story, man. Oh my goodness. Okay. So I have 3 children prior. And their father passed away in 2020. So it's just, it's a deep story, right? It gets so deep. But after my first 3 children and me splitting up with their dad, I had met a guy who, long story short, our relationship was very rocky. But I dreamt about him when I first stopped smoking weed. I have these dreams, that tell me the future sometimes, and they save my life. And then they, like they're just so deep. And I didn't know I dreamt about him. But then in retrospect, I was like, whoa, that's who I dreamt about. So to give you the backstory, my dream prior to even meeting him was I was with a guy outside, and I was very mean to him. And I was just like, ugh, I don't want to be with you. Ugh. And then I wake up out of my dream and I'm like, whoa, I was so nasty to that dude. Like, I feel so bad, went back to sleep, was with the same guy. And I was able to tell him nicely, I didn't want to be with him. Right. Fast forward to years later, I meet this guy. Come to find out, he had erectile dysfunction. He was also into polygamy. When I met his girlfriend, I didn't know he had a girlfriend. Then when I found out he had a girlfriend, it was after he realized I was into polygamy. She's into polygamy. So then he was like, okay, now I'll tell you I have a girlfriend. You know what I'm saying? And so then he tells me, and then he calls her and goes, hey, I'm with this girl. You said you're into, you know, me having multiple women. If you really love me, you'll accept her. And I'm sitting there like, whoa, you know what I'm saying? Like, whoa, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't like the way he did that. He wasn't honest with me. He wasn't honest with her. You don't start another relationship before you introduce me to your other. Like, that was just all wrong. It was so wrong, right?
Yeah.
But she accepted it. And I was new with him. And so I was young also. And so I accepted it. I was like, okay, you know, I guess curiosity got the best of me. You know, where is this going to lead? Fast forward, he's very, very narcissistic, but I didn't know that was the name. I really didn't know. But I ended up, he had erectile dysfunction. I was celibate for a very long time. Me and him tried to have sex multiple times, and I'm just going to let it all out. We tried to have sex multiple times. It never really worked. I didn't know he had erectile dysfunction. I thought it was me. I thought something was wrong with me, you know, because he wouldn't get hard. I don't know why. I don't know. So then fast forward, I ended up meeting his girl.
You, right?
Huh?
He wasn't telling you it's not you either. Like,
he didn't tell me. When I met his girlfriend, fast forward, she told me. And I was like, whoa, okay. Then my eyes were open to him and his deceitful ways. And so long story short with that, I ended up getting pregnant with my first two. I had two boys at the time with their dad because I was celibate. I get with this guy. He has erectile dysfunction, but I told him, I said, you let the cat out of the bag, and then you just dangled a toy in front of her and was like, you can't have it. Sexually, that's how I felt. It was like I had suppressed these emotions. I was okay with being celibate, and here you go opening up all these emotions, and you can't satisfy me. And then boom, now my first boys, their dad is in town, and now we have sex because, bro, you know what I'm saying? Like, you just like what did you do? You know what I'm saying? I was okay with being celibate. So then I ended up getting pregnant. And when I got pregnant, I thought I was in the middle of two baby dads, and I never wanted to be in this situation. But then it dawned on me he had erectile dysfunction. Although we tried, we never did. So it had to have been my boy's father. And so fast forward, I'm pregnant. I'm hormonal. I'm in the midst of him and his girlfriend. They're having drama. You know, I don't know who my baby dad is at the time. And it was just so much stress that I was just like, I cursed him out really bad. And I was so angry. And I was just like, you are the reason I'm in this mess. If you would have just been honest, I could have stayed celibate. I was okay with being celibate. You know what I'm saying? And you opened up those doors for no reason. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Long story short, I left him. His girlfriend left him. We moved in together. She was my doula. I don't think she knew what a doula was. I didn't know what a doula was, but she was my doula. She got me back to being vegan. She got me back on track. We had no car, so we walked everywhere, but little did I know that was going to be perfect for my birth. You know, walking to the grocery store, walking to the laundromat, walking to the dollar store, whatever. So, so that was that, right? But I cursed him out really nasty. And I felt validated for it because you were very deceitful and you painted your girlfriend to be the problem. And then I found out you were the problem and I stood up for her against him. And then she helped me birth this baby. Now I'm by myself. You know what I'm saying? Because I wasn't with my child's father and I'm not with him, but I'm pregnant, but I had her. That was the first half of the dream. I was so nasty to him. What did I do? I went back to sleep. And I had that opportunity with him again, and I did so nicely, right? So that was the first time I broke up with him. Years later, we ended up talking, and this is when I got on shrooms and actually got pregnant by him. But years later, we ended up talking. He's really trying to pursue me. I'm like, I don't know. We were so rocky in the past. You know, why don't you just come in town and, you know, and we just get a feel of where we're going to go now. It's been 3-4 years. Let's, you know, we'll see. So So he comes into town. He's like, oh, I have shrooms. I'm like, okay, I'm going to get a hotel by the beach, you know, oceanfront. Let's do the shrooms together. Perfect. So I get there and he asked me, like, he tried to kiss me. He was like, do you feel anything? I said, no, I really don't feel anything. He said, well, oh, tell your children to come back. We don't even have to hang out together. We'll just chill. I'm like, no, you got the shrooms. I got the hotel. Let's still kick it. You know what I'm saying? In my mind, you have erectile dysfunction. I'm not thinking sex. You know what I'm saying? I'm thinking shrooms, you know, a little weed. We gonna enjoy ourselves on the beach, whatever. He pops the pill. He gets me pregnant on purpose. He apologizes that he did all of that stuff. But that night I was on shrooms and I was telling him, so before the incident that we had, I had a girl and I was talking to him about my daughter and our beautiful connection as women on shrooms. My daughter calls me. Hi, mommy. I just want to say goodnight. I'm like, oh, my baby, you know, we're connected. Oh my gosh. You know what I'm saying? Like, you called me. I'm on shrooms. I'm like, ooh, you know? So then after that, I jokingly tell him, and I'm probably pregnant again with another girl. I was pregnant. I got pregnant that night. You know what I'm saying? I didn't even know. Fast forward, our relationship is rocky again, but now I'm pregnant and I know it's yours this time, you know, and I'm angry at you for deceiving me because I didn't know we were going to have sex, but you did. I didn't plan on it, but you did. And then you apologized after. So now here goes, I'm pregnant again. I'm not with you. Drama. And I remember being at a point where he's arguing to me and my eyes are closed and I just started meditating. And I'm just like, you know what? I don't want to go there no more with you. Like, I'm done. I'm pregnant. I can't go there with you anymore. Like, I'm done. So that was me telling him I didn't want to be with him the second time, but nicer. But here I am pregnant with your child. So now I'm depressed and I'm frustrated and I'm praying to God and I'm crying. And I'm like, this is my fourth baby and I'm single. You know, my first three was with their dad, but he's a cheater and whatever. And, you know, here I am getting myself in this predicament. I was celibate before, celibate after my third child. I'm celibate before and celibate after my fourth child. Like, God, you know what I'm saying? Like, why can't I get it right? I don't want this baby. This is my fourth baby. I don't want it. I can't have it, but I can't abort. You know what I'm saying? It's not in me, but I don't want this baby, you know, like it's so much drama that just happened, like with my last two babies. And I didn't even think about the shrooms and the fact that I knew I was pregnant and just whatever. But I remember I was sitting in my room and I was sitting in my living room and I was crying and I was listening to like YouTube videos. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, it didn't even align with the music I was listening to. There's a song on there and a woman is singing to her baby. And then I see all these baby pictures popping up on the screen and I'm just bawling, crying because I'm like, oh, now I feel bad, you know, because I didn't want this baby, but it's just because of the circumstances, not because of the baby. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what? Fine. I'll have the baby, God. I'll just accept it. This is a sign. I mean, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is at this point. So then I was okay. And then I got into a car accident and then I get into the hospital after the car accident. And that was so crazy. But the doctors are like, I'm in pain. And I'm like, okay, you know, I'm pregnant. I'm in pain. Like you have me laying on my back. Now you're monitoring me. You can't hear the baby heart rate or something like that. I had no knowledge, even though I've had 3 babies before. I really didn't have knowledge. And so I'm like, now I know you couldn't hear her heart rate because my body was in distress and I'm laying on my back. If you would have let me move, if you would have checked my back, if you would have, we could have figured it out. But you're telling me you can't hear her. And so in order for you to get to her, you have to cut me open. And I'm sitting there in a hospital by myself. And I'm just like, okay. So they're like, okay, fine. Let's give you medication. Let's speed up her lungs. Let's whoop, 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 and let's cut you open. I wake up. They tell me she didn't make it. Okay, I'm pumped up on drugs. You know what I'm saying? I broke my tailbone. I didn't even know. They didn't give me no pain meds. They didn't check me. They let me lay on that bed in pain so they can check the baby first. And so, of course, I'm in pain. You tell me the only way to check her is to cut me. So I'm like, okay, fuck it. Cut me. I'm in pain. You know, whatever, do whatever. I have my full trust in you. So she passes away. And I'm still on drugs. I remember waking up, they had her on the foot of my bed, like her body, and I held her, and I felt nothing because I'm on drugs. I felt absolutely nothing, but I have this spiritual awakening type of vibe. So I'm like, okay, she's just a vessel now. Her soul is gone. You know what I'm saying? There's no need for this body, so take the body. They're like, are you sure? Are you sure? Because most moms, they get angry if we take it. I'm like, take the body. I don't know what to do with this body. I mean, I'm drugged up. I don't know. So then when I finally, I get home and I heal and I'm not on drugs anymore. Now I feel guilty because I'm like, I could have kissed her. You know what I'm saying? I could have held her. I could have something, But then, so then I finally cried, because I still have 3 other children, you know what I'm saying? So I remember I was in the bathroom and I was pouring down crying like so hard. And then that's when Spirit had just spoke to me and was just like, be a doula. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, what is a doula? I may have heard of it, but I never researched it. Of course, I had babies, but I didn't know it was that deep. With my 3rd daughter, I had her naturally so quickly because I walked so much and I was vegan that she came so easily. Boom, the doctors didn't even get there, So then here goes my 4th baby and I lose her. And then Spirit is like, be a doula. So now they're getting pregnant again. And I had a home birth and it was so beautiful. There's a rainbow at the end of the storm. You know what I'm saying? I had a home birth. I had like 3 doulas and a midwife. We only paid for the midwife. All the doulas were free through all circumstances. You know what I'm saying? And so now I'm here. My baby is 2 and I have 4 babies, 5, if you count my angel baby. And, I started my doula training back in May.